3, so a couple of minutes plus 2 laps is going to be the distance for most of these heat races. And Tanner Barsh has done it quite nicely so far in this one. Got the jump from the start and hasn't looked back since. Double duty for him this weekend and double duty for Aston Wyatt as well. And Barsh going to take one of the 2 here so far. He'll get the white flag this time around. Tanner Barsh did get the white flag this time around, but he has definitely been doing a good job of it nonetheless here, lapping around and setting in some good lap times. Definitely been the class of the field so far. 2.5 seconds back to Aston Wyatt. Lap times 109.8 for Tanner Barsh. Aston Wyatt had a 109.6, so pretty good lap times for the top 2, and we'll see if Wyatt can get a better start next time out. In heat race number 2 to see if he can take the fight up to Tanner Barsh. Anastasio sits in that 3rd spot with a 110.275. So all to play for here, but the checkered flag is out this time around, and Tanner Barsh wins heat race number 1. Aston Wyatt 2nd. Angeli Anastasio 3rd. Simon Klein getting set to cross the line next in P4. Sofia Sadagova P5. Tori Daniels in an all-out brawl with Theo Mitchell, Adrian Vargas, and Kaysen Sanders there on the back straightaway. Naeli Vargas not too far back either, so they're going to cross the line, and we'll see who comes out on top in that group. Look to be Tori Daniels in 6th, Theo Mitchell 7th, Vargas in 8th, Kaysen Sanders in 9th, Naeli Vargas in 10th. So that's your field there for your mini Swifts. When we come back, more racing action getting set to come our way. You're watching Kart Chasers live coverage of the IKF Grand Nationals.
If you want beautiful, solid wood, made in America dining room furniture, come out and see the new selection of beautiful dining room tables, chairs at Gallery Furniture, and best of all, buy this beautiful, oh so comfortable, made in America dining room furniture, tables, chairs, servers. Gallery Furniture delivers free to Houston area home in 3 or 4 hours tonight. Make family members on your beautiful new dining room table and chairs. Buy it today. New arrivals, Gallery Furniture delivers free in 3 or 4 hours to your home today.
Welcome to Rimrock Raceway, the premier karting facility and motorsport-themed venue in West Texas. While you're at the track, be sure to stop into Victory Lane and enjoy our full-service bar and event center. We have live music and entertainment weekly, along with Texas's fastest go-karts available to the public. Located on West Highway 80 in Odessa, get your adrenaline pumping at Rimrock Raceway and live life full throttle.
The Honda Cadet Kart's on the racetrack now as we run you down your starting lineup here. Dusty Strayer, driver on the pole position with Brody Brown starting alongside him on the first row. Michael Dean and Franco Morales on row number 2. Braxton Shiflett and Josue Calvo on row number 3. Wiley Lee and Caden Tudor on row number 4. Liam Lofton and Landon Peter on row number 5 as we get set to go green for the first time this weekend in Honda Cadet Kart. 6 minutes plus 2 laps here, and we are starting on the back straightaway So something to look out for here, and something that I guess some of us up here weren't expecting. So green flag will be out on that back straightaway as they lead these drivers through the cut through to try and get them nice and lined up. So the goal was always to get them to start their own races, and it looks pretty good here for these young guns as they have some good pace. So a good job to Brody Brown and Dusty Strayer, who are going to start us here. And some drivers out of line. Did we get the green flag that time? And I think we did. So 4 wide through turn number 1 here, almost 5 wide. And a couple of drivers already making moves. And unfortunately there for Strayer, lost 3 spots. And now the 48 of Dean at the front. And you see all the dads, all the mechanics kind of telling their kids to push forward. And for Strayer, lost some time there. Morales slotted up to second. Brody Brown, they're going side by side with Morales. And they're going to see who comes out ahead. As Strayer not too far back either. He's going to look on the inside. Wasn't close enough to get that move done. So Morales is going to stay clear for the second spot. And they need to be careful with how much they fight here. Don't want to let Dean get away too much. As Strayer has a really good exit there out of the left-hander. He's going to have a good run to Morales here in the hairpin. Goes on the inside. Strayer, can he get clear of Morales? Not close enough that time by. Going to have to stay in the third spot. Brody Brown there drops a tire into the grass, and he gets a little bit out of shape. The 16 not too far back from them either in the Praga machine. So a lot of drivers continuing to fight here. Calvo not too far back either. Strayer on the inside there. Morales going to try for the second time here. Morales gives him a little fade down low, not close enough. Strayer is able to get it done into the left-hander. So Strayer up to second. Brody Brown there looking to go through on Morales. And a good over-under move there by Morales to get clear already of Strayer, who's on the bottom of the racetrack. Brown looking to go in the middle. Looking to split them up. Not close enough. Strayer just that much better run on the back straightaway to get clear of Brown. And as I say that, Brown able to close the door here into the last little section. So Morales, the driver in second. Dean still running away with it here at the moment. Brody Brown in third. Strayer fourth. Calvo in fifth. Shiflett in sixth. Lee in seventh. Caden Tudor in eighth. Liam Loft in ninth. And Peter in 10th. So these 10 drivers still battling it out. Brody Brown looking to go on the inside here of Morales. Brown's able to get through and doesn't overshoot it. Really good on the brakes there for Brody Brown to get clear. So up to second now for Brody Brown. Morales drops back to the third spot. And now Strayer, a good run for him as well. So we'll see what it looks like for Dusty. Can't get it done for now. And he's going to stay in line in the fourth spot here. But already some battling, and going to the bottom of the racetrack here is Strayer, looking to get through on Morales. So one of the biggest passing zones, and Strayer's able to get it done. Opens up his gap to Morales. So Strayer up to the third spot. Now looking to go on Brown as well. On the inside of the back straightaway. A good run so far for Strayer as Morales slots back in line with Brody Brown. More and more drivers here. Side by side for Brown with Strayer. Brown's able to get through. And there goes Morales back on Strayer. So these 4 drivers just continuing to jockey for position here and kind of trade spots. And that's one of the biggest things that we see with all these Honda kit karts. It's really interesting to see all of them kind of just fight and keep it as clean as they do every time they come out here. As one of the CRGs for the back in the field looks to make a move there on the inside. He's able to get clear on the 16. So more and more battling. That's Calvo and Shiflett here, if I'm not mistaken. So they continue to fight and side by side to the line here. Morales and Brown still jockey for position, and Dean all the while just kind of looking away and running off into the sunset here as they go side by side there for second on back. So pretty cool to see this many Honda kit kart drivers kind of battle it out here for position. So again, just a little over 2 minutes plus 2 laps to go. Strayer on the inside, he's able to get clear. Some side-by-side action there with Shiflett and what looks to be Calvo as well in the 16. So all these drivers just continuing to battle it out here on the racetrack, and all the while Dean just kind of running away, and his gap opens up to just over 3 seconds. So a good run so far for Michael Dean. Brody Brown, your driver, in second. A 134 for Dean, a 135 for Brown, and a 135 for Morales, Strayer, and others as well. So Michael Dean just really good pace, almost 7/10 of a second quicker than his competitors on the racetrack, and had a really good start to this heat race. So he continues to work his way through, and this time around, just a couple of more laps to go. Dusty Strayer sets the fastest lap of the race, a 133.594, takes a second out of the gap to Michael Dean. So that was a really good lap by the number 12 Tony Kart of Dusty Strayer, who goes purple that time by. And for Brody Brown and Franco Morales, still battling it out here for third. And we'll see as these gaps open up here a little bit, a couple of car lengths in between them. But Michael Dean, your leader here in Honda Kid Kart. .26 were in the air last time around as we see the battle here. A change for the lead. Dusty Strayer has passed Michael Dean on the back straightaway, so the Comcart driver falls back to second. Strayer there, your new leader, and 2.6 were in the air last time around, so we will get the white flag this time by as these two drivers continue to battle it out here side by side there for a second. But on the main straightaway now, white flag in the air, one more lap to go for Strayer and Michael Dean this time around. And already Strayer pulling away here from Dean as they get here to the first sector. And they're in third. Brody Brown not too far back. But the lap times that Strayer was putting in are really closed down his gap to Dean. It was a lot. It was almost a second faster that lap as well. So he's been on a tear here. 132.233 for Strayer, who started on the pole position. So his pace came in late, but when it arrived, he definitely was able to get that move done. So we'll see what Michael Dean can do to hold on to the coattails here of Dusty Strayer as they get into the last couple of corners. So down the back straightaway here for the final time in this heat race. The number 12 of Schreier had some chasing to do, but he got it done after losing out on the start. So now Schreier to the final 2 corners here, and he's going to take away heat race number 1 in Honda Kid Kart. And a good race nonetheless. P1 for Dusty Schreier, and you see him celebrating here as the checker flag comes out. Michael Dean across the line 2nd. Brody Brown 3rd. Franco Morales 4th. Braxton Shiflett in 5th. Josue Calvo next across the line there in 6th. Wiley Lee looking set to cross the line here in 7th next with Caden Tudor, Liam Lofton, and Landon Peter running up your field here in Honda Kid Kart. There goes Wiley Lee in the CRG machine. Tudor in 8th, Liam Lofton 9th, and Landon Peter, your top 10 here in Honda Kid Kart. When we come back, 206 Masters get set to go green with Todd Barron and others. Get set to see who's going to take away heat race number 1. You're watching Kart Chasers live coverage of the IKF Grand National. Don't go anywhere.
Brandon, why are there all these charges for just over $200 from Acceleration Kart Racing's website?
That's because AKR gives you free shipping on orders of $200 or more within the continental US.
Okay, but I thought you were just getting a pair of gloves. That's what, 70 bucks?
But if I'm getting a new pair of gloves, I might as well get a new pair of shoes to match. And then on top of that, I'll get a neck brace because with the shipping, it's basically free.
Yeah, I do not think the math checks out on that.
Everything you need, all in one place and shipped to your door for free for orders of $200 or more. Exclusions apply. Spend responsibly. Shop AKR.com.
Are you looking for an advantage in your competition? Well, Car Class has done the hard work for you. We've traveled to your racetracks to give you the inside knowledge. So what does Car Class offer? We've got drone footage that captures the racing lines, visual markers for your braking points, acceleration zones, and the best overtake opportunities on your racetrack. Pedal cam to show you where to brake and when to accelerate, and 360-degree footage to make sure you don't miss any parts on the racetrack. We've covered 13 racetracks in the United States, and Australia, you're up next. So visit carclass.com to get your track information.
USA, a top-level performance team with unmatched hospitality, offering a full-service driver development program with year-round testing available in Miami, Florida, and the official North America racing team of Parolin Racing Chassis. Chassis and parts available at ParolinUSA.com.
Your 206 Masters on the racetrack now, presented by the Barron Racing Team. Phil Pignataro, the driver on the pole position. Chuck Jensen slated to start alongside him. Todd Barron on row number 2 alongside Marshall Steves, Nick Miller, and Kyle Uchinsky on row number 3. Omar Pinales and Jeff Chalmers on row 4. Derek Dudley and Ian Tudor on row 5. And big shout out to our entire production team here at Kart Chaser for giving us this nice sticker, and a big shout out to our friends over at Alpha Live as well, who have their British Kart Masters going on this weekend. So well wishes to the entire Alpha Live family, who kind of provides us with this awesome sticker, and to our entire production team here alongside me, Brandon Simone and Taylor Burris here, doing all they can. And we'll give a shout out to our camera guys right after this heat race as well, who are kind of providing us with some great angles and some great shots here this weekend. But we look on as you see a good sign of sportsmanship with Pignataro and Chuck Jensen as they get set to go green, and Pinales and the rest get to the back of this one. So all to play for here in 206 Masters, presented by the Barron Racing Team, as they get onto the back straightaway here. So we look on at a slow pace for Pignataro, who gets set to take a screen, and we look on the flag man. Green flag is out into the start box, and a good start for that inside line. Todd Barron up to the 2nd spot. The Maverick looking to work his way up as well. Wasn't able to get it done, and already. The drivers further back in the field getting in the line. Kyle Uchinsky looking to set up an over-under here on Nick Miller, and we'll look at it into turn number 1. Pignataro, your leader. Todd Barron in second. Jensen fell back to third there. Marshall Steves to fourth. Nick Miller fifth. Uchinsky just on the coattails there of Miller in sixth. So single foul line for two of probably some of the most decorated drivers in this Masters class. Phil Pignataro making that drive out here from Florida, and Todd Barron from North Carolina. So some battling all inside of this top 5. Side by side, Nick Miller looking to go on Steves. Miller and Steves still side by side for that 4th spot. Miller gets back in the line, so they lose a little bit of time here to the top 3, and they need to be careful with how much they decide to fight and not lose too much time to the drivers, to the top 6 drivers here as they go side by side. Barron looking to set up the over-under here on Pignataro on the inside. Bottom of the racetrack for Todd Barron. Looking to get clear. He does. So Todd Barron in the Mach 1 machine to the point of the field here. Pignataro to second. Looking to go side by side here with the Mach 1, and not close enough, but that little move there brought in almost 6 drivers into that lead train, with Omar Pinales at the end of it in a CRG Nordum racing machine. And you see the difference in braking points here. And Jensen breaks a little bit earlier there than Steves and loses that little bit of time to Pignataro and Barron up ahead. So the top 2 break away here a little bit. And the fastest lap of the race goes to Pinales all the way down in 7th as they go side by side. Pignataro there. And Todd Barron loses a lot of time there. It's moved to the wayside, and wow, something to look out for here on what looked to be like a bump and run from our eyes. But there goes Chuck Jensen on the inside of Pignataro. The Burrell Art machine, your leader as they go side by side there further back. Pinales and Barron go side by side. And we're getting reports that Barron just went over that curb a little bit too much and found himself on the wayside there. Is Uchinsky on the inside there of Miller. Uchinsky's able to get it done up to 4th, so that TB kart machine absolutely rolling here early on in this one. With just over 3 minutes to go. Pignataro there in the 2nd spot. Look to go on. Jensen not close enough. Barron now looking to make some quick work of Pinales on the back straightaway. There goes Barron on the inside, and Pinales didn't make it easy, but going to have to lose a position there as he loses a spot. But already some spread here in this field as Nick Miller and Uchinsky working together, looking to get up closer to the top 4 with a little bit of a gap for them. So we'll see what it looks like here for all these drivers. And this time across the stripe, your leader Chuck Jensen at 1:16.7, Pignataro in 2nd, Steves in 3rd, Uchinsky there in that 4th spot. Steves closes down his gap at the top 2. Nick Miller in P5, Todd Barron down in 6th, Pinales down in 7th, Chalmers, Dudley, and Ian Tudor, unfortunately, the 3 drivers just out of the tow and unfortunately out of this one here. Going to need a lot of help from all these drivers to provide them something. And there goes Chuck Jensen. Moves to the bottom of the racetrack, or sorry, I should say top of the racetrack here in his hairpin. And Pignataro there gives a signal to Steves, and it'll be all to play for here when the 2-6 come in the air. So something to watch here as this Masters race continues to progress. Whoa, and an unfortunate end there to Nick Miller, who it looked like he locked up the brakes there and just went around into that hairpin. And unfortunate there for Nick Miller. That chain looks to be on still, but wow. Unfortunate there for Nick Miller. The Maverick out of this one early, and that's going to promote Todd Barron and Omar Pinales up to 6th and 7th respectively. And already a little bit of a breakaway here, a car length and a half from Chuck Jensen and Pignataro to a car length back from that to Steves. Uchinsky in the 4th spot as well, who did have a dancing partner, Nick Miller, but went around there, unfortunately, in the left-hander and out of this one early. So a minute and a half to go left for these 206 Masters. Another driver around there, your leader, Chuck Jensen, goes around in that same hairpin that we saw Nick Miller go around. So that's definitely something to look out for here. just uncharacteristic here as Jensen pushes his way onto the racetrack, and drivers going to have to work their way around. But, man, 2 drivers already in the same corner with issues, either under braking or locking up, or no idea what happened there, but both going around, and that's going to give the lead to Phil Pignataro and Marshall Steves. Uchinsky up to 3rd. Todd Barron a 4th. Then you see Pinales, who lost a spot there to Chalmers, unfortunately. They continue to fight for the 5th spot, so that's the battle further back. But, wow, we saw it with Nick Miller. We saw it with Chuck Jensen, who seemed to just kind of be cruising, and that's going to allow Pignataro and Steves to kind of run away with it, and we'll see what it looks like for these 2 drivers when they get to that exact same corner. But, man, that corner's been trouble already for some drivers. So here you follow around with Phil in this corner, and seems to be smooth sailing, so could have been just driver mistakes here in those corners. And wow, not what you're used to seeing from Chuck Jensen as they go side by side. Steves with a very good run here on the back straightaway. Steves looking to get clear, and he does. So there you see that difference in gearing and the draft there with Marshall Steves to get clear. So Pignataro falls back to the 2nd spot. Uchinsky now with that move going to help him close his gap down on the top 2. So this time around, 2.6 in the air, 2 laps to go for your 2:06 Masters. Well, we get to the main straightaway here once again. White flag in the air this time by, and white flag for Marshall Steves and Phil Pignataro. Kyle Uchinsky still in 3rd, but Todd Barron closing down his gap there to the 3rd spot. So something to look out for here in this one, as that just unfortunate mistake for Todd Barron at the start of this one kind of just put him on the back foot here as the race progressed. So we'll see what it looks like for Pignataro. We know he's going to want to take a win here in this one, so that'll be all look out for. You see Pignataro looks over his shoulder, and he has enough room to kind of battle it out with Marshall Steves. Uchinsky there in the 3rd spot, with Barron. That's another battle to look out for here for Pinales, who sits in the 5th spot. His gap to Chalmers kind of pretty significant at the moment, so Pinales has that 5th spot secured. But here goes Pignataro. When is it going to be? We saw Steves had kind of the upper hand on gearing when we got to the back straightaway. Barron also eyeing a move there further back, not close enough, and they continue to cycle through, but this will be really the last chance for Pignataro if he wants to go on Steves, and Steves just has a much better exit there to the back straightaway. And this could be it here. Pignataro really needs a lot in the last 4th of this straightaway, and not going to be enough for him. And it looks to be Marshall Steves, but it's going to be a drag race all the way to the line. Pignataro to the bottom of the racetrack. Wasn't close enough to get it done. Steves, your winner here. Pignataro in 2nd. Todd Barron able to get the better of Kyle Uchinsky across the line, finishing 3rd. 4th for Uchinsky. Pinales across the line, 5th. Chalmers 6th. Ian Tudor 7th. Derek Dudley further back there in 8th. And the 2 drivers who unfortunately went for a spin earlier on for Nick Miller and Chuck Jensen find themselves 9th and 10th here, unfortunately. Dudley was able to get the better there of Tudor in 8th. So black and checkers, so we'll be under review after this one, but hectic first 206 Masters race here in this one. And when we come back, more and more racing action getting set to come our way. You're watching Kart Chaser's live coverage of the IKF Kart Nationals. Don't go anywhere.
Are you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today.
Kyle, I need a new 219 chain. I need a 77 tooth sprocket. I need some more chain lube, and I need it probably as soon as like tomorrow. Dude, are you even listening? Like, we need this to run this weekend.
Want anything else?
What do you mean?
I already got it in the car on Acceleration Kart Racing's online store, bro. All orders over $200 get free shipping.
Oh, throw in a set of tires.
Done.
Everything you need, all in one place and shipped to your door for free on orders of $200 or more. Exclusions apply. Shop AKR.com.
I'm David Serra, 18-time Australian karting champion, and we're launching Kart Class. Kart Class is an advanced digital training program that suits a driver who's just starting out in the sport, all the way to the driver looking to win a national championship. In this program, you're going to be learning about how to find the ideal racing line and what an apex is, braking and throttle markers, wet weather racing lines, and how to overtake other competitors. We target how to brake in the wet weather, and we look on the mental side of kart racing as well with our mental skills coach. At the completion of this program, you'll be lighting up purple sectors in qualifying, know when to defend on the opening laps, and how to pressure your opposition into mistakes. We teach you the tools to be resilient and how to get in the right frame of mind before a race. We look to complete the whole package by getting a strong mindset, a driving style to suit all conditions, strategizing your race, and getting the last 1% from your team. We'll teach you how to win the final lap of a race, drive in the wet like Max Verstappen, and creating the perfect bubble for yourself to mentally be in the zone. To find out more, click the link below.
Welcome back to on-track action here. KA100 Juniors getting set to go green with David Ibarra starting on the front row and on the pole position here alongside him, Tyrone Kemper Jr., Robertson Wakefield on row number 2, Hector Iturriaga on row number 3 alongside Luke Cruz, Gavin McCune, Matthew Duquette, Easton Cox, Otto Iturriaga, Davis Henry, Cadence Presley, and London Skidmore. Your drivers here in this one. Up in the booth here with me is the Midwest kid, Jerry Fandry, getting set to announce this one alongside of myself. So a lot of drivers to look out for here in this one, and into the start boxes we go, and we are racing here in KA Junior. Green flag is out. Ibarra on the inside there. Tyler Roberts on that inside. Kemper's able to get through. Wakefield looking to go through as well. Wakefield up to the third spot. Cruz looked to get out of line. Wasn't close enough to get his move done. He's going to stay in that 6th spot, but already that chicane providing some issues for some drivers there, but single file all the way through.
Yeah, now we got the top 3. We got David Ibarra, Tyrone Kemper right behind him in 2nd on that OTK. And looking here, just starting off the first lap, everyone slotting in line. And I believe we have the CRG up front of David Ibarra and the 811 of Christopher Wakefield out of Florida on the GFC this weekend, Caleb.
Yeah, a good, I guess, different colors for Christopher Wakefield here this weekend with a lot of shuffling there further back in the field, side-by-side action. But like you said, Christopher Wakefield out of Florida here in 3rd. We're used to seeing him in his low-key racing, Sodi Racing USA machine. And a little bit of different colors for him this weekend as we have a move there on the inside. What looks to be Iturriaga there getting the move done. And he is able to get it done. That was the A14 indeed of Hector Iturriaga with the A24 of Luke Cruz in that group as well. But a 2-car breakaway up at the front here. Luke Cruz here on your screen, working his way further up the field, but side-by-side action there further back in the field, and a couple of drivers there finding themselves kind of with their elbows out here early on. Cadence Presley, one of those drivers there as well. So a couple of movers so far. Luke Cruz up 2 spots up to the 4th spot. Wakefield in 3rd and kind of losing a little bit of touch here with your top 2, Jerry.
Yes, now we're watching Luke Cruz back into the 4th position with, I believe, Hector Iturriaga behind him. And yeah, those two are gonna have to get in line and start pushing if they want. And yeah, as I say that, the 899 of I believe Matthew Duquette down the inside of Luke Cruz gonna take over what I believe is the 4th position. Caleb.
Yeah, it's Tyler Roberts there in the 899 GFC machine. So Roberts here look to get that move done on Luke Cruz, and they continue to go side by side here. So for Cruz, who had a lot of pace all day yesterday, finds himself with a lot of pace here today as well. There you see Cruz kind of leading him away. And one of the important things that we see, especially in this KA junior class, at a track like this, is very draft dependent, and you don't want to find yourself going side by side in a lot of corners. You want to kind of push. You want to work with someone. Find a dancing partner, like we like to say, and push each other to kind of work your way up to the top 3 and maybe put yourself in contention within a podium in a heat race with the average, taking the average from all the heat races is going to be super important here, Jerry.
Yeah, exactly right, Caleb. And on your screen, what we're watching right now, I believe that is the fight for
6 with Matthew Duquette, Hector Iturriaga, and McCune there as well. So going to be something to look out for here, as well as we see all these drivers kind of cycle through that MSL Team Felon machine, that Gillard working his way through with Iturriaga in this group, McCune, Easton Cox a little bit further back in 9th, Davis Henry, and Aldo Iturriaga back there as well, Cadence Presley and Skidmore. They're your drivers who are also in a train there further back in the field. But something to look out for here is Tyron Kemper Jr. just went purple. A 105.729 for Tyron Kemper Jr. Ibarra still leading us away, 105.778. I mean, Jerry, I have to ask here, for Tyron Kemper Jr., being in the lead at the end of this one definitely isn't, all the best with all the drafting positions. When is it going to be time to make a move for Tyron Kemper Jr.?
Yeah, it really depends how he wants to play his cards, right? Especially around here with how strong the draft is, you really don't want to be P1, going into that last lap. You really want to be P2, so you could set up that draft and, make that move with, either last corner or 2 corners to go and then, just white line from there. We're going to see what he's doing. Not too sure how he's going to play his cards right now, Caleb.
Yeah, and to me it looks like he's kind of biding his time as a car length in between himself and Ibarra, so some breathing room here. But a driver who is running out of breathing room here is Christopher Wakefield, as he's fighting with Luke Cruz. So we look back at the battle for P3. Cruz there, Wakefield, and Tyler Roberts all were kind of side by side there for a second as Cruz looks to set up a move there on Wakefield on the bottom of the racetrack there. He's going to get some help from Roberts. Roberts going to push him through. Roberts gets clear on Wakefield as well, so Wakefield loses 2 spots there in that corner. So some time lost there for third on back, but the TB Kart South machine of Luke Cruz going to lead the group from third on back.
Yeah, now we have, I believe, that's Tyler Roberts down the inside with Wakefield pushing him through the last corner. Contact. Wakefield all the way off, going to have to use a little bit of the dirt. He's going to enter back on, and I believe Cruz has an issue trying to get back on the track. He's going to lose about 3 or 4 spots, Caleb.
Yeah, unfortunate there for Cruz. It looked like Wakefield there was just on the inside and a little late on the brakes and just went over Cruz there. So unfortunate there for Cruz, who was on for what looked to be a career best finish for him in this KA junior class. And man, a lot of work to do here for Cruz, who something could be bent on that kart. Could be the spindles on the front or something there, the tie rod. So we'll look at it here as he cycles his way through. But unfortunate for Cruz. You see the side pod there a little bit bent. So unfortunate there in Wakefield. So that'll be something that the stewards will look at after this one. But for Ibarra and Tyron Kemper Jr. kind of running away with it here in that battle. Really going to help them out and help their case here. But you see Kemper was biding his time with Ibarra. So with just about 30 seconds to go, will be 3 laps when they cross the stripe this time around.
Yeah, coming down to crunch time. It's about that point where, you gotta play your cards. You don't want to show them too early. It's obviously first heat of the day. We still got 2 more heats to go. But yeah, it looks like right now he's about 2 kart lengths off. He's going to close in a little bit through turn 1 and 2. And looking back at that second group, I believe it's pretty much split up third, fourth, and back. We had a little group around 5th and 6th, but yeah, just focusing on this battle for the lead right now, Caleb.
Yeah, focusing on the battle for the lead here, and I mean, like you said, that group kind of opened up, and with Tyler Roberts being in the 3rd spot, just found himself with a lot of time after that contact, found himself there. But for David Ibarra and Tyron Kemper Jr. in 1 and 2, just kind of lapping around here with a car length in between them. And it really seems, from what I'm seeing here, Jerry, Tyrone has a very good run when you get to the back straightaway, but struggles a little bit to keep up with Ibarra through that first sector. So could be a lot of differences. There could be a difference in driving here, but the CRG machine definitely rolling throughout all these sections. But that draft, keeping him in play here with 2 laps to go next time around.
Yeah, the CRG of David definitely rolling here. You know, I think we're coming down to either 2 to go or 2 to go this time by, and you know, it's crunch time. We're there. Yeah, Kemper seems to be a little better on the top end. Kind of struggles a little bit out of the corners, you know, just a little bit. You know, right here, like as soon as we get on this little short shoot here, he seems to get right back to the bumper as soon as we get into this turn 3, 4, 5 chicane.
Yeah, and you see it there. This is the gap opens up here a little bit when you get to this kind of left and right-hand section, like you said. And Ibarra, just that little bit of breathing room can definitely help him out. But you know Kemper's going to be super strong on that back straightaway, and Ibarra knows Kemper's going to be strong on that back straightaway. Tucks his head there under the steering wheel. So we'll see what it looks like here. 2 sticks were in the air last time by, so white flag will be in the air this time around, and you see that little bit of a wider exit there for Kemper, I should say. And there goes Ibarra moving to the bottom of the racetrack there. Not going to give Kemper any space to attempt the move. And you saw Ibarra needs to be careful with how late he goes to the bottom there. Doesn't want, I guess, to cause any attention from the stewards. So something to look out for here as Kemper now moves to the top. Looks to set up an over-under move here. Ibarra still defending from Kemper, and they're going to have a really, really slow run here, and they need to be careful with how much they defend and how much they fight, because it could allow Tyler Roberts to close down his gap as well to the top 2. But white flag in the air last time around for David Ibarra and Tyrone Kemper Jr.
Yeah, last time by, Kemper did indeed go purple again, and looks like Ibarra is starting to block white line here now that we are on the last lap. Kemper's going to set him up a little bit through what I believe is turn 5, and now on the run to turn 6, Caleb.
For the run in turn 6 here, Kemper to the top. Ibarra still defending here, and Kemper's going to have to get creative here with Ibarra if he wants to get that move done, and you see them in an all-out brawl here, looking to see who's going to take away heat race number 1, and Ibarra going to have to move over to the bottom of the racetrack here quickly. He does. Kemper to the top. And it would almost be better to kind of open up even more to the corner. They both lock up the brakes. Kemper looking to set up the over-under. Ibarra just misses his braking point there and loses a spot. Kemper Jr. gets it done, and that's going to hand it over to the kid from New Orleans. Tyrone Kemper Jr. set him up perfectly. Is going to win heat race number 1 in KA100 Jr. And that battle really closed on the gap to Tyler Roberts, but Kemper Jr., your winner here in heat race number 1 in KA Jr. Black and checkers out, obviously, after the contact with Cruz and Wakefield, who could have found themselves in the mix here as well, but Roberts across the line 3rd, Duquette 4th, Wakefield 5th, McCune in 6th, Luke Cruz 7th.
Yeah, Hector Iturriaga in P8, the 846 of Aldo Iturriaga in P9, the 849 of Davis Henry in P10, Cadence Presley P11, Easton Cox P12, and rounding out your field for the first KA100 Junior Heat is the 850 of London Skidmore, Caleb.
So I think we actually did get the penalty here live, and it could have been for Christopher Wakefield. So that could have been a plus 5 second penalty for Wakefield. He found himself crossing the line closer to the 5th spot, but you saw there on our timing screen, fell back to the 8th spot. So something to look out for here in this one, but KA100 Juniors done and dusted. Coming up next, more racing action coming our way. Let's take you through your starting lineup here in 206 Cadet. Tanner Barsh and Sawyer Chambers starting on row number 1 with Bryson McCormick and Miles Borte on row number 2.
In row number 3, we have the 275 with Tyler Morwick and the 218 of Caden Williams.
Go back to Aston White, Theo Mitchell, Drew Blem, Marshall Steves, Drew Guerrier, Jensen Willender, Evangelis Vargas, Benjamin Osborne, Wyatt White, Salvador Ruiz, Emery Peters, Tori Dangerous Daniels, Simon Klein. Your 10 rows here in this one. Simon Klein not able to qualify yesterday. Had to go back home for a family emergency, but back here and racing here today. Tanner Barsh, Sawyer Chambers getting set to go green here. Green flag is out. We are racing here, and already side by side all the way through this field. Sawyer Chambers getting stuck on the outside line. They make contact. Chambers not able to get through. Oh, and he makes contact as well. More and more drivers collected there, and that was all from that contact on what looked to be with McCormick, Chambers, Morwick, all just kind of getting locked in. And that found themselves off the racetrack. So unfortunate start for those drivers. A fortunate start for Aston White, already up to third and looking to set up an over-under. Nice and smooth there for the Brittle Art Machine. Not able to get it done the second time.
Yeah, Aston White slotting in what I believe is P3 behind that LN cart in front of him. He's going to pull out now, looking to make a move. Going to get a little help from behind. Not going to get it this time by. Going to have to sit in line. And, the leader's pretty far out, Caleb. If they want to get there, we still got a pretty long, we still got 5 minutes left here. They're going to have to get in line and start pushing if they want to get up to that leader, Caleb.
Yeah, no, I mean, for sure. We saw Aston White the race prior with Andrew Lee Anastasia. Wanted to push, wanted to get up there in the field, and just couldn't get it done, unfortunately. And here in this one, for Aston White, didn't want to waste any time compared to what he did in that Mini Swift final. So unfortunate there for Aston White, who just finds himself right behind Borche. So some work to do for him, but they go side by side there. Theo Mitchell further back in this field as well, getting some spots early on this one. But that contact early on, it seemed like one driver just clipped another, and then nowhere to go for Sawyer Chambers. Looked to get out of line and found himself collecting a couple of more with him. So there you see Chambers able to get ahead of Theo Mitchell that time around, but man, kind of just like an accordion effect there from what it looks like from our eyes here, Jerry.
Yeah, it seemed like just a little bit of contact, and especially coming out of that, what is the last corner now that the green is out, as Sawyer Chambers makes a move there. It just looks like they kind of just piled in. There really wasn't anywhere to go midfield back.
Yeah, no, for sure, and that's exactly what it looked like from up here. Is Theo Mitchell going to lose another spot there? Unfortunately, Drew Blem was a driver of the Nitro Kart able to get through as they go side by side further up the field as well, with what looks to be Guerrier there and Willender, if I'm not mistaken, as the battle further up. Wyatt still looking to get ahead of Barcher, not close enough there. So they're still going to battle it out here for second on back. But you see how much that fighting is really falling into the hands here. Tanner Barsh out in the lead. That CRG machine absolutely rolling here. And for second on back, if they can't really set their differences aside, it's really not going to help them out here as this race progresses, Jerry. And I mean, you know what that's like, whenever you want to fight for second on back and the leader is kind of just getting away every single lap.
Yeah, exactly. I had a race like that at Whiteland for Route 66 where, we had the pace to run at the leader, but, we really couldn't settle who wanted to lead the charge there. Gap got about 3/10 bigger last time by, Caleb.
And that's just all really due to the fighting there. So unfortunate for those couple of drivers as we look on. Willender in this group. Theo Mitchell looking to get to the rear bumper there of Blem as well. Willender and Guerrier all in that group. So they're going to go side by side. And Theo Mitchell, McCormick looking to go on the inside there of Mitchell. There goes McCormick on the inside. He's able to get clear. Mitchell loses yet another spot. And right behind him, Morwick, not too far back. So something to look out for here. McCormick in this group as they go side by side. And the 275 of Morwick gets through. So Mitchell just falling like a rock here, unfortunately, in this one. And you see that front fairing looks kind of damaged here from my eyes. So it could be something to look out for. But these drivers already losing a little bit of touch with the drivers further up ahead. And that's all due to the fighting like we said earlier on, Jerry. Sawyer Chambers already up to P5 here after that first lap incident. Williams in fourth. Borche still in the third spot with Wyatt now leading that group, and they look to be a little stagnant here, not fighting too much, and side-by-side action here with Willender and a couple of others going side-by-side, and two drivers get collected. One driver goes around there on the main straightaway, and that was a big one. Willender the driver involved. Ruiz looked to be involved as well. I think was able to get back going again, but Willander looks to be out of this race early here, unfortunately. And wow, look just to go over the rear bumper there, and you kind of clinch your teeth, Jerry, as you saw them go side by side through there. And unfortunate end to that race there for Willander.
Yeah, we had the Nitro Kart kind of get a 2-for-1 special there, and then he kind of crossed him over, and as soon as they rubbed tires, I was like, this is not going to go well, and it did not, Caleb.
Yeah, unfortunate for those drivers who get together, but we look at the gap further up ahead with Tanner Barsh, Austin Wyatt there, Borche in the third spot, with Williams in the fourth spot. So all these drivers kind of single file and pushing each other along here, and fighting isn't really going to do much for them at this point, rather than either end up in the wall or end up in the grass here, and that's definitely not what they want when they want to have a good average for the main event tomorrow. So for these drivers, still kind of single file, not pushing too much. Chambers looking out into the top 4 in P5 here, so some work to do for them, but man, so a couple of drivers collected here early on already in this one, so about 3 or 4 drivers here collected. About 5 drivers collected here so far in this race, Jerry, and unfortunate, because we like to see everybody kind of get through and keep it clean and see some good racing action, but fortunately that wasn't the case here in this one.
Yeah, today's really not that important. Everyone's looking at that eagle tomorrow, right, Caleb? And, it's really important that you can finish these heat races so that you have a good starting position for that feature event tomorrow. And, that gap last time by from Tanner Barsh to Aston Wyatt only closed about 2/10, and I believe we're getting 2 sticks this time by. I might be wrong. We're coming down to 2 sticks in the air. And, they're just not enough time to get there. They finally figured out, let's get in line, let's push, but not going to be enough time.
Yeah, no, for sure. And, they definitely are closing down the gap, like you said. They could just run out of time, but if you're Miles Borcha, you're definitely looking ahead and seeing the gap to Tanner Barsh kind of close down every time you cross the stripes. You're going to know, I got to keep pushing. I got to keep my head down. And Aston Wyatt just went purple, 0.7 of a second. To that gap, that it was big chunk there for Aston Wyatt and Tanner Barsh. So 0.7 closer is Aston Wyatt this time by, and whatever he's doing is definitely working, because that long run pace seems to be in the hands here and in the lap of Aston Wyatt. So we'll see what it looks like when they cross the stripe. But 2.6, we're in the air, so they may just run out of time, like you said, Jerry. May fall 1 lap too short, but man, the pace that Tanner Barsh had to kind of stay out ahead has been really surprising nonetheless.
Yeah, as soon as they figured out what order they needed to be in, it's been flyer after flyer after flyer, Caleb. I believe if they had another probably 4 laps, they would probably get there. But it's just not going to be enough time. We're gonna look at the gap this time by, how much it closes up. Aston and Miles have still been pushing, so the gap should come down, and there might be a chance, Caleb. It's gonna be a long shot, but there might be a chance.
It'll for sure be very close whenever Wyatt and Miles cross this line here shortly, and it looks a lot closer on this back straightaway. So there could be very well a chance here for Aston Wyatt, and you see him pointing emphatically to Miles right behind, telling him to continue to push forward. White flag in the air this time by, and for Tanner Barsh, if you take a look over your shoulder here at some point, you'll see that Brell Art machine he does there. So definitely gonna have to get a move on here. He wants to stay away from Aston Wyatt, so something to look out for here as we get to the final stages. But you see how much grip Aston Wyatt has in that Brell Art machine. Almost goes up on 2 wheels through that corner there, Jerry.
Yeah, a lot of grip. I can say for myself, racing earlier this morning, even with the track being dusty, there was a lot of grip down. We were only about 0.7 off of, qualifying times from yesterday. And asking the Miles behind him to give him a push. But I don't know if they're going to be close enough, Caleb.
Yeah, Tanner looks very, very strong throughout that kind of first sector of the racetrack, but it's here in this kind of second and third sector where you see Aston kind of close down his gap with Miles, and you'll see it on the back straightaway. Aston just gets super, super close there to the CRG machine out in front, so you'll see it again, but Miles doesn't want to waste any more time. Side by side with Wyatt, Miles going to be able to get ahead up to second, and that gap closes down so much throughout that back straightaway with a draft, so that's going to be it for your 206 cadet class. Tanner Barsh takes the first win of the weekend in heat race number 1. Miles in second, Wyatt third, Williams across the line fourth. Sawyer Chambers after lap 1 contact across the line in P5. Williams was third, Wyatt crossed fourth. There goes Chambers across the line in 5th. McCormick, 6th. Tyler Morwack in 7th. Dean Gearier, 8th. Theodore Mitchell, 9th. Torrey Dangerous Daniels, P10.
Salvador Ruiz, P11. Simon Klein, P12. Wyatt White, P13. Benjamin Osborne, P14. Vargas, P15. Jensen Willander, P15. The other Vargas brother, P16. Peters, P17. Drew Blem, P18 after the DNF. And
Marshall Steves, unfortunately, not able to close this one out here. Your 19th driver in this field. But some picket getting set to come our way here in 206 Cadet when we come back. More racing action here with what could be your KA seniors, and it is. So we are excited for that one coming your way next year.
If you want beautiful, solid wood, made in America dining room furniture, come out and see the new selection of beautiful dining room tables, chairs at Gallery Furniture, and best of all, buy this beautiful, oh so comfortable, made in America dining room furniture, tables, chairs, servers. Gallery Furniture delivers free to Houston area home in 3 or 4 hours tonight. Make family members on your beautiful new dining room table and chairs. Buy it today. New arrivals, Gallery Furniture delivers free in 3 or 4 hours to your home today.
Your KA 100 seniors out on the racetrack now with Alex Stanfield. Won the Eagle yesterday on the pole position here today. Landon Skinner alongside him in 2nd. Peyton Phillips 3rd. Truly Adams starting on row number 2 in 4th. Dallas Dunlap 5th. Ethan Williams starting 6th. Nicholas Stouffer and Max Sega P7 and 8 respectively.
Car Chaser's very own Xander Clements starting out row 5. Evan Donald alongside him. Row 6, Ian Howell, Wyatt Renfro. Row 7, Ryan Clark, Joseph Hewitt. Row 8, Jake Faulkner, Nathan Heath. And rounding out the field, Shotgun Charlie is the 902 CRG card of Cohen Summers.
And it could have been either an engine change for Jake Faulkner and Cohen Summers. Faulkner qualified 10th, but some sort of change put him further back in the field, and could be the same here for Cohen Summers. So all to play for here. 17 drivers total in this KA 100 senior class. And your usual suspects up at the front, Alex Stanfield, with probably more laps than any other driver in this field here at Amarillo Kart Complex, and leading the TB kart train here in this one. So we'll see what it looks like. Peyton Phillips there, a strong driver to watch as well. And we get to this back straightaway. Truly Adams telling drivers to kind of slow their roll here a little bit. And we've seen some hectic starts here going into turn number 1. So we'll see what it looks like. Green flag is out. We are racing here in KA Senior. Some drivers already shuffling. Contact there further back in the field. A couple of drivers collected early on in this one. Some drivers through the grass. And already some drivers up and over. One driver into the wall here early on. So hectic start so far, but Alex Stanfield smooth sailing up at the front. Summers looking to set up an over-under. He's going side by side there for a second, so going to be something to look out for. Phillips already up to 2nd. Skinner drops back to 3rd.
Yeah, I believe one of those drivers with the TB card of Nick Stouffer, Caleb. Stanfield about out to a 2/10 gap so far. Phillips in 2nd. Landon Skinner in 3rd, and it's still early days. First lap. Everyone's going to try to get in line and try to get into that draft of that lead group, and times are going to fluctuate, especially with we're starting to get into the heat of the day. And I believe now we're looking at Truly Adams and Ethan Williams.
There you have it, Truly Adams and Williams right behind him. Dallas Dunlap in this group as well, with what I believe is Ian Howell there ahead of Clements. So some shuffling so far, and Truly Adams, and you see how much speed they carry throughout this back straightaway and how deep on the brakes Truly Adams is. Almost sends his factory kart machine a little sideways there, and looks to close down his gap to Dunlap. So lap time starting to come in. Stanfield, your quickest driver here. Phillips in 2nd, Skinner in 3rd. Dunlap 4th, Adams 5th here at the moment, Williams 6th, Howell in 7th, Clements in 8th, Faulkner 6 spots gained in this start. Your biggest mover so far, or I should say Cohen Summers, your biggest mover so far, right behind him in the 10th spot, CRG MSL machine. So already a kind of spaced out race so far, Jerry, but definitely not going to stay that way with the draft here.
Yeah, I mean, even what we were just looking at there with Faulkner behind Xander, especially being teammates, he's going to try to get to the back of Xander's bumper and push up to this next group. With I believe that's Ian Howell on our screen right now. But yeah, definitely gonna close up here soon, Caleb.
Yeah, and from my eyes, those TB cars kind of lose a little bit of time there, but more and more battling further back in this field. As you see the Burlap machine there get ahead. You see Stouffer now at the tail end of this group as they go side by side there. Howell, Faulkner switches positions with Clements, who just seems to be down on power here, and that's definitely not what you need here at Amarillo Kart Complex with all these straightaways. So definitely going to figure something out either with carburation or whatever it could be, but was really quick yesterday, and since then just kind of falling down with whatever power issues they have going on. So Clements falls back to the 9th spot, but single file all the way throughout this field, and the battles that go on further back with Donald, Clark, Heath, Stouffer as well, Sega back there, and Renfro and Hewitt with some issues. But yeah, it's been a race so far, and a lot happened in that first lap. So 3 minutes to go, and a couple of gaps here already. Stanfield, half a second gap back to Phillips. Skinner with half a second back from Phillips as well. So some battling here, but Phillips, we're going to expect to see him kind of close down his gap whenever he gets his back straightaway with the draft.
Yeah, especially being here at Amarillo, the draft is oh so crucial. And yeah, I mean, look right here. Look at Phillips closing up right on the brakes right here. Going to be now on the back bumper of our leader, Alex Stanfield. And I believe we're coming here to start lap 3, Caleb.
Yeah, lap number 3 getting set to go underway. 2.5 minutes to go. So we'll see what it looks like. But you're starting to see Phillips close down his gap, close it by 0.2 this time around. And Stanfield definitely knows it, as Phillips gets that little bit closer to Stanfield this time by. So heat racing action. And Jerry, I mean, you said these heat races don't have as much importance as obviously tomorrow when they try to win the Duffy, but it's definitely going to set you up with a good starting spot here after these heat races for tomorrow's main event.
Yeah, you'd rather want to start in, the first 2 rows for that final tomorrow, so you don't got to really work the tires in for the first half of that feature tomorrow, because, it's going to be hot. And if you have to overwork those tires to get positions early into tomorrow's final, it's not going to be looking good for you coming, for that second half of that feature. If you've already burned up your tires trying to pick up positions early in the race. And, yeah, we're on lap 3 right now. Everyone biding their time. Phillips to the back bumper of Stanfield into the last corner here at Amarillo. And it looks like Peyton's just going to sit on the back bumper and just try to push Stanfield away from Skinner behind in the GFC.
Yeah, so we'll see what it looks like, and it definitely seems that way. If Phillips decides to make the move there on Stanfield, Skinner is definitely going to be brought right back into play. Dunlap, unfortunately, just losing a little bit of time to the top 3 here, who have a lot of pace here. So those top 3 going to pull away here that little bit from 4th on back. And Adams there as Phillips, a move there on Stanfield, and I don't think Stanfield really saw it coming as they're going to start to fight. Skinner, like I said, brought right back into play, and Stanfield going to slot right back into line there, Jerry.
Yeah, Stanfield's going to throw a little bit of a half block into what I believe is turn 6, and Alex pointing forward right there. I'm sure Alex wants to just push forward and, just try to create a gap back to Dallas, so they have some real estate when they go to really fight coming when the 2 sticks come in the air, Caleb.
Yeah, and if you look at it, to me it seems like Stanfield has a little bit more pace, but that draft just doing so much for Peyton Phillips last time around, and as that race progressed, and you see the draft doing so much for Stanfield this time, and he has to go, knows it, into the last couple of corners there. Stanfield's able to get through. Skinner looking to go through on Phillips as well. Skinner gets clear. So 1 and 2, a little bit of a change this time around, and Phillips was in the lead for a total of almost 3 to 4 corners here, and Stanfield didn't waste any time, but it's going to be a drafting game all the way through, Jerry, and you saw it right there and right then and there. I mean, Phillips was able to get through with the draft, and Alex Stanfield was able to get him right back.
Yeah, and as you say that, Phillips now down the inside of Skinner. And I'll tell you, Caleb, this fighting is not helping their gap back to Dallas. Last time by, the group with Dallas, Truly Adams, and I believe Ethan Williams closed up about 0.4. So if they keep this up, that second group of Dunlap, Adams, and Williams might close up near the end.
Yeah, and I want to take a look here at Truly Adams, who sits in that 5th spot. To me, it seems like just a little bit too much grip for him, and you see an adjustment there for Phillips on the needles. But to me, it seems like this group for Adams just kind of hops throughout the corners and finds himself with a lot of grip there. Obviously, we didn't see it there, but on one of the left-handers there further back in the field, and that's been kind of one of the struggle points for a lot of drivers here so far. This, new compound, the heat this weekend as well, has kind of made it difficult for some of them to kind of free up their go-karts, and you found some issues with that as well earlier on this weekend, Jerry, with kind of making that go-kart free enough for you to drive, for you to kind of flow those corners, and when you hop, it kind of does all that, ruins your momentum, ruins your run to the next corner.
Yeah, I mean, if I was to compare my setup on the TV now to my OTK setup I had in at the Grand Nationals in medium and heavy, where I almost won heavy, I would say we are farther stiffer on just about everything on the chassis than we were even there at the CKNA Grand Nationals. So yeah, there's a lot of grip down here at Amarillo, Caleb.
Yeah, a lot of grip, and all to do with either the heat down here at the Panhandle or the new compound as well. That's just provided a little bit of a softer and faster lap time. So we'll see what it looks like. But that gap closed down a lot more. Phillips there looked to fade down low. Wasn't close enough to get his move done on Stanfield. So they're going to stay in line. But I'm not going to be surprised if I see Phillips there go for a move here in the last two corners. And you see that draft doing a lot for the High Five Racing machine. Stanfield's going to defend, though. 2-6 were in the air last time by. White flag in the air this time around. Phillips with a good move. Looks to get the over-under done. Phillips through the grass. Skinner goes to the point here. White flag in the air this time around. There goes Stanfield on the inside. Phillips lost a lot of time there. So Landon Skinner, for the first time in this heat race, going to be your leader.
Yeah, Skinner finally out to the lead, and it looks like they've now created a little bit of a gap there to Phillips after he had a little bit of dirt and grass onto his tires. But yeah, white flag in the air. What will Stanfield do, Caleb? That's the question.
Yeah, it's definitely, we know Alex Stanfield, a driver of that caliber, definitely not going to want to be in second at the end of this one, but has to hit his marks, has to be there in the end, and it was kind of argy-bargy there the last time when they crossed the stripe, so we'll see what it looks like for Stanfield this time by, and to me it seems like Skinner is able to have the upper hand on these drivers, so all the way through single file line, and you said that battling was closing down the gap to Dallas Dunlap, and it definitely did. So we'll see if Stanfield has enough run down this back straightaway to get the move done on Landon Skinner. It closes, and closes, but not sure if Stanfield will be close enough, and look to go on the inside. Thought better of it. Slots back to second, and ultimately that's going to leave Landon Skinner to win heat race number 1. Alex Stanfield across the line second, Phillips third. Dunlap lost a spot there in the end. Williams in fourth. Dunlap fifth. Truly Adams rounds up your top 6.
Ian Howell in P7. Jake Faulkner in P8. Xander Clements in P9. Nick Stouffer P10. Evan Donnell P11. Cohen Summer up 5 spots into P12. Nathan Heath in P13. Ryan Clark P14. Max Saga P15. And rounding out your K100 senior field is Wyatt Renfro.
Yeah, unfortunate for Renfro, got caught up at that start early on in this one. So unfortunate, I guess I shouldn't even say end, start to his race, start and end. And we say it many times, you can't win the race in turn number 1, but you can definitely lose it. So that was it for your KA100 seniors here at Amarillo. When we come back, more racing action set to come our way here. You're watching Kart Chasers live coverage of the IKF Grand Nationals presented by the Texas Sprint Racing Series.
Are you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today.
Kyle, I need a new 219 chain. I need a 77 tooth sprocket. I need some more chain lube, and I need it probably as soon as tomorrow. Dude, are you even listening? We need this to run this weekend.
Want anything else?
What do you mean?
I already got it in the car on Acceleration Kart Racing's online store, bro. All orders over $200 get free shipping.
Oh, throw in a set of tires.
Done.
Everything you need, all in one place and shipped to your door for free on orders of $200 or more. Exclusions apply. Shop AKR.com.
I'm David Serra, 18-time Australian karting champion, and we're launching Kart Class. Kart Class is an advanced digital training program that suits a driver who's just starting out in the sport, all the way to the driver looking to win a national championship. In this program, you're going to be learning about how to find the ideal racing line and what an apex is. Braking and throttle markers, wet weather racing lines, and how to overtake other competitors. We target how to brake in the wet weather, and we look on the mental side of kart racing as well with our mental skills coach. At the completion of this program, you'll be lighting up purple sectors in qualifying, know when to defend on the opening laps, and how to pressure your opposition into mistakes. We teach you the tools to be resilient and how to get in the right frame of mind before a race. We look to complete the whole package by getting a strong mindset, a driving style to suit all conditions, strategizing your race, and getting the last 1% from your team. We'll teach you how to win the final lap of a race, driving the wet like Max Verstappen, and creating the perfect bubble for yourself to mentally be in the zone. To find out more, click the link below.
.206 Junior on the racetrack here now as we get set to go green for their first heat race here of the weekend. Gavin McCune and Christopher Wakefield on the front row. Chris Tracy and Davis Henry on row 2. Wade Borcher and Cooper Perez on row number 3. Landon Warren and Steven Searock on row number 4. Shelby Ramirez and Maui Angel on row number 5. Mia Johnson and Lucas Fink on row number 6. Ava Blem and John Paul McCurry, after an engine change overnight, finds himself shotgun Charlie on the field. Green flag in the air this time around. And already a couple of drivers side by side. Wakefield into the grass there. Looks to get the move done on the outside. Just ran out of room, and unfortunate there for Wakefield as your leader here, McCune, looks to hold on, not close enough, and Wakefield finds himself in the grass yet again, looking to get a move done. So Wakefield 2 times, 2 corners in a row into the grass here, and I'm sure they'll take a look at that after the race, but already a lot of shuffling. A couple of drivers there off the racetrack, one of the invaders off. A Burrell Art Machine of Mo Curry finds himself in the grass, so a lot of drivers here collected early on in this one, so unfortunate start for those drivers, and more battling all the way through this field. Issues for one driver there further back in the field. Davis Henry, the 349, collected from 5th, so his OTK machine with some sort of issue and not happy, and wow, a hectic start so far for these 206 juniors, and already single file all the way through this field, and more and more drivers looking to get themselves up into the mix here for Davis Henry here as well. Wade Borcher there further back, and we'll see what it looks like. Chris Tracy up there as well. I shouldn't say lone Trackside Karting Services GFC, but we usually see him work with Robert Arena. Not here this weekend, unfortunately, but some drivers already have had some good moves, and a couple of drivers off the racetrack there. The Burrell Art Machine, the Santana Racing Company machine off the racetrack here. Unfortunate there. Lucas Fink, I believe, was found off the racetrack. Ava Blem, fastest driver on the racetrack. Shelby Ramirez with a couple of good spots gained up to 5th. So a lot of battling. Nonetheless, Chris Tracy already to the bumper of Wade here for that second spot, side by side there further back from one of the invaders of what I believe is Cooper Perez. So some battling all the way throughout, and single file line, Shelby Ramirez leading us away. Cooper Perez, right behind Shelby. So another one of the invaders there further back in the field. And what looks to be Maui Angel. So Landon Warren, the driver in that group as well. So a lot of battling all the way throughout as they go down the back straightaway here, and a move there on the inside for Perez, who looks to get clear. He does. Shelby Ramirez lose a little bit of time there, and what could fall into the hands here of Steven Searock to get through on Ramirez as well. So Maui Angel in 8th. That's going to help him out a lot. Ava Blem as well, who didn't have the best qualifying she would have hoped for. But they all continue to cycle through single file to the start, finish, and main straightaway here. Groups of 2, it seems like, here for Christopher Wakefield and Wade Borcher in first and second. Then you go back to Gavin McCune and Chris Tracy as well in a group of 2. Cooper Perez and Ramirez, they're working together. C-Rock was able to get ahead of Ramirez that time by, so Ramirez falls back to the 7th spot here as we have a battle there. C-Rock on the inside there of Perez. C-Rock's able to get through. Perez doesn't want to lose a spot that easily. He's going to go by. Back up to the 5th spot here, so no change as of yet. C-Rock, the only driver there on your timing chart there who made that move, and Lucas Fink, Ava Blem as well, getting ahead of Warren. So some battling throughout this field. McCurry, who qualified on the pole yesterday, unfortunately lost it after an engine change overnight. I think he should still find himself winning an Eagle, getting awarded that Eagle after winning the pole position, but unfortunate start to his race. So everybody single file here as Christopher Wakefield still leads us away. The kid from Florida, some good pace in his Trackside Karting Services GFC machine. $20 seconds to go left in this heat race. Should be 3 laps to go. I guess that time around, so 2 laps to go when they cross the stripe. This time around for Christopher Wakefield and Wade Borcher, so be something to look out for here as McCune too far back here in 3rd, unfortunately. Hasn't been able to close down his gap. Chris Tracy as well in 4th. Perez, C-Rock to Ramirez to Fink, then Warren. Now Angel, Ava Blem, Mel Curry, Mia Johnson, and Davis Henry unfortunately collected at the start. So something to look out for here nonetheless, but not too much battling as of yet for all these drivers, as we'll have 6 laps in the books this time when they cross the stripe. 7 laps total in this race. So 2-6 in the air this time around. 2 laps to go for your 206 juniors. White flag in the air this time by the final lap around for your 206 juniors as Christopher Wakefield still leads us away from Wade Borcher. And this battle now starting to come unglued here as Wade looks to set up an over-under on Wakefield. Wasn't close enough there into that section, and there goes Wakefield still holding off for the lead of this race. And further back for McCune and others as well, still battling groups of 2 kind of all the way throughout this field as Wakefield still holds on to the lead here. It's going to be a good, I guess, drafting opportunity for Wade whenever he gets to that back straightaway. And we'll see if he's close enough to put himself within a shot to get that move done. Moves to the outside. Wakefield still on the bottom of the racetrack. Looks to hold on to the lead. He does for now. for Wade. Wasn't close enough to get it done. And we'll see what it looks like this time. Final time to the back straightaway. Wade going to have a good run. Wakefield's going to stay to the bottom of the racetrack here to hold on to that lead. Doesn't go to the bottom. That opens the door for Wade to get through. And Wade able to take the lead here. Wakefield looking to go around the outside. Not going to be close enough. Runs out of room and into the dirt here for Wakefield. Side by side, that's going to be Wade who takes the win in heat race number 1 in 2:06 Junior. Wakefield in second. McCune third. Tracy across the line fourth. Shelby Ramirez and Perez go side by side. Perez able to get fifth. Ramirez in sixth. Searock in seventh. Side by side there for Ava Blem. And you see Wakefield losing a spot there after penalties, falling down a third. Maui Angel in ninth. Ava Blem 8th. Landon Warren 10th. Lucas Fink 11th. John Paul McCurry 12th. Mia Johnson 13th. So that's it for your 2:06 Juniors.
So you will finally want to get behind the wheel, huh?
Yeah, I've been shooting for 3 years and I've never got to drive.
Well, you're going to need some more gear than just your helmet. Why don't you go to shopakr.com. They got their inventory online and they'll ship it the same day if you order before 5:30 p.m. Eastern.
They got shoes?
Yep.
Gloves?
Yep.
Rib protectors?
Got those too.
Can they make me go fast?
No.
Here at Acceleration Kart Racing, we've got everything you need to get on track. What happens next? Well, that's on you. Check us out online at shopakr.com.
Here at MPG Motorsports, our main goal is to provide the best pathway into professional motorsports for our entire team, drivers and mechanics alike. We're based out of Whiteland Raceway Park in Indiana. For more information, contact us at chase@mpg-motorsports.com.
Studies show that even the best current generation of simulators only convince 50% of the human brain that they are real. Here at Simcraft, that just isn't realistic enough. Developed to offer the most realistic karting sim experience in the world, all testing has shown that the physics engine used in Simcraft's Grid 1 model convinces 90% of the human brain that you are actually on track. Now that is the real deal.
Your KA 100 Masters on the racetrack now with Randy Rogers starting on the pole position alongside of him, Neil Faulkner. Jose Eduardo de la Garza Elizondo starting third. You go back to Daniel Howie, P4, Slade Miller, P5, Will Combs, P6 here in this one. So 6 minutes plus 2 laps. There you see your starting grid. 3 rows for your KA Masters in heat race number 1. So after this, we'll go straight into your 206 seniors and then a lunch break for us here for the Hard Work Texas Sprint Racing Series crew and our hardworking car chaser crew. But that being said, green flag in the air, and we are racing here with your KA Masters. A good start for Randy Rogers on the outside. Neil Faulkner getting stuck there. Elizondo able to get through to the second spot. Side by side, as there you see Daniel Howie going up to that third spot. Slade Miller as well. Slade up to third, and Will Combs there further back in that 6th spot. Neil Faulkner fell back to 5th there, unfortunately. Daniel Howie as well, able to work his way up to 4th. And for Slade Miller, just went a little wide there. Lost a lot of time. And there goes Howie on the inside. He's able to get clear up to 4th, but already a runaway for your first and second drivers for Elizondo and Randy Rogers leading us away here. And the TB kart's fighting here with the CRG Norton machine of Slade Miller. So Miller here just struggling a little bit with the TB karts of Howie, Faulkner, and Combs. So we'll see what Miller's got for Howie on the back straightaway. There goes Miller, fades low, thinks better of it back in the line. So wasn't able to get the move done that time by. So they're able to cycle their way through as they get to this back straightaway section. And there you see Slade Miller going to fall under fire here to Neil Faulkner here shortly. As Faulkner's going to have a good shot into turn number 1. We'll see what it looks like there for Faulkner. Not close enough this time around in turn number 1, but has a really good exit. Much better exit here than Miller. Miller again goes a bit wide. Faulkner looking to go through on Slade. Couldn't get it done, as they're still going to continue to fight. And for Faulkner, it's going to be important kind of here to see where Miller's kind of struggling and to plan out where to make a move. So Faulkner kind of biding his time, being patient with it, and kind of jogging here with Miller for position. So we'll see what it looks like. Faulkner loses a little bit of time there on the back straightaway and not going to be close enough to get it done. And deep on the brakes there for Miller. Works his way through, but still a very spaced out race. This is the closest battle on the racetrack here. Some battling here still for Slade Miller and Neil Faulkner going side by side there for a second, and Faulkner just not able to get ahead of here of Slade Miller. So just over a minute to go left in this one, and they continue to cycle their way through as Randy Rogers, so your leader, Elizondo, still in the second spot. For Daniel Howie, still in the third spot. Slade Miller and Neil Faulkner in the battle we're on now. It's the battle for fourth, and Will Combs back in sixth here. Lost a little bit of touch with the two drivers on your screen there. So still some battling, and as your top two get that little bit closer, Elizondo closing in here on Randy Rogers. Elizondo with a good run on this back straightaway, looking on the inside there of Rogers. Thinks better of it, back in a line there. But had a really good run on that back straightaway, and now Rogers knows that gap's going to be there, or I should say not be there. And at a car length here, 20 seconds to go, 3 laps to go left in this heat race for your K8 Masters. And already still single foul for Rogers and Elizondo, who still tries to get creative here with Rogers. Not able to get that move done as of yet, but next time around, going to be 2 laps to go. And you see there for Elizondo kind of just pushing on his high five machine there on the inside. He's able to get through on Rogers, who gets the over-under move done quite nicely there. They go side by side into this section, and jockey for position here. Rogers able to get back ahead. Daniel Howie found himself there in the dirt and off the racetrack there. Now Rogers still leads us away with Elizondo there in that second spot. Howie was closing down his gap after the battling in between Rogers and Elizondo, but ultimately opened up there at the end of it. And after he found himself in the dirt. So Faulkner finally able to get ahead there of Slade Miller, so he's up to fourth. But the battle here looking really close as there you have it. Elizondo on the inside on Rogers, who looks to get the over-under move done again. He's able to get it done and back up to the lead of the race as Rogers now going to see if he can pull away any little bit from Elizondo. Going to have to defend here to keep the lead of this one, and going to be the white flag in the air this time around for Rogers and Elizondo. So all to play for here for these drivers. Three drivers in the lead group now with Elizondo, Howie in this group as well, and Rogers, who loses the lead of the race in that same corner again, looks to set up the over-under move. They go side by side, and you see that front bumper of Elizondo pushed in, so that could be something to look out for here. But Rogers looking to go back, not close enough, looks over his shoulder, sees that the TV card of Howie is very much in play here. So last time around, white flag in the air, final time around, and for Rogers, going to really have to stay in the draft here. Has a good run here coming in the last 2 corners. Rogers looking not close enough, and that's going to hand it over to Elizondo at the end of this one to take away heat race number 1 in KA Masters. Randy Rogers second, Daniel Howie third, Neil Faulkner across the line here in fourth, Slade Miller P5, and you go back with Will Combs P6. So that was it for your KA Masters. Coming up next, your 206 seniors presented by Shaw Stickers and Stuff, and that's actually what the sponsor name is. I'm not just making that up. So Shaw Stickers provides I guess all decals for some teams here this weekend, and definitely check them out if you're interested on some new decals for your go-kart. But That being said, your marquee class coming up here in a couple of moments' time. Don't go anywhere.
Are you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today.
This is Henry. Henry feels sad. Henry feels sad because it's time for his next big race and his go-kart is in bits. Henry doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing is the United States' #1 shop for all of your karting equipment needs. Henry also doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing can deliver anything from tires to race suits and even wheels directly to your front door or to the racetrack itself, quickly and efficiently, with tech support available 6 days a week. Poor Henry doesn't even know that Acceleration Kart Racing offers free shipping to mainland USA on selected product if you spend $200 or more. Do yourself a favor. Go to accelerationkarting.com and make sure that you are never left stuck on the pre-grid with Henry. Be smart and don't be like Henry.
Welcome back to Amarillo, Texas. We get set to go green with our 206 seniors, presented by Shaw Stickers and Stuff. As we get set to go green, Aiden Rudolph and Alex Stanfield starting on the front row. Jacob Oliver and Landon Skinner on row number 2. Then you go back to Josie Chambers and Bryce Frank on row 3. Kelvin Zing, Matthew Winfrey on row 4. Jerry Fandry and Reagan Seville on row number 5. Joseph Hewitt, Todd Barrett, Garrett Weaver, Tyler Stevens, Michael Haymans running up your top 15 and many more getting set to take the green flag. Truly Adams going from the back of the field. So we'll look for him to work his way up the field. But two drivers who have been super dominant in 2-stroke categories come here and dominate in 4-stroke categories here this week. And as you see Fandry there pointing the drivers further behind to slow their roll down a little bit. But we get set to go green with the CRG and the TB kart up in front. Green flag is out, and we are racing here in 206 senior. A good start for that inside line. A lot of drivers there stuck on the outside. A couple of drivers there go around and kind of get stuck there further back. Skinner goes a little wide there, but side by side all the way through. One driver goes around. That's Todd Barron, who went around there on the main straightaway facing the wrong way for the Mach 1 machine. And everybody able to cycle their way through, except for Barron there, unfortunately, who found himself facing the wrong way after what looked to be one driver who moved over. Josie Chambers there in the 3rd spot with Jacob Oliver in 2nd. Kelvin Zing in the MGM AR Academy machine there in the 4th spot, with Seville already up 5 spots. A couple of drivers go sideways there. It would look to be Fitz there who went sideways through that corner, but everybody single file line. The TB karts of Stanfield unfortunately starting on that outside line. No help for him there as he lost out on that start, but already Chambers looking to go on the inside here of Jacob Oliver. Looks on the inside, and they go side by side. A little bit of wheel bang in there, and Oliver loses a spot. There goes Kelvin Zing side by side as well. Seville looking to push his teammate through on Chambers and Kelvin Zing. Not able to get it done, and he's going to have some help from one of the Invader machines there further back, and thinks better of it, does Zing, so he's going to slot back in the line, and the Invader there, what looks to be Winfrey, able to get through that time by. So Stanfield and Fandry, the lead TB karts in this field at the moment, sit there further back inside of the top 10. But Rudolph, your leader here in the CRG Norda machine. Chambers in 2nd, Oliver 3rd. Reagan Seville there in 4th, side by side for Zing. And Alex Stanfield there for a 2nd. Stanfield able to get ahead of Kelvin Zing. So Stanfield up a couple of spots here already after losing out on that start. But unfortunate for that outside line, just kind of losing out here early on in this one. Single file line all the way through. Aiden Rudolph still your leader. Josie Chambers, a couple of car lengths in between him and the leader. So third on back, just going to have to kind of push each other forward here in this one. Xander, it's already, we saw some contact already after moving that, the kind of start line here to the back straightaway, and still some drivers having issues with it early on.
Yeah, I mean, this racetrack, either way you do it, whether you do the starts here at the end of this long bend or you do the starts going down into the turn 1-2 chicane, it's just a tight corner. It's a hard braking zone, especially here. Granted, with the slower speeds, I mean, they do everything they can to kind of give guys room to get through. And, you know, if you end up getting shoved wide there's no massive curb like there is here in turns 1 and 2. But without a doubt, I mean, it stacks everybody up. You've got the biggest class of the weekend on the racetrack right now. You're going to see a little bit of probably some contact and some attrition in that first corner. We just saw a little bit more, looked like, there in the chicane. That looked to be Tyler Stevens on the High Five Performance Tony kart that kind of got shoved off and into the dirt. So there, too, I mean, you go from too wide and even, once they're up to full speed coming out of that last turn, it narrows down to single file really, really quick. So you just got to be careful. But as we check in with our leaders here with the gap that Aiden had to start, that's all but gone now. And the pack is a little bit split off the back end, going back to Kelvin Jing in 7th. Bryce Frank looked like he worked his way past Jerry Fandry Jr. for the 8th spot, and they're just a bit back from your top 7. But Aiden Rudolph on the CRG Nordam entry, Josie Chambers, the youngest driver, I believe, inside the top 5, along with Jacob Oliver. A couple of young guns doing a great job to start their IKF Grands and the hunt to a Duffy. And I will say, Caleb, that, as someone that's been around the sport for quite some time now, you really begin to appreciate this trophy, right? This event, this is for 206 Senior, about as big as a TSRS regional with a couple of extra superstars involved. At the other divisions, especially on the 2-stroke classes, maybe a little bit lighter than even those regionals. But I was talking with Alex Stanfield a little bit, both about the Screaming Eagle trophies you get for qualifying on the pole, and of course the Duffys to win. And you look at the list of winners, it really is like the Go-Kart Hall of Fame. So that's what makes this so cool for especially some of the older drivers that can understand and appreciate that history. For a kid like Josie Chambers, kid like Jacob Oliver, they may not realize it yet, but if they win a Duffy here this weekend, in about 5 or 10 years, I think it's really going to sink in of how cool it is to be a part of that big list. Looks like we've changed up spots a little bit further back. Alex Stanfield moving by on Matt Winfrey, and that has given these two, Rudolph and Chambers, a real opportunity to maybe break away from everyone.
Yeah, and they've broken away here a little bit. As you see there, Kelvin Zing and Frank looking to switch positions here, and they weren't able to get that done, but they're chasing down here Reagan Seville and his Trackside Karting Services GFC machine. And you talk a lot about the history and kind of the Karting Hall of Fame, right? Last year here at the IKF Grand Nationals, we saw Austin Garrison try to get his first Duffy, has won almost every single karting event under the sun, and just really needs a Duffy here under his belt as well. And unfortunately, there in the KA Senior main event last year, lost it to Aiden Rudolph, who already has one Duffy, but would like to get another one here this weekend after falling short last year in the 206 Senior category to Kelvin Zing and Christopher McKeithen as well, who had a very dominant run in the 2023 season last year. But already some battling here for Stanfield and Jacob Oliver. Oliver knows it's just kind of better to concede the position at this point and not lose too much time battling with a TV card here of Stanfield. So Stanfield going to make up that spot and move up to 3rd.
And that's a bit of that respect of getting the Screaming Eagle in qualifying, and just the fact that Alex Stanfield has one of the most decorated karting resumes over the last 5 to 10 years of all of the Texas natives that we have watched, alongside, of course, Aiden Rudolph, who has had his share of major moments and major wins and titles. And especially here this year, he's been awesome from the drop of the green in New Orleans in the Texas Regional Interstate kind of championships with the TSRS event that kicked things off back at the end of March, winning on debut on a brand new chassis, a chassis that really had kind of needed a bit of a resurgence in 2024, and it feels like it's got it. And the same here for Alex Stanfield on the TB karts. We've got a heck of a lot of guys on green machines making the tractor team a little bigger than normal here this weekend at our home base in Amarillo. So by him qualifying on the pole, I don't know if any other driver would have been able to go to the outside on a straightaway and ask the guy in 3rd to drag the brakes and let him go. But that's the benefit of being the fastest one on Friday.
Yeah, no, for sure. As Stanfield there qualified 2nd. Rudolph got the Screaming Eagle yesterday, so was the quickest, and today kind of showing his pace out in front with Josie Chambers after switched chassis. Was slated to run a Burrell this weekend and just decided it wasn't best to do it on the IKF Grand Nationals weekend, kind of throwing himself into something new. Wanted to go back to the Intrepid, which he was more familiar in, and you see Zing and Frank there battle side by side, and both their MGM AR Academy machines. And as well this weekend, I mean, you see a lot of difference in chassis. You see the MGMs, the GFCs, the Invader machines from Nevada also making their way out here to the west of Texas. So going to see this many, I guess, differences in chassis and different manufacturers with American-made machines, Italian-made machines. And you see Zing, a little bit of mistake there, finding himself in the grass. Skinner going to get through as well, dipping his toes in four-cycle racing for the first time this year as well.
Landon Skinner has been super fun to run with in the KA senior class. That kid has already earned myself and Alex Stanfield's respect. We talk about him a lot. He is a very impressive young driver, and cool to see him have the opportunity to get to run both divisions here this weekend. Obviously already got that KA Senior Heat 1 win, but no surprise at all that he's pretty fast here in 206 Senior. And granted, while Aiden and Josie got away a little bit and maybe were a bit better than Jacob Oliver leading that train early, it looks like since Alex Stanfield's gone to the helm of 3rd, 4th, and 5th with Matt Winfrey right there in tow as well on that blue and chrome machine, they've caught up. It's going to be helped a little more as Aiden begins to defend in a couple braking zones. Caleb, we're going to have a 5-car fight to the line here on this last lap of heat number 1. A great send-off into the lunch break here this afternoon. Full throttle through the quad left. They're going to have 2 major brake zones left. That'll be, I've already given us a lot of fireworks here today.
Yeah, already, and you see more battling further back there with Frank and Seville. They go side by side with Skinner in that group as well, looking to help out his teammate. They're going to go side by side, but the battle up for the lead. Still Aiden Rudolph and Josie Chambers leading us away, and it looks like that TB kart machine at Stanfield is just going to fall a little bit, 1 lap short here to really fight for the lead. Rudolph going to defend on the inside, looking to hold on to the lead here at the end of this first heat race, and it looks to be smooth sailing for Aiden Rudolph. Started on the pole, finishes up in front, going to take the win in heat race number 1. Josie Chambers in 2nd, Alex Stanfield 3rd, Oliver 4th, and Matthew Winfrey, the lead invader, running up your top 5.
Nice work in heat number 1 for Aiden Rudolph, Team CRG. Great run for Josie Chambers to move up the chains a little bit, and a good recovery drive from Alex Stanfield to roll back into 3rd. Jacob Oliver making it a 2-4 run for the young kids up there in the front. Matt Winfrey, a good run, and then like you said, nice little fight there at the end. Bryce Frank, Reagan Seville, Landon Skinner, and Bryce fends off the 2-on-1 GFC Trackside Karting Services fight for 6th. Fandry 9th, and then a little gap back to Afton Willander, who was head of kind of that next train with Jensen Harrell, Nathan Heath. Kelvin, along with going off there, he really paid for it. He and Truly Adams with a heat race probably left a lot more to be desired for 2 drivers that we have seen fighting for wins already here this year.
Yeah, no, definitely. I mean, we saw Truly already with a win of his name at Speed Sports Racing Park, and Zing always being in the mix. So unfortunate start for him, and kind of just the same way the year has gone for Kelvin, unfortunately. Tyler Stevens saw him in the grass early on, finishing there further back. But a packed house here this weekend, about 130, and everybody kind of keeping their eyes on that 206 senior class with the biggest numbers here this weekend. Heat race number 2 going to come our way at 1:30 p.m. Eastern. 12:30 p.m., I guess I should say Central Standard Time for us here in Amarillo. But that's going to be it here for the first half of our day. When we come back, heat race number 2 and heat race number 3 live from the IKF Grand Nationals.
Home
You'll hear me and Taylor, which is the guy to my right. Yep. And we'll just tell you anything you need to know. I'll say Hunter goes up on 2, Hunter call back to 7 and 8, whatever. Whatever you hear us say, just straightforward.
That's what Jerry was telling me.
Yeah.
You're gonna have someone in your ear telling you what to do.
Yeah, it's almost robotic. Just whatever you hear, naturally go for it. And yeah. And one other thing, on the live stream we have the ticker on the left side of the screen. So just make sure that you never kind of put those parts on the left side. The ticker will cover them. So just try to keep those parts on the right side of the screen. Yeah, other than that, we're back in 12. You have Riley here, will be out there, that's happening, and yeah, I was there. You'll get
Set it to your left.
Alright, so how do you use this camera? Alright. I just zoom. Oh fuck, why is mine? I like to keep mine kind of tight here. Yeah, zoom. Out. And if your camera has this shit on it, don't even let it. There's no carts on that side. Okay. No carts on this side. Ever. And yeah, turn it on though. It's already. We're gonna hang him.
Kart complex as we get set to go green here once again after our lunch break with the IKF Grand Nationals. Your mini Swifts out on the racetrack now, and after we had a good run of different announcers here with me this morning, our full-time announcer here this weekend, Rocco Ruzic, the Croatian sensation, as many of you guys may know him, is here this weekend with us, and going to bring you guys all the live action here alongside me. Rocco, it's good to have you. You were on the camera for the first couple of sessions while I waited for our very own Hunter Bolton to kind of get in after many flight delays, but you've seen a lot of the racing action already this morning. What's it been like so far from up there?
Yeah, shout out to whichever airline Hunter flew in on to give me a few hours to prepare for this, but yeah, I was out and we're looking at right now, I was in this station right here, and you saw a few drivers go around here earlier in the day. I think it was due to just tire drops. There's not an exit curb on that corner, so you need to be very careful coming to that corner, but that's as much as I've seen so far. Now I get to see the entire stream now.
Yeah, well, there you have it. Tanner Barsh, your driver, starting on the pole position. He's going to start alongside Aston Wyatt. Anastasio starting third. Sofia Sadagova alongside him for the MSL Racing crew here this weekend. Theo Mitchell as well on the CRG, starting on row 5, with Tori Dangerous Daniels on row number 3, starting 6th. Then you go back to Adrian Vargas, Sanders, Nayeli Vargas, and Simon Klein as well, as we get set to go green here for the start of this one. And already a couple of shuffling through the field so far as we get our main straight camera back. once again, Tanner Barsh, a good start for him, and that inside line has definitely been the preferred line so far this weekend. Aston Wyatt just hasn't gotten the starts that he's needed, starting on the outside here after qualifying second. So unfortunate for Aston Wyatt, but already going to look to make a move here on Andrew Lee Anastasio, a car length a little in between them. And for Aston Wyatt, had some pretty good pace in the first heat race, but just spent a lot of time behind the rear bumper here of Andrew Anastasio, and it looks to be a lot better so far for Wyatt here. So we'll see if Tanner Barsh can get away or if Aston Wyatt can really reel him back in.
Yeah, they seem to copy the start from Heat 1. You know, Anastasio got around Wyatt for that second place position, but from last time, we saw him try to work together with Anastasio and try to catch back up to Tanner. They almost did it, couldn't get all the way there, but now, as you can see, they're very close now. Aston has learned from that first heat, so we'll see if he makes the move into the final corner. I think he will, and give that second place position to Aston Wyatt.
There you have it, Aston Wyatt up to second, and quick work there of Andrew Lee Anastasio. So the AR Academy Burrell Art driver, and Wyatt goes up to second, but a lot of work to do if he wants to close down his gap to Tanner Barsh here. So a couple of car lengths in between those two drivers, and we'll see what the gaps look like here for Wyatt and Barsh here. 109.8 for Tanner Barsh on his first lap, and then you go back to Aston Wyatt at 110.435 being behind Anastasio. So the gap in between second and third already opening up, but let's take a look back at the battles further back in the field with the battles particularly involving Tory Dangerous Daniels with Kason Sanders as well. Battle for P6, P5, 6, and 7 here. So we'll go back and take a look at that later on today as we wait for Aston Wyatt kind of to get to that rear bumper here of Tanner Barsh. But I mean, Rocco, at a racetrack like this, obviously you didn't get to race here whenever you did have your run throughout the Texas Racing Series. I didn't either, but we have seen a lot of racing kind of happen here at Amarillo Kart Complex. We have a lot of, I guess you can say, a lot of time under our belt watching racing here. We haven't actually done races on the racetrack, but I mean, whenever you hear that Amarillo Kart Complex is back on the schedule here, and the IKF Grand Nationals especially coming to Amarillo Kart Complex, what are one of the big characteristics that you see, or what's one thing that you expect whenever you hear about it?
Well, one thing is you always hear a lot of drivers talking about motor here because there are just such large straights. And because a lot of these straights lead onto straightaways, you know, a lot of these corners are very important to maximize the exit. That's one thing I learned whenever I got my SCCA license, is the one most important corner on a track is one leading onto a straight. So it's a lot of optimizing, a lot of tuning as well. You definitely need a big motor here. And yeah, if you don't have those two things, you won't be as competitive as the others.
No, for sure. And I mean, you're saying, right, the most important corner is the corner that leads to a straightaway. And I mean, for some of these guys, the corner that leads onto a straightaway is almost every single corner around here, right? So you go to, I guess, the quad left-hander leads to a straightaway. You go to this kind of fast left-hander here where we saw some trouble spots for drivers dropping tires. That leads on to probably the longest straightaway on the racetrack here. So very, very, you know, important for all these kind of drivers to kind of find their pace here. And a driver is doing quite well at the moment is Sofia Sadagova on her MSL racing machine, who has really good track position here at the moment. Got passed by Simon Klein after we heard from Klein. Wasn't able to do the qualifying session yesterday, but has had some fun, you know, having to work his way throughout the field, and has definitely done so far in this one. And Tory Dangerous Daniels for the TB car team on her OTK, right behind Sofia Sadagova in 6th. So for all these drivers, I mean, you see them kind of jockey, move up, lose a little bit of real estate, move a little bit back, but still kind of been argy-bargy the entire way through. And you look at the gap for Wyatt and Tanner Barsh, 1.9 at the moment, so just about 2 seconds in between those two drivers, and that's all really been to the start. I mean, Rocco, we talk about this so many times whenever we come to whatever racetrack or whatever race that we go to. It's, you know, you cannot win a race in the first corner, but you can definitely lose it there.
Yeah, of course, you need to be very careful in those opening corners, especially in the heats, because you're trying to work your way towards that final. But right now, as we're looking at the gaps, you can see Simon Klein is getting slightly close to Anastasio there on your screen now. There they are. That's the tightest battle on track right now. Everybody else is a bit spread out. Maybe we'll see a move coming into the final corner. We do, and Klein goes down the inside of Anastasio to take P3.
There you have it. Simon Klein able to get clear, but a little bit of a stumble there for those two drivers, and they lose some time. So Klein, your driver, now up to 3rd, and Aston Wyatt next on his list. But unfortunately here from the way we're looking at it, might just run out of time here. 50 seconds plus 2 laps to go for some of these drivers. Lap time's at about 109, so if my calculations are correct, I think next time around we'll get 3 laps to go for Tanner Barsh, Aston White, and Simon Klein, your top 3, and Anastasio there in the 4th spot. Sadagova still kind of lapping around on her lonesome. Some battles further back in between Adrian Vargas, Theodore Mitchell, and Ayeli Vargas and Kaysen Sanders. So those drivers just kind of lapping around here at the moment. But Tanner, it's been, I guess, different colors for him this year. Started off the year under the Trackside Karting Services GFC team, and then midway through the season, wanted to try something new, went over to the CRG Nordum chassis with the MSL Racing crew, the Massimo Sanchez Lara-based team out of Dallas, and that really kind of granted him the opportunity to run 2 classes here, and running Mini Swift has definitely showed a lot of pace for what's really his, I should say, full first competitive race in Mini Swift category, and he's done a great job nonetheless, leading laps, kind of being patient, biding his time, and really lapping around, and he's done a good job nonetheless. So for Tanner to hold off a guy like Aston White, who was battling for a podium or even a race win last weekend at the SCUSA Summer Nationals, is really a good showing for Tanner Barsh. And Simon Klein as well, who's really coming into his own in that 3rd spot. We see him a lot, the kid from Oklahoma. You see him a lot at the Texas Racing Series. We see him a lot across the National Race Series as well with the SLA Kart Republic team. So that driver from Oklahoma has done a good job nonetheless. And a fun fact, and I guess apart from racing, his dad's truck was actually in that new Twisters movie with Glenn Powell and a couple of stuff. So that was a pretty cool story to hear from a kid who I guess is from Oklahoma and used to seeing tornadoes, and his dad's actually a storm chaser. And, you know, it's pretty cool to see Simon Klein here in Amarillo, not exactly in Tornado Alley, I guess, but I mean, kind of using that. And I've tried to come up with a nickname for Simon, something like Twisty or Twister or Stormy or Tornado. I don't know, something like that, but definitely trying to come up with something here for Simon Klein. But as we lap around here, 2-6 are in the air this time by, or I should say white flag in the air this time by for all these drivers. So the final lap around for Tanner Barsh, Aston White, Simon Klein there, Andrew Anastasio. And for Tanner Barsh, again, been a dominant heat race so far, just like it was in heat race number 1, and just like it was for his 206 Cadet Heat race. He laps around this white flag, and this is all for the race for the Duffy tomorrow, so he's off to a good start so far.
Yeah, and as you can see with Aston Wyatt, he's about 1.9 seconds behind. He's been at that gap for about 2-3 laps now. On both starts, he was held back behind Anastasio through not getting a clean start. So we'll see what he can do in Heat 3. I mean, he's been showing pace. He's a very competitive driver. So is Tanner Barsh. But I think this one's Barsh's.
No, definitely Tanner Barsh. You get to the back straightaway here and has a lot of pace nonetheless. So it's going to be Tanner Barsh's here in his MSL Racing CRG Nordum machine, and that's going to be 2 out of 3, and that should be the pole position after he did win the Screaming Eagle yesterday in the qualifying session. But the Texas Hammer goes on top again. He wins heat race number 2. Aston Wyatt crosses the line 2nd.
And you have Anastasio coming across the line in 4th, Sadagova 5th, Vargas 6th. Daniel should come across in 7th. I'll wait for the rest to come around, but you have Vargas in 8th. Mitchell in 8th, my mistake. Vargas in 9th, and Sanders in P10.
So those are your 10 drivers there. Simon Klein finished in the 3rd spot, but that was it for your Mini Swift class. Up next, we have a lot more racing action set to come our way. 206 Masters up next soon, and Honda Kit Karts, your class that is currently on grid and waiting to go out. That's always our favorite one, I should say, Rocco.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
We'll see some good racing there, but we'll go quiet on the airwaves, play some music for you guys at home, and when we come back, Honda Kit Karts coming up next. your Honda Kid Karts getting set to go green here, and they make their way out onto the racetrack now, and we'll run you down that starting lineup here as soon as we get it. But it's been a good day so far with Dusty Strayer and Brody Brown starting on the front row. You back to Michael Dean and Franco Morales on row number 2.
And then Shiflett and Calvo on row 3, Lee, Tudor on row 4, and Lofton and Petra on row 5.
There you have it. That's your field here in Honda Kid Kart. And again, you see all those team names or chassis names as well right next to whatever sort of chassis they may be running here this weekend. And necessarily, obviously, if we get it wrong on our end, feel free to come up and we'll, for those of you here on the track, if we get it wrong on our end, feel free to come up and we'll definitely do our best to fix it and change it to whatever you want it to be, and we'll get that done on our end. But your Honda Kid Karts get set to go green here with Dusty Strayer, who was able to take away heat race number 1, but a much faster start this time out. Green flag is out, though, and we are racing here in Honda Kid Kart. A really good start this time out for Dusty Strayer. They go side by side there in between Morales there, who looked to get that move done. Wasn't close enough. Brody Brown gets it done, but side by side action all the way throughout this field here, Rocco.
Yeah, there were 3 wide there for a second coming into turn 2. One driver kind of bobbed the curb a little bit and got loose, but oh my goodness! Big crash into turn 2.
Brody Brown, Dusty Strayer get collected there in turn number 2, and wow, your drivers and probably your head protagonist in this Honda Kid Kart class are collected here early, and that should hand the lead here, if I'm not mistaken, to Morales. But those 4 drivers there, the comp cart there of Brody Brown, who I think has some major issues here, and you see that wheel not even turning there, so that's definitely a front end that definitely got trashed there. Lee was another driver involved there in the number 11, and big contact for a couple of these drivers as we look back in with the battle for the lead now, and that's the 14 there, who is your new leader, who I think is Shiflett. So Shiflett, your new leader, and that is Shiflett indeed in the CRG Norton machine. Wow. Contact early on in this one, Rocco, and definitely not what you want to see, and definitely not the start of the race that some of these drivers would have wanted.
Yeah, Morales right behind Shiflett trying to add the pressure. You saw our winner from Heat 1, Strayer, around into turn 2, but he's a very fast driver, and he made up a lot of ground in that first heat, so we may see him have a comeback now. As you can see, our leaders going side by side, both Shiflett and, that is Morales, to the lead now, coming into the last corner.
There you have the 27 of Morales, able to get that move done there on Lee. So Morales is going to be your new leader here, and they're going to work their way around. And already some battling all throughout this field, and kind of a little bit of a mix-up all the way throughout the field as well. So Morales, your new leader. Shiflett, 2nd. Calvo, 3rd. Caden Tudor, 4th. Petra currently P5, and they go side by side. Shiflett wants to go back here for the lead. He looks on the inside. He's not able to get it done, but Morales moves to the bottom, looking to defend here.
Hey, tried to make a wide line, get down on the inside of Morales there. Still driving a wider line as Morales drives a tighter line to try and cover off that inside. But now down to the inside goes Shiflett. Just left the door open there for Shiflett, so now he's going to go down the lead. No, never mind. Goes back to the outside. Seems that Morales managed to pull back ahead and keeps the lead. Now in 3rd, Calvo is getting up to the back of Shiflett there. It's about to be a pack of 3 fighting for the lead.
3 drivers here fighting it out for the lead. Calvo, the driver, in 3rd. And I guess confusing me a little bit because on his cart says 16, but up there on our timing chart says 87. So I guess just keeping us on our toes here in the booth. But nonetheless, they continue to fight it out, and already a good gap from Morales, who did have really good pace in that first heat race, but just as it progressed, it seemed like it fell off a little bit, and that allowed kind of Strayer to get up there and fight for the lead. So that was one of the big things to look out for here this weekend. But in such a low-speed category this weekend, Rocco, especially with Honda Kid Kart, it's kind of, showed us how important it really is to kind of, look out and see the differences kind of in lines and what little bit makes a difference.
Yeah, and one thing in Kid Karts is that these kids are so young that sometimes it's very, it's just, you don't see them commit to the exact same line every single lap. It's just what you see in a Kid Kart race. What I'm trying to say is that when you see a kid following a consistent line, being very disciplined on track, it's really awesome to see somebody so young with such a competitive and wired-in race mindset. But as you can see, Shiflett is now gaining back on Morales. There was a big gap on the last lap coming to the line, but now Shiflett is right back on the door of Morales. Morales immediately covers to the outside, and Shiflett going to follow through into this hairpin. Calvo fell off just a little bit as we come into these final two left-handers before our second position camera.
And there you have it. Still kind of single file here. Shiflett looking to get in tow here with Morales, staying in line and trying to stay with him as they kind of dropped Calvo a little further back. But we'll see what it looks like for Shiflett right behind the steering wheel, looking to get that move done. Not close enough as of yet into his left-hander, but is going to have a good run down this back straightaway. And Rocco, I mean, you know, we talked about the draft. We talked about, you know, how important it is to kind of hit your marks. And at such a young age, we talk about it so many times. Ages range from 4 to 6 years old. And, you know, I don't even remember what I was doing when I was 4 or even 4 through 6. You know, I was probably sitting outside drinking water from a hose somewhere on the side of my house and doing something of that matter. You were probably inside somewhere playing video games or outside running around or doing whatever. And these kids are out here going about 30 to 40 miles an hour, kind of providing us with some good racing.
Well, I hope those kids also do what, you know, normal kids are supposed to do, like drinking from hoses and playing video games. But this is a little bit of a side gig they do outside of school. You know, they go back and they return to a normal life. Right now, they're basically, you know, 4-year-old badasses. As you can see, Shiflett right on the bumper of Morales coming in this very tight section, the tightest section of the track and the lowest speed section of the track. Right before this next straightaway. Now, as you can see, Shiflett pulling down to the inside of Morales, and we're going to see if he can hold that position. No, he follows back behind Morales.
Yeah, kind of deceiving, you know, with our camera angles here. It looks like he was going to get there, and it looks like he was close enough to kind of go in there and dive in for the move, but Morales definitely keeping him at bay here. And you know, it could also be a difference in gearing where Morales has a little bit more of that kind of top end and as different where Shiflett has, you know, a little bit more of the bottom end, I guess you can say, a little bit quicker out of the corners, and that's where Morales seems to be able to get ahead, or it could just be a difference in where they're making their markers. And as well, I in some Honda Kid Kart classes as well, it's kind of closed, and you're not allowed to kind of mess with the gear, and you let the kid kind of go out there and drive. So we'll definitely get confirmation on that as this weekend progresses. But yeah, from what it looks like, it seems like on the exit of the corners, Morales has really good exits, and Shiflett kind of struggles with that last little bit, but definitely closes in whenever he needs to, and doing so at the moment. So we'll see how many laps are left. 2 sticks in the air this time by. 2 laps to go for your Honda Kid Karts here, and Morales and Shiflett going to lead us away here for the final 2 laps, and officially crunch time. What a move there on the inside for Shiflett. And I don't know if Morales just broke way too early there and kind of got past or some sort of issue, but goodness gracious, Shiflett went steaming through that first corner and got the lead, got the move for the lead done, and wow, already with a big gap back to second.
Yeah, I wonder if Morales got distracted there because he looked over to the right a little bit and slammed on the brakes. I thought he may have lost a chain because of the way he just lost power, but he's definitely back up and running again. Now Shiflett has a commanding lead on Morales, and it's going to be a big order to catch back up with 2 laps left to go. And yeah, these 2 drivers still, even though he had a little bit of a gap now to Shiflett, he's well clear of 3rd place, and he's safe at least in that 2nd place position.
And you know, I tell you what, it also could have been, you know, a lot of the parents are on the kind of the fence line telling their kids to push forward, and he probably saw his dad or his mom or whoever it was kind of tell him something on the fence line, and he probably thought something was wrong, so either hits the brake a little bit too soon and gets past there. So could be a lot of things, and we're just obviously up here to speculate and kind of guess what actually went on, and we'll definitely have to hear for some of these drivers. But there you see Brody Brown off the racetrack there, Lee as well. They're off the racetrack, but your 2 leaders still battling it out here, 1 and 2, and there you see Morales on the inside. He's able to get clear and just has to keep it on the racetrack this time by. Shiflett looks to get the over-under move done. They go side by side onto the main straightaway. Morales goes to the bottom of the racetrack, looks to get the move done into turn number 1, and it's all to play for here. White flag in the air. Morales on the inside, Shiflett on the outside. Morales, your new leader.
That was a fantastic move to the inside. He drove a really tight line to get down to that apex and kept it all 4 wheels pointed straight forward. You know, this is really good racing from these 2 drivers. We had 2 switchbacks and 2 corners. This is looking a little bit more like a Swift race to me, Caleb.
Yeah, no, definitely. They're definitely providing us some really good racing here in this Honda Kid Kart class. And there you have it. Morales to the bottom, Shiflett to the top, and let's see what it looks like side by side, wheel to wheel. Shiflett looks to have a bumper there on Morales going into this hairpin. Shiflett on the inside, goes over the curb, looks to get through, and he gets clear. Now Morales in second, and remember, a lot of drivers have said they don't like to be leading going into the last lap. Shiflett is leading at the moment, so we saw Morales get the move done in the last couple of corners, so we'll see what it looks like this time whenever they cross the stripe. Checkered flag will be in the air this time around. Morales looks to go to the bottom. There's Shiflett looking to hold off.
Yeah, Morales has I'm sorry to suspect, a much larger gearing than Shiflett, because every time we go into the short corners, he gets the advantage, and Morales on every straight seems to pull dividends on Shiflett. Now, as you can see, he's in the right position he wants. On this straightaway, he's going to pull maybe a 2 or 3 kart length gap, but I'm not actually seeing that right now. It seems that he's in the draft, and he's staying very close. Maybe a final dive bomb down to the inside on Shiflett. Thinks about it and thinks better, and yeah, he's going to stay behind, and Morales is going to come away with this Heat 2 win.
Yeah, and I was about to say, don't speak too soon, because here comes Shiflett. They're going to go side by side, but like you said, Rocco, not enough. Checkered flag in the air. Morales, your winner in heat race number 2. Shiflett across the line in second. Calvo crosses the line third, and Caden Tudor next up to cross the line here in fourth. And rightfully so, Dusty Strayer going to cross the line fifth. Landon Peter, P6, Liam Lofton in seventh, and Michael Dean in eighth. And again, Brody Brown had issues, as well as Lee, who found himself off the racetrack in this heat race. But while we have the moment here, we gave a shout out to our TSRS crew, to the crew in here, yourself, Rocco, to Brandon Simone and Taylor Burris. But let's give a shout out to our hardworking cameraman over there, making his, I guess I should say, KC debut, Hunter Bolton, giving you the live shot from the infield section. So I guess, how are you doing here to Hunter? And then you go to the back straightaway with Luis Diaz. You can also find him on social media as Luis Diaz Photo, who is providing you, I guess, the live action shots through the quad left-hander. There you have Luis. And I'm pretty sure he's having a good time rocking the Bucky shorts here this afternoon. And last but not least, our very own Riley Can on the main straightaway here, who is up there. And you see him kind of waving to the camera. And there you have Riley, and we're actually right next to Riley in that booth right there. So a big shout out to all of you guys at home, and a big shout out to our entire camera crew who is out there working super hard all week long. We'll quit on the airwaves where we go live with our 206 Masters, but quick shout out to our entire crew. Thumbs up, and we'll see you guys here in a couple of moments' time.
So you finally want to get behind the wheel, huh?
Yeah, I've been shooting for 3 years and I've never got to drive.
Well, you're going to need some more gear than just your helmet. Why don't you go to shopakr.com. They got their inventory online, and they'll ship it the same day if you order before 5:30 p.m. Eastern.
They got shoes?
Yep.
Gloves?
Yep.
Rip protectors?
Got those too.
Can they make me go fast?
No.
Here at Acceleration Kart Racing, we've got everything you need to get on track. What happens next? Well, that's on you. Check us out online at shopakr.com.
Here at MPG Motorsports, our main goal is to provide the best pathway into professional motorsports for our entire team, drivers and mechanics alike. We're based out of Whiteland Raceway Park in Indiana. For more information, contact us at chase@mpg-motorsports.com.
Studies show that even the best current generation of simulators only convince 50% of the human brain that they are real. Here at Simcraft, that just isn't realistic enough. Developed to offer the most realistic karting sim experience in the world, all testing has shown that the physics engine used in Simcraft's Grid 1 model convinces 90% of the human brain that you are actually on track. Now that is the real deal.
Welcome back here to Amarillo, Texas, as your 206 Masters get set to go green for their second heat race of the day. Phil Pignataro starting on the pole position alongside Chuck Jensen. Todd Barron and Marshall Steves on row number 2.
Miller and Uchinsky fill out that third row with Penales and Chalmers in the fourth row. Dudley and Tudor finish off that fifth row.
So there you have it, your 10 drivers, your 5 rows getting set to go green here in 206 Masters, and a very classy field. A lot of handshakes in between all these Masters drivers. We saw Pignataro take it away in heat race number 1. We saw Chuck Jensen spin it from the lead, and we saw Nick Miller do something quite similar into that corner. So a lot of drivers kind of needing everything that they can take here in this one. So a lot to play for here for some of these drivers to try to deny Phil Pignataro from pole position tomorrow. A lot of drivers have been keeping him honest. Todd Barron going to look to do that here in this one, but is going to need a much better start this time out. So we'll see what it looks like for these 10 drivers who get set to go green. Some drivers looking for more pace, and all to play for here. Pignataro, Chuck Jensen getting set to take us to the green flag. Into the start box we go. Green flag in the air. We are racing here in 206 Masters on the inside. Pignataro, a good start. Todd Barron looking to go through on Jensen. He does. So there you have it. Todd Barron side by side. Steves doesn't get the best start. Kyle Uchinsky struggles there a little bit as well. Penala is able to gain a spot. So Penala is up to 5th. And everybody kind of single file at the start of this one. Uchinsky, unfortunately, didn't have the best start or the start that he would have wished for. Nick Maverick Miller, he did, up to 4th already. So good spots gained so far for Nick Miller. And Pignataro already, your leader from Todd Barron. Chuck Jensen in 3rd, Miller in 4th here, Rocco.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't the cleanest start, but at least everybody got away without being turned around. We hopefully will see a repeat of last race with everybody working together for the most part in this early stage. I mean, it's a much tighter pack in this early stage. As you can see, 3 up in front with a second group shortly behind. If they can catch up and make this pack all the way up, as you can see, Barron goes down to the inside of Pignataro, and I think Jensen's going to follow through. He may lose 2 positions here coming into the corner. He does. Pignataro down, and he gets a switch back on Jensen and gets back to P2.
And there you have battle further back. Penales and Nick Miller fighting it out as well for the 4th spot. So they go side by side there for a second, and it looked like Miller just has that better gearing on the back straightaway to stay ahead of Pinales. So the CRG Nordum driver not able to get that move done there on Nick Miller, so he's going to have to stay in 5th, but going to have to push each other if they want to get up to the top 3. But for the likes of Todd Barron, for the likes of Pignataro, for the likes of Chuck Jensen, I mean, your top 2 have a lot of class, and everywhere they go, they have a lot of pace. Pignataro being super strong over in Florida, over in the East Coast, running the SSKC championship over there, and a lot of race victories under his name for Todd Barron as well. Every time we go to a national 206 event, he finds himself at the top and leading laps in the 206 Legends class and the 206 Masters class, even with drivers who have a lot of pace. So for Todd Barron to come out here in Texas and look to kind of break a Guinness World Record here this weekend with the longest time in between 2 karting championships, being from 1979 and 2024. A lot of years in between that, right? So I'm not the best at math, so I couldn't tell you exactly how many years, but already some battling for the leads, and a guy who can deny that from Todd Barron is Phil Pignataro, who goes to the point in the field. Chuck Jensen follows him through up to 2nd. Todd Barron falls back to the 3rd spot, but for Todd Barron already has a Duffy to his name. 2 Duffys to his name, I should say, in 1979, and looks to get another one here this year in 2024.
And now Jensen gets down to the inside of Pignataro to take that lead. Meanwhile, you had Pinales get around Miller for 4th place. Pignataro tried to go down the inside, thought better of it. They're going to follow through and stay single file. But that second group has now turned into a group of 3, could potentially become a group of 5. And if that can't happen, they can most likely catch back up. Steve's also working to get around. I think he has gotten around Nick Miller off screen right there. So those 2 are linking up, and hopefully they can catch back up to this lead group. Your top 3 is, as of right now, Jensen, Pignataro, and Barron. They're fighting a little bit. They're making overtakes on some of the hard braking zones, so they're not losing too much time to the group behind them. But still, any non-single file action will definitely slow them down the slightest.
No, for sure, and especially at a racetrack like this where you need as much momentum as you can get. You need whatever bit of straight line speed that you can get as well. So for the drivers in 4th and 5th, that's exactly what they need here. Omar Pinales makes his first start, I guess, on Kart Chaser live stream coverage here this weekend. Marshall Steves, we see him a lot at the Texas Sprint Racing Series. So for these 2 drivers, a guy like Steves who has already kind of some experience racing in TSRS and other stuff. Pinales makes his first, if you want to call it either TSRS or IKF Grand National start. It's this weekend for him, He hasn't raced with the likes of Todd Barron, hasn't raced with the likes of Pignataro, or national caliber drivers. And for him to be kind of in tow and not too far back from the top 3 like he is doing at the moment is pretty good for Pinales, who looks to kind of get himself within podium range of a Duffy and some hardware for him as well this weekend, and what's his first start of the year in regional and national racing action.
Yeah, he's doing a great job right now. You can see that Pignataro's pulling a little bit away from Jensen now, and he's getting a little bit of a pressure from Barron in 3rd place. Trying to cover off, look over his shoulder a little bit. As you can see, he does it again. He's kind of worried about Barron there. But they have a slight gap to the group of 2 behind them, so they really just need to sit together and wait for those 2 flags to come. And now you can see Jensen really close in the bumper now with Pignataro. He's going to do exactly what he should and just follow through. Everybody's going to follow through into this corner. And right now it's a race between 2 go-karts, one with 8 wheels and one with 12 wheels.
Yeah, so we'll see what it looks like here. The top 3 still very close and tight-knit. A car length in between Jensen and Todd Barron, keeping Barron a little bit at bay here for Pignataro and Jensen. And then there you see Pinales and Steves kind of working together, trying to push up to the top 3 here and close down their gap. But about a second in between them. And for Pinales, I mean, he's not too far off, but needs that little bit of a push. And for Steves, needs to stay on the rear bumper there at Pinales when they go into the chicane to kind of push themselves further and further up and closer to the top 3. So they're going to need some help here at some point. But Pignataro, you see how consistent he is, how he hits his mark every time he goes around, and doing a good job of it. And that's exactly what we need to win a trophy like the Duffy. But Chuck Jensen is a guy who could deny you here this weekend as he goes on the inside. He's able to get clear. Barron looking to go through as well. He does. Todd Barron up to 2nd. Pignataro falls back to 3rd spot. And welcome to the party, Omar Pinales and Marshall Steves. The top 5 going to get really tight-knit here. And for Pinales, going to have to be smart here and try and push Pignataro up to the top 2 and thinks better of it, wants to go, has some help from behind. Steve's looking to go through as well, thinks better of it. Pinales up to the 3rd spot, and having a guy like Pignataro behind you could be helpful as we get closer and closer to the white flag.
Yeah, I was going to say it'd probably be in his best interest to work with Pignataro, but yeah, Pignatero's going to go back down on the inside, up and out, or not. He's actually yes, he is. No, he's not. He's gonna double guess it and stick back behind Penales. I mean, Penales is not slow by any means. If he can get pushed by Pignataro, they will catch back up if the front starts battling again. But I would have suggested that he just push Pignataro, but he definitely has bigger plans.
Yeah, whatever way, it definitely works out. You know, it could be a push from Pignataro that could really help you out, but Pignataro doesn't want to lose any time, wants to go. So now you see you got past. You know, you want to lead the group. Cool, fine by me. Let's get up to the lead group either way and kind of work together. Steves wants to go through as well. So, you know, they all know it's not helping them out at all, but you know, you got to do what you got to do, and you can't lose too much time kind of letting somebody by or letting someone around you. So, you know, it was a strategy nonetheless, but to get up there, it could have gone both ways. You know, Pignataro could have pushed Penales could have pushed Pignataro, and if you got to go at some point. So kind of picking and choosing when the right time is going to be something to look out for here. But white flag will be in the air next time around, and this time by Pignataro just losing a little bit of time there going over that curb. Steves as well, and there you have your lead. Chuck Jensen and Todd Barron, your two leaders. Further back in the field, Yuchinski is in 6th. Nick Miller, unfortunately, lost a couple, fell back to 7th. So some shuffling throughout the field. Yuchinski leads the group from 6th on back after not having the best start that he would have wanted either. But white flag in the air this time by Chuck Jensen and the Burrell Art. Your leader here, Todd Barron in 2nd. And I'm not expecting at all to see Todd Barron wait around in that 2nd spot. And as I say that already, looking for the move on the inside here. Not able to get clear, but Chuck Jensen goes a little bit wide, misses that apex, and that's not going to help out himself from hungry Todd Barron right behind.
Yeah, a lot of pressure happening from behind right now. He made 2 mistakes. He went really deep into the first turn chicane and had a bad exit, and then coming into turn 3, I think he ran wide, like you said, but he's still in the lead. He has track position. He just needs to cover it off everywhere he needs to. Todd Barron putting a lot of pressure on him right now, so he just has half the lap less to go. If he can cover it off, I mean, he has a bit of a gap right now. He may not need to cover off Todd Barron unless he can get to the bumper. I think he is clear, and we'll see what happens when they get down on this back straight.
Back straightaway here for the final time for Chuck Jensen and Todd Barron. Barron with a good run here, a very good draft. You see him kind of go to the top of the racetrack here, and they go side by side into the double left-hander here. Can Barron hold on to it around the outside? Hopes to get that respect from Jensen. Not going to get it. And it's kind of hard when you look for a move around the outside. And there goes Chuck Jensen, your winner here in heat race number 2. Todd Barron across the line 2nd. Pignataro 3rd. Omar Penales in 4th. Marshall Steves rounds up your top 5. Yuchinski there in 6th. Chalmers 7th. Nick Miller 8th. Derek Dudley 9th. And Ian Tudor in 10th. That was it for your 206 Masters. When we come back, more racing action set to come your way.
Maryland USA, a top-level performance team with unmatched hospitality, offering a full-service driver development program with year-round testing available in Miami, Florida, and the official North America racing team of Parolin Racing Chassis. Chassis and parts available at ParolinUSA.com.
So you finally want to get behind the wheel, huh?
Yeah, I've been shooting for 3 years and I've never got to drive.
Well, you're going to need some more gear than just your helmet. Why don't you go to shopakr.com. They got their inventory online and they'll ship it the same day if you order before 5:30 p.m. Eastern.
They got shoes?
Yep.
Gloves?
Yep.
Rib protectors?
Got those too.
Can they make me go fast?
No.
Here at Acceleration Kart Racing, we've got everything you need to get on track. What happens next? Well, that's on you. Check us out online at shopakr.com.
Are you looking for an advantage in your competition? Well, Kart Class has done the hard work for you. We've travelled to your racetracks to give you the inside knowledge. So what does Kart Class offer? We've got drone footage that captures the racing lines, visual markers for your braking points, acceleration zones, and the best overtake opportunities on your racetrack. Pedal cam to show you where to brake and when to accelerate, and 360-degree footage to make sure you don't miss any parts on the racetrack. We've covered 13 racetracks in the United States, and Australia, you're up next. So visit kartclass.com to get your track information.
K100 Junior on the racetrack now, and let's take you down your starting grid order.
You have David Ibarra on the inside of row 1 with Kemper joining him. Then you have Roberts and Wakefield on row 2, Iturriaga and Cruz on row 3. And then you have McCune and Duquette on row 4.
You go back to Easton Cox and Aldo Iturriaga on row number 5, Davis Henry and Cadence Presley on row 6, and London Skidmore. You're running up your field here on row number 7 here. It was action-packed first heat race in between David Ibarra and Tyrone Kemper Jr. They fought all the way until the end of that one, and we'll see what it looks like as they get set to go green here once again in this one. Ibarra on the CRG Norton machine and Tyrone Kemper Jr. on the Carlos Sainz machine there on the outside. So green flag is out this time by, and we are racing here in KA Junior again. That outside line kind of just struggling here. And a couple of drivers there up and over. Luke Cruz. Luke Cruz gets collected at the start here, unfortunately, and a couple of other drivers there collected as well. That looks to be Iturriaga. I think it's Hector Iturriaga and the 840-49. It could be Henry as well collected in that battle. So unfortunate for those drivers. It was Henry collected there. Unfortunate start, it was Aldo Iturriaga collected with Hector Iturriaga and Luke Cruz that were all collected. So unfortunate start for those drivers' race, but smooth sailing up front for David Ibarra, Tyrone Kemper Jr., and Tyler Roberts.
Yeah, and the group of 5 right behind them, also a very healthy looking group. Hopefully we'll catch back up to that lead group, but these top drivers definitely have a handful of pace. Ibarra and Roberts. The ticker is wrong. That is Kemper up with Ibarra. 2 very fast drivers, 2 very high-level drivers who will probably pull away if there's any battling in the further back of the field. Now, as they come to the line, it has been no change for the top 4. Further back, that group seems to be spreading out a little bit, and it's turned into a group of 3 and a group of 2 now.
Yeah, so already a little bit of a mix-up here at the start. Kemper still behind Ibarra. Wakefield and Roberts kind of in a train of their own, and these two, I'm not expecting to see them to fight until we get to the last 2 laps. We saw the same thing in the first heat race. It's kind of just been lead and follow for these 2 drivers up at the lead, and we see it many times before, right? Kemper's going to want to wait, going to want to see where he's stronger than Ibarra, going to want to see where he's going to make a move, and going to bide his time quite nicely. For Cox, Henry, McCune, and Duquette, they're in an all-out brawl from 5th on back, so they're going to have to be smart here and try to kind of bide their time and see when to make a move and when I think better of it.
Yeah, a difference between the top 4 is that the first 2 are not teammates and the second 2 are teammates. So by the end of this race, if the front 2 start to fight, we might see those last 2 definitely work together and try to catch back up. And now this is your second group. That is Cox, Henry, and McCune, I believe. In that first 3 group, following right behind them is Duquette across the line now. Single file, no moves. Again, it's kind of hard to make a move into that corner and not slow everybody down. Right now, they really want to focus catching back up, or at least not wasting any time trying to catch back to anyone who will be falling into their grasp. Still single file. A little bit of a bumper there from Duquette onto McCune. Didn't upset him too much, but just a very slight contact as they come through that hairpin right there.
Yeah, so we look at lap times here. David Ibarra, 105.552. Kemper, very similar at 105.579. And this battle further back, their lap times drop a little bit because of the battling that they are doing for the likes of Easton Cox, Davis Henry, Gavin McCune, Matthew Duquette, all kind of just battling it out here for 5th on back. So whenever you look at it, they're in the 106s here. And if the leaders are doing 105s, it's kind of hard to want to close down that gap whenever you're kind of stuck in a brawl. You know what I mean? So all these drivers either they got to work together or figure out who's going to be leading their train and kind of get up there early on here, Rocco.
Yeah, a lot of times some drivers who are in the heat of the moment will think they're quicker because they're in the draft, get in front, and then now they're the ones who are punching that toe, and now the other driver catches back up to them, and it just causes a whole bunch of fighting. But right now, as you can see, a few of them are getting up to the front and pulling away, so that group is definitely diminishing in number, as you can only see two now close by together. I think that is McCunn and Presley right there. A little bit of a bumper from Presley onto McCunn. He's been given the bumper twice now in that very short section. I mean, it may not be on purpose because everybody is braking very hard for those hairpins. It is the closest part of the track, or the slowest part of the track, so they get very close in that section. A lot of contact happens there, and as you can see, actually, no, I thought his nose cone was a little bit bent there, but I think it's just ever so slightly tweaked.
Yeah, and they continue to cycle their way through as Ibarra still leads us away, and Wakefield and Roberts, kind of their gap opens up a little bit, a car length in between those two drivers. About 2 car lengths now, but still kind of shuffling through for Ibarra. Fastest lap went at Wakefield last time by, but it's all about consistency when you come here and you want to kind of take the spots from Ibarra and Kemper, and you see everybody on the fence line kind of telling their drivers to kind of relax, use their heads, and kind of be there whenever it matters the most. So for the second and a half, it's definitely going to matter the most with 2 laps to go. And, this is only the second heat race for these drivers. They have one more left on the day, and that's going to be the one that kind of you either need to do as much to kind of fix your average or do whatever you can to kind of get up there and have a good starting spot for tomorrow, because that's the day that matters. You don't get hardware for winning heat races. You get the Duffy tomorrow whenever you win that main event, and being on the racetrack and keeping it on the racetrack is going to be super important, and being consistent nonetheless is going to be super important for all of these drivers. So that's one of the big things. I mean, Rocco, you're used to driving this format, and you're used to kind of being around in this format. Whenever you get in the second heat race, what's your mindset coming into a race like this? Whenever you're either, all right, I had a bad first heat, I need to be better in the second one, or I need to do better as the race continues to progress, so I can have a good starting spot for the main event.
Well, if you're consistent throughout the whole 3 heats, it's much easier to not have to make those big risks because you're just accumulating points over time. It's always a topic we have, risk versus reward. I mean, you may be in P2, you could get that first place position and battle it out, but you both could take each other out. Anything could happen. As we have one around, that's the 846 of Iturriaga around in the tight section as you had the leaders come around. And Tyler Roberts is definitely gaining over the last 2 laps. He was a little far back. He's kind of dropped his teammate Wakefield, but he will catch back up when they all start to duke it out. As the timer runs out, next time by, it'll be 2 sticks in the air for these 4 drivers here. The next group way far back. I mean, if they really decide to park it, we might see a giant battle for the lead. I'd be very surprised to see that, though, as your top 3 are pulling away now.
Yeah, no, so top 3 kind of pulling away here a little bit, and Tyron Kemper Jr. looked over his shoulder there last time around, saw how close Tyler Roberts was. So if you're going to go, Tyler Roberts is going to be right there with you, and he can either slow down David Ibarra that much more or can definitely either stagnate your charge forward. So he's going to have to make a decision here pretty soon. So we'll see what it looks like. I believe it's the white flag in the air this time by, and 2 sticks in the air actually this time around. So 2 laps to go left in this heat race for your KA100 juniors. So Ibarra now going to have to hold off from Tyron Kemper Jr. And for Tyler Roberts, you got to think about it here. Do you make the move on Tyron Kemper Jr., risk Ibarra getting away, or you kind of push and bide your time? Do you be patient here with these 2 drivers? It's all, like you said, Rocco, risk versus reward. And for a driver being in the 3rd spot, knowing you have maybe a little bit more pace in the top 2, what would you find yourself doing?
Well, right now, if I were sitting right behind these 2, I would definitely wait and see what Kemper can do. I'm not saying I could do what these kids are doing, but definitely, Kemper now to the lead, gets pushed by Roberts. Roberts gets squeezed off to the inside there by Ibarra, and now coming into the final corner before the white flag, he covers off the inside from Ibarra. A little bit of a 2-wheel action there as they come out of the corner. Ibarra now gets shuffled out wide by Roberts, and Kemper still holds that lead, covers off the inside.
White flag in the air. Ibarra looking there for an over-under on Roberts. They go side by side. A little bit of wheel banging in between the 2 of them, and here comes Christopher Wakefield, who finds himself getting ahead of his teammate now. Roberts still on the inside. Not going to make it easy there for Wakefield. He's able to get that move done back up to 3rd, so all that battling It looked like Roberts 100 to go, found himself in just a lot of different kind of sequence of events, kind of led Roberts back to that same third spot. And for Kemper, looking to hold on to this lead here. Ibarra was able to get the better of him in heat race number 1. Now Kemper looks to get the better of Ibarra in heat race number 2. Ibarra not going to make it easy in his CRG Norton machine. We get closer and closer to the back straightaway here. The last big passing zone for Ibarra. Kemper all the way to the bottom. Ibarra looking to set up an over-under. Roberts looking to get it done over the curb. Wasn't close enough. Wakefield, they're going to go side by side. All 4 drivers in a frame here. You can almost throw a blanket over them as Kemper to the bottom.
Or call us and go racing today.
This is Henry. Henry feels sad. Henry feels sad because it's time for his next big race and his go-kart is in bits. Henry doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing is the United States' #1 shop for all of your karting equipment needs. Henry also doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing can deliver anything from tires to race suits and even wheels directly to your front door or to the racetrack itself quickly and efficiently with tech support available 6 days a week. Poor Henry doesn't even know that Acceleration Kart Racing offers free shipping to mainland USA on selected product if you spend $200 or more. Do yourself a favor. Go to Acceleration Kart and $200 or more. Do yourself a favor. Go to accelerationkarting.com and make sure that you are never left stuck on the pre-grid with Henry. Be smart and don't be like Henry.
.206 Cadet on the racetrack now. Tanner Barsh starting on the pole position here. Alongside him, Sawyer Chambers, who was involved in a first lap incident in the first heat race. So he looks to have a much better start to his heat race this time out. As we look down the rest of the field, Aston White starting further back. Tyler Morwick in this field as well. So a lot of big names and a lot of drivers to look out for here. As Miles Borcher as well. Had a lot of pace in that first one, but green flag is out, and we are racing here. Tanner Barsh, a good start for him in this one. A couple of drivers drop a tire into the dirt there. One driver went up and airborne. That could have been, that was one of the MSL racing machines there of what I believe was Benjamin Osborne, unfortunately. Found himself up and in the air there for a second, but already a couple of drivers kind of shuffling their way through the first couple of corners, and Tanner Barsh, it's not a getaway. For now, there was no crash to kind of allow a getaway for Barsh, but already a couple of drivers there, a couple off the racetrack. One of the VLRs there finds himself way wide on what looks to be, it was either Caden Williams or, it was McCormick. Bryson McCormick found himself there in the VLR off the racetrack as Morwick there right behind Aston White. A lot of drivers kind of shuffling their way through, and we know how hard 206 race starts are, Rocco, but yeah, you know, it's argy-bargy the entire way through.
Yeah, it was a deep sin from Chambers. I mean, he's definitely trying to make his waste no time getting up to the front, because last heat, he definitely had a bad start. Earlier in the morning, I told him that he asked me for a lot of screen time, and I told him he would get plenty as long as he fought up in the front, and he said, no, man, I'll be off in the grass. And, well, he was off in the grass and had a struggle in Heat 1, but now he only lost one position off the start, and now he's to the lead off screen. Chambers goes to the lead around Barsh, and it's definitely a big difference from his Heat 1 excursion.
Yeah, definitely. And funny he says that. Good kid, Sawyer Chambers, or as some of them may call him, Soy Sauce, here this weekend. So there you have it, from Soy Sauce up to the point of the field here, and right behind him, Tanner Barsh in second. For Miles, he stays in that third spot. Aston Wyatt in fourth. Morwick still in P5, and for them, it's kind of been a charge up the field. Wyatt, it's up 3 spots. Morwick has kind of stayed stagnant, but a couple of other drivers have also made some moves so far in this second heat race. But for Chambers, who has had a lot of pace all year long, he finds himself within a good shot here, nonetheless, to take a better his average, I should say, here this weekend. As there goes Miles on the inside of Tanner Barsh. He looks to get clear. He does. Barsh falls back to the 3rd spot, and that's going to allow Aston Wyatt to close down his gap, and Barsh and Miles need to be careful with how much they fight here, or that's going to open up their gap to Sawyer Chambers out in the lead. They're going to go side by side, the MSO driver, and there goes Aston Wyatt out of nowhere. Fades low to the bottom of the racetrack. He's able to get through with Morowek, and look at that. Goodness me, Aston Wyatt able to get through and up to 2nd, and now they can't let Sawyer Chambers run away with it here, so all going to have to kind of push each other forward. So for Tanner Barsh, just look to go back there, and they had no draft. The drivers who did were Tyler Morowek and Aston Wyatt, so that helped them out. Barsh goes a little wide there on the left-hander. He's going to lose some time to Miles, and wow, already something to look out for here in this one. Caden Williams in the 218, not too far back. He currently sits 6th. Bryson McCormick was able to recover in 7th, but finding himself off the racetrack definitely didn't help here, Rocco.
Yeah, Morowek being a super pushing partner right there. I mean, that was 2 positions, 2 drivers got around 2 other drivers. Pretty spectacular, especially because they're both side by side for a whole straightaway, and with no advantage there in the draft, like you said. But yeah, now they're coming down into this corner. They're all catching back up a little bit. Barsh is there with Miles. They're right on the back of Morowek. They all need to start working together here if they're going to catch up to that to Chambers, because he is pulling a huge gap right now. But yeah, Morowek's probably going to be quite loyal to Wyatt right now because of the fact that they're caning so quickly right now. I mean, he definitely sees the bigger picture, but I think so does Miles and Barsh right now. Barsh pointing towards his motor. He may have an issue. I don't know what it could be. Maybe something with a carburation, but he may be down on power as of right now.
Yeah, no, for sure. And as we look at it here, continue to cycle their way through, but we've seen Aston Wyatt have a lot of pace, especially on that back straightaway. We saw with Tanner Barsh, and there goes Morowek on the inside there of Aston. So he was able to get clear. Barsh are going to go side by side there with Borche, and going to have to stay in the 5th spot. But I mean, look back at I guess the first heat race, right? In between all these drivers, you saw Aston Wyatt. Jerry was up here thinking that Wyatt was really going to run out of time to Tanner Barsh, and you saw how much speed he had on that back straightaway, and you see the same. That's what kind of granted him to get ahead of Tanner Barsh and Miles Barche. So it'll be something to kind of look for here as this race continues to progress. And Barsh does have a lot of Wyatt does have a lot of speed, and with the help of Morowek, with the help of Barsh, we'll get up there to the rear bumper of Sawyer Chambers. But this side by side isn't going to help him out. Barsh knows it, going to get back in line, but that loses him a little bit of time, a lot of time kind of being closed down there to Sawyer Chambers. So this is quickly going to turn into a 5-car train as we get closer and closer to the end of this one. 3 laps to go this time around for Sawyer Chambers, Morowek, Wyatt, Miles Barche, and Tanner Barsh.
Yeah, one thing I did think is I thought Morowek was definitely going to be Wyatt's pushing partner, and 2 corners later he went around. It may not be a matter of I don't want to work with you, but another thing is the other drivers have caught up, and now I need to put a cart between me and them. So maybe that was the reason why he went around. But regardless, they've
Alex Stanfield and Peyton Phillips getting set to take us to the green flag. Landon Skinner in that group as well. So that'll be an action-packed one after that action-packed race we just had. We'll be back in a couple of moments' time. your KA100 seniors on the racetrack now with Alex Stanfield and Landon Skinner, who gets set to lead us to green. Truly Adams and Peyton Phillips starting on row number 2. Dallas Dunlap on row number 5. With a couple of more drivers here looking to get themselves into the mix as we get set to get going here in this heat race for your KA seniors. It was a hectic end to the first heat race for all these seniors, and we'll see what it looks like this time out for Alex Stanfield and others as we get set to go green. And we look on our main straightaway here as we get the green flag this time by. Green flag is out, and we are racing here. A good start for Alex Stanfield and Landon Skinner, and they're going to go side by side there as they get through. Skinner finds himself in the dirt there for a second, but Alex Stanfield is going to be your leader. Peyton Phillips in second. Dallas Dunlap able to work his way up to 4th already, side by side, further back in the field. And a couple of other drivers have worked their way through as they get through there, but already some battling to start this one out. Nick Stouffer in the group there for kind of P5. Cohen Summers finds himself starting from the tail end, as well as Jake Faulkner, who started, I should say, further up in the field to start this one out. But some moves early on in this one.
Yeah, Stouffer having a much better Heat 2 than he did in Heat 1 because he kind of fell back on that start. He started P7th and managed to salvage a P10 finish in Heat 10, but right now he's ahead of his teammate Jake Faulkner up into P6, I believe that is. Jake Faulkner in 7th place right behind him. So Alex Stanfield and Peyton Phillips pulling away out in front. Adams, Dunlap, and Skinner. You're third through Skinner. Actually, no, that's Dunlap down the inside of Adams to take 3rd place. Adams gets the switchback, though, and I think Skinner's going to follow him through. They're going to shuffle Dunlap back into 5th place and promote Skinner up into P4.
Yeah, well, there you have it. Skinner moves up to the 4th spot. Truly Adams wanted to get his way through on Dunlap, and he wasted no time, but already Alex Stanfield, a very, I should say, good showing so far to start the second heat race off. And for Peyton Phillips, we saw him close down his gap. So we'll see what it looks like as this race continues to progress. Phillips, that gap sits at about 3 car lengths in between himself and Stanfield. Further back, a couple more of the TBs with Nick Stouffer and a couple of other drivers in that group as well, as Skinner still right behind the rear bumper here of Truly Adams, and we'll see if he goes for a move. He has a good run into this left-hander. Not close enough for Skinner to get it done.
Yeah, I mean, Skinner would like to get that move done, but also he sees Peyton Phillips so far up ahead. I mean, it's really up to him. I mean, I'm not the one in his head. We'll see what he does in this next corner. He decides to follow Truly Adams into the final 2 corners. I believe he may push Adams up into Phillips if he can, because there's still quite a bit of this race left to go. I mean, it just started just a few laps ago, but Alex Stanfield out in front with no draft and the fastest. Actually, no, this time by, Adams does put down the fastest lap of 104.487. That's about a tenth, almost a tenth quicker than your leader, Alex Stanfield, with Skinner pushing. So, yeah, that group of 2 right there is definitely faster than your leaders up in front. So we'll see what they can do by the end of this race. There's going to be no changes for the position right there. I don't believe so. Yeah, I don't believe that. Ethan Williams gets around Jake Faulkner first, 7th. Nick still in 6th place. So not much going on in the top 10 as you see Skinner now pull down alongside of Adams, and then he shuffles back in. He thinks better of it.
Yeah, it wasn't close enough for Landon Skinner to kind of get it done, so they're going to be single foul all the way through. And for Skinner, who just kind of needs to find that time and find that pace to kind of get ahead of Truly Adams. He looked again there in the double left-hander, couldn't get it done, so going to have to stay in the 4th spot. And for Stanfield and Peyton Phillips, that gap continues to close down about 3 car lengths here and closes even more at about 2 car lengths in between Stanfield and Peyton Phillips. So we saw them kind of get together in that first heat race, and I don't think either of them was quite happy about it. As Skinner goes on the inside there, Truly Adams. There's a battle further back in the field. It looks like 3 TB carts kind of locked and loaded there. What looks to be as Skinner drops a tire to Truly Adams, so they're going to lose some time. But let's go back to the battle kind of for P6 here with Nick Stouffer leading us away. Dallas Dunlap in that group and Jake Faulkner as well. That's Ethan Williams in this group, if I'm not mistaken. Right behind Nick Stouffer. Jake Faulkner right behind. Evan Dono in 9th. Clements in 10th. And then you go back to Ian Howell and more battling all the way through this field. But they're able to get it done and single file line all the way through here, Rocco.
Yeah, Ethan Williams gets around Nick Stouffer for that 6th place position. He first split the 2 TBs and then got around both of them, so we'll see what they can do now. These are 3 drivers who definitely have a big head on their shoulders. They will think quite hard about this. Hopefully they'll work together now that they're situated and shuffled for positions. Unless Ethan starts making mistakes, we may see him go back around on Williams. But as of right now, it's a 3-kart train. They're all working together right now. But as we come into the tight sections, yeah, they all stay single file right here. They don't want to slow each other down. Still very close. If any mistake comes up front, they're definitely going to start fighting each other. But as of right now, they're all single file.
Yeah, single file. And Jake Faulkner, Nick Stouffer, I mean, they have a lot of laps, race each other for quite some time. As well, Ethan Williams, kind of the outsider, kind of looking in. So all these drivers looking to kind of get himself into the mix and fight with some of the drivers that are kind of we're used to seeing here at the Texas Spin Racing Series and in the state of Texas. So they continue to cycle their way through, and more drivers there further back in the field. You go back to Evan Donnell, Xander Clements as well, Ian Howe in 11th. So all of them continue to jockey for position there further back. But the battle for the lead stayed kind of stagnant here in between Alex Stanfield and Peyton Phillips, who hasn't had an answer for Stanfield early on in this one. So we look back as Phillips kind of inches closer to Stanfield. That gap now at a car length, and for the two of them, kind of getting closer and closer every time they go around.
On your screen now, there's Alex Stanfield and Peyton Phillips very close to the bumper of Stanfield now. He was much further back at the start. He's been gaining in that draft ever since then, and now he's right on the bumper, putting pressure to Alex Stanfield. I don't think he's going to go for the move right now. I mean, he might. He's definitely a quick driver. I wouldn't doubt his ability to lead this race, but he may want to study Stanfield. He's raced him a very long time, so he's done a lot of studying of him in the past, but it always changes. There are track conditions, mistakes that you can see them doing on track, all kinds of things. So he may wait and choose the right time to pounce on Alex Stanfield.
Yeah, definitely going to have to pick and choose when he decides to go here on Alex Stanfield. So we'll see what it looks like for Peyton Phillips as they get closer and closer to the last couple of laps of the race. 2-6 in the air, 2 laps to go for Alex Stanfield and Peyton Phillips here.
Yep, 2 laps to go. Still very, very close together. Peyton still just waiting for the right moment to stick his nose in and get that P1 position. Alex Stanfield, as of right now, still hasn't been covering off. He knows that he has they have time to get to the flag again. So right now he's more interested in just pulling away from P3 right now, which is Landon Skinner. He's by himself right now. No work behind help behind him from Adams.
Yeah, so for Landon Skinner, kind of on his lonesome, no help behind from Truly Adams and his factory kart machine. But for Alex Stanfield and Peyton Phillips, don't expect these 2 drivers to help each other out one bit. So we'll see what it looks like for Stanfield. Going to definitely go on the defensive next time around. And if he looks over his shoulder, he'll probably go on the defensive this lap. You see him kind of open back up. Phillips not going yet. Opens back up. Alex Stanfield, kind of a half defensive move here, looking to hold the high 5 driver up just a little bit. And there goes Phillips looking to set up the over-under. Stanfield not going to give him any room. Opens back up for the corner, looking to set up the over-under. Nice and neat, smooth and easy for Alex Stanfield. Gets the over-under done.
Yeah, that was pretty close with them in the flag right there. I mean, he was a bit close on the track for the 2 leaders coming through to be too wide. So, yeah, it made maybe a little bit of a disruption there by that. But now Skinner to the back of Phillips. It's a 3-kart fight for the lead now after that scuffle into turn 1. So Stanfield still has the lead. Peyton and Skinner right behind. We might see a move into this next hairpin coming up if Skinner can get to the back of Peyton, help push. But as of right now, yeah, so Stanfield covers it off. Peyton follows him down low to try and cover off Stanfield as well. Skinner, my mistake.
Yeah, and there's Skinner in the 3rd spot looking to set up an over-under here. Not close enough. Side by side for Stanfield and Phillips. Who is Skinner going to decide to push? It's going to be Stanfield here. Skinner's going to push Stanfield, so they're going to get through. Phillips going to get stuck on the outside. And they have to keep it clean here if they want to end up in good position. And there you have it, Alex Stanfield. You hear the cheers here from the Amarillo Kart Complex team. And they're happy about that one. Stanfield takes the win in heat race number 2. Peyton Phillips in 2nd. Landon Skinner crosses the line 3rd. Truly Adams 4th. Dallas Dunlap rounds up your top 5.
And Ethan Williams comes across in 6th. Stouffer in 7th. No positions gained there for him. About a stagnant race for him. Jake Faulkner in P8. Donald 9th. Howell 10th. Clements in 11th. Sega in 12th, Heath 13th, Clark 14th, Renfro 15th, Summers 16th, and Huet 17th.
Well, there you have it. That was your KA100 senior class. More racing action set to come our way next. .206 Junior on the racetrack now. Gavin McCune and Christopher Wakefield starting on the front row. Chris Tracy and Davis Henry on row number 2.
Wade Borchit, sorry if I butchered that, on the third row with Perez. Then you have Warren and Searock on row 4, Ramirez and Angel on row 5, then Johnson, Fink on row 6, Blem and Milcori on row 7.
So those are your 7 rows and your 14 drivers that get set to take the green flag here in 206 Junior. They've delivered a lot of racing action so far today, and we expect the exact same here when they take the green flag. And already it's been close racing in between all these drivers. We saw Wakefield take the win or get close to the win after found himself with a couple of off-track excursions and some contact for him as well that found him kind of on the back foot coming into this one. So that's not going to help his average out when we get into the main event later on this weekend, tomorrow morning. So already they go side by side and get set to take the green flag, and it's out. McCune and Wakefield going to lead us away here. Wakefield on that outside. Going to look to hold on to it with Chris Tracy. They go side by side, and a much better start for Wakefield this time out. Finds himself in the lead. Ramirez there further back. They go side by side there for a second, and already some battling and already some moving. For Wade, he moves up to 4th. Landon Warren up to 5th. Davis Henry up to the 6th spot. Ramirez up to 7th. Perez was the driver who lost a couple of spots. So already some shuffling in this one. Landon Ward, the first of the invaders here in the 5th spot. They're going to go single file as they get set to go towards the back straightaway.
Yeah, McCunn points forward to Wakefield to work together right now. Just like any other 206 race on the start, you definitely don't want to fight unless the drivers up in front are getting far away from you. So right now they're doing exactly everything they need to do. Tracy and Wade behind are also trying to make up a few positions on Wakefield. Or no, sorry, on McCunn. But yeah, your top 4 is single file.
Yeah, top 4 still in a single file line, and you have it there for Gavin McCune in that 2nd spot, looking to go on Wakefield there. Not close enough to get it done, and already kind of shuffling through. Chris Tracy's in 3rd. He's single file line and can't get it done, but this time around we'll have 4.5 minutes to go. Back on track here, Christopher Wakefield still your leader. When we look at lap times, a 1:15.582 for Wakefield. McCune in 2nd. kind of single file and haven't done, all too much, or haven't passed all too much as we saw kind of in previous heat races, And like we said, Rocco, when it comes down to this format that we run here, it's kind of important for all these drivers to bide their time, know when you're going to make moves. And if you had a bad first heat race, your second and third heat races have to be much better than the way you started off the day in heat race number 1. So it's all about averages, and it's all about tomorrow, right? That's when the hardware comes. So for all these drivers, what's I guess a couple of words of wisdom that you would give some of these drivers if they found themselves in heat 2 after having a rough heat race number 1?
Well, you definitely have to make the next 2 heats count, because there's a huge gap from that first heat. I mean, these drivers have been racing a lot more than me recently and probably have plenty more wisdom than I do and what to do in these types of situations. But I mean, the obvious would just be, you need to make up positions. If you had a bad heat 1, it just puts you on the back foot from the very start, and it's very important to get back up to the lead there.
Yeah, no, definitely going to be critical for all these drivers to kind of get themselves and push each other up and closer to the lead that Christopher Wakefield currently has on the field at 10th, just about 2/10 on the rest of the field here, and his gap currently sits at just that, about 2/10. His lap times have been a little bit stronger to those of Gavin, but Gavin's still been super close to Wakefield. I mean, we've seen Wakefield across many other national events at the Cup Karts North America. That's where we're used to seeing him, but there goes Gavin on the inside. Doesn't want to make it easy on Wakefield, and this is really going to help out Wade Borche right behind them in 3rd, and Chris Tracy in the 4th spot. And Rock, I mean, you were saying that Tracy and Robert Arena have, found themselves in kind of almost in an 8-wheeled go-kart train before this year. And unfortunate for Tracy, he doesn't have that this weekend. Doesn't have Arena here to kind of help him out get into the mix of the top 3, but has a couple of other Trackside Karting Services teammates. And one of those currently sits in the 2nd spot with Christopher Wakefield, who has a lot of laps and a round of experience racing and leading laps and kind of winning national events as well. But it's been a different kind of weekend for him. Had to learn a new chassis with a GFC chassis here this weekend as Tracy looks over to the side, and maybe some sort of issue for Chris Tracy here, who doesn't have the speed that he'd expect. And further back, Cooper Perez leads his teammate in Landon Warren, Shelby Ramirez in 7th, and Davis Henry right behind them in 8th. But like I was saying, for Wakefield, it's been different. Had to learn a new chassis yesterday. Coming here in the morning practice session, wasn't able to test on the Thursday, so has had to learn a lot, kind of, had to learn how to drive with some different drivers here out closer to the West Coast. He's from the East Coast, so some learning experience for him. But there goes Henry on the inside of Shelby Ramirez. He's able to get through, so Ramirez falls back to the 8th spot here, and everybody able to shuffle their way through as well. But already some battling here. Nonetheless, McCune, your leader in that EOS Nash Motorsports machine, and then you go back to Wakefield with Borche right there in 3rd, and they're still single file, so we'll see what it looks like this time when they cross the stripe. 3 laps to go this time when they cross the stripe.
I mean, if I jinx what I'm about to say, at least we'll get good racing, but we get the top 3. They're working together right now, definitely trying to pull away from that horde behind them, because they're definitely within frame. If they start fighting when those 2-6 come out, it could be a huge fight for the lead. It could be a huge jumble of go-karts catching up to these top 3. So right now, they all seem to just stay single file. Not too much going on for battling. When we saw McCune go around Wakefield, it was just because it was a very easy overtake. He pulled up definitely, clearly alongside before the braking zone. So it wasn't a heartfelt pass, anything to slow them down. They're still single file. And, they're working together perfectly right now.
Yeah, I mean, and how many times in races prior, especially even races this weekend, have we seen kind of almost a 3-car breakaway, and then they kind of start to fight, and everybody else who's further back from 4th on back kind of starts to close down their gap or get even closer when all that battling kind of unfolds, especially at a racetrack like this, right? If you find yourself going side by side on a straightaway and the group behind you is kind of pushing together, then they're going to close down and win kind of 9 times out of 10. If you're used, if you've seen the movie Talladega Nights or whatever, kind of shake and bake, right? Everybody else behind you is kind of shaking and baking, and you're up there kind of, battling side by side, then that shake and bake is going to win every time.
Yeah, exactly. And as a thing that we mentioned a little bit earlier today, how basically every important corner, I think we had a bit of an incident into turn 1 right there, a few drivers going off. I think.
That could have been Landon Warren. Landon Warren was one of the drivers involved there in the 344. So that Invader machine, the Cole Nelson Racing driver there, going to be out of this one early. So unfortunate there for Landon Warren. And another driver there was involved. I think it was Henry. I don't want to speculate too much, but to me it did look like Henry. So we'll take a look through the field and see what driver was the one involved. But Yeah, it's definitely something. And as we look at, I mean, we're up in the tower here, Rocco, but you see the wind kind of start to pick up as well. So that's another big thing. That's going to help out the draft, especially at a corner like this. The wind's kind of blowing to our right, so blowing, against, I guess, this back straightaway. So if you're the driver in second, like Christopher Wakefield, you're going to have kind of that hole in the air to go that little bit faster than McCune up in the lead.
Yeah, of course. But before we had that little incident into turn one, the point I was trying to make is that, but now there's no train behind to really catch them after that incident. But, as he covers off the inside, it's a white flag. I'll get back to what I was talking about later, as we have now the final lap of the race and two drivers, only two within the shot of winning right now, unless Wade can get down to these two drivers. To the outside goes Wakefield, and he has a half a kart length, but the inside goes to McCune, and he keeps that lead.
Yeah, McCune able to hold on to it here. Wakefield looked to get creative. Wasn't good enough, though, to get ahead of Gavin McCune. So now Wakefield going to have to try a couple of more times here. And to me, the best passing zone has definitely seemed to be after that straightaway. If you can get on the inside there, that's definitely been kind of the easiest way to get around somebody. But it's definitely difficult everywhere else. Wakefield looks to get go here. Had a good run. Had the nose on the inside. Couldn't get all the way to the bottom. Wasn't able to get it done. Well, here goes Wakefield to the top. McCune able to get ahead, and that little bit of defensive action could hurt him here when he gets to the back straightaway. As we go here, Wakefield in second. Looks high, kind of looks low as well. Looks to see when he's going to go, and McCune finally going to defend. Wakefield can't find a gap here to go, so looks to set up the over-under. Not close enough, and from the looks of it, checkered flag is out this time by McCune. Going to be your winner in heat race number 2. Wakefield across the line in second. Wade across the line in third. Perez fourth. Chris Tracy P5. Ramirez P6. Davis Henry wasn't one of the drivers involved. David Blem finished 7th. Davis Henry in 8th. Maui Angel 9th. Steven Searock in 10th. John Paul McCurry 11th. Mia Johnson 12th. Landon Warren and what could be Mia Johnson could have been the driver there involved. Not sure, but yeah, a lot happened in that one, Rocco. And I think from the looks of it, it could have been Davis Henry with a penalty at the end of that one. But a lot of action and a lot kind of unfolded in that one. In a couple of moments' time, K.A. Masters here, if I'm not mistaken. And your 206 senior is going to round up the top of the hour here later on today. K.A. Masters rolling out onto the racetrack now, as you saw your schedule kind of pop up there and populate. We have a couple of more heat races here, and at about 2:30, we're going to restart all over again and go green with our back at the start with your mini Swifts. 206 senior, the marquee class here this weekend. Things set to go green next, but here are your 6 drivers. Randall Rogers, Neil Faulkner starting on the front row. Jose Eduardo de la Garza Elizondo on row 2. Daniel Howie, P2. Slade Miller, P3 with Will Combs as we get set to go green. But, wow, those are like 3 last names there for Jose Elizondo, like I've been calling him. It could be either De La Garza or whatever, but adding all three is definitely helpful for us to kind of pick and choose what he wants to go by here this weekend. But we get set to get it done here with Randy Rogers, who has been the driver to watch and the driver to beat so far this weekend, and Neil Faulkner, who just kind of got stuck behind Slade Miller at the start of the second one. So we'll see what it looks like. It's a TB kart outside row, and it's almost OTK inside row with Slade Miller rounding it up, but already a much better start for Neil Faulkner this time out. Moves up to second. Elizondo goes back to third, and Howie P4. Miller, unfortunately, lost a spot there to Combs, so going to be in sixth here. Combs going to be in the fifth spot, so already shuffling their way through. And it looked like Combs had some sort of issue in turn number one, and he did in the grass for Will Combs off the racetrack here early, and that's going to be an early end to his race as it's super hard to kind of catch back up here at Amarillo Kart Complex. But Rocco, I mean, how cool is it to see kind of some of the old guys go at it here, right? And for some dads that are here supporting, or like Neil Faulkner, who's supporting his son Jake Faulkner, and also getting into racing here this weekend, as well as a couple of others in this field. Not sure if we have any more dads in the field, but definitely some of the I guess you could say older guys, the veterans of the sport here this weekend.
It's definitely cool to see the Masters, especially when they start to pop off at 30 plus years old. Old heads of the sport sometimes, if they have a lot of experience, their racecraft is usually a lot better than some of the younger classes just because they've been doing it for so long. Now down the inside, that's Howie getting down the inside of Elizondo, but the switchback, he gets back into P3 and Howie goes back into fourth. But as we were saying, it's just a lot of these drivers have so much experience. It's really cool to see what they can pull out of the bag sometimes.
Yeah, no, for sure. And some of the racing action at times is definitely provides you see kind of well-timed moves, kind of patient moves. You see them kind of, be there and be patient at times and do whatever they need to do to kind of to get moves done. So it's definitely interesting to always see these guys kind of get out onto the racetrack and provide us with some good racing action. Obviously, this weekend, a couple of drivers who we're used to seeing at the Texas Sprint Racing Series on here this weekend, like Miguel Mir and a couple of others, Ademar Caligaro, Janae Din as well, not here this weekend, but whenever they're all here, it's kind of always interesting to see them kind of fight it out and provide us with some good racing action, and they continue to cycle their way through, but always kind of good. And Rocco, you actually had a stint in KA as well, and what was kind of the struggle points of driving a class like this whenever you're kind of going side by side with a lot of guys, as Howie looks to go back on Elizondo here, but what's one of the big things about KA Senior that you kind of found different from the lower speed category like 206?
Well, one thing about 206 is that you don't really have the power to make up for mistakes as much as this. You can really charge through corners a little bit harder with a KA100 and come out with a handful of pace just because you have such a more powerful power plant behind you. But it's a lot quicker. It's a lot more fast. It's just everything's quicker. It's a lot quicker than 206.
Yeah, no, definitely, and you make a good point. I mean, driving a little bit of I guess 2-cycle stuff myself more recently, it kind of helps you kind of make up for some of the mistakes that you do make, and with the higher speed kind of power out of corners. And the 206 is kind of just that little bit harder, because if you do make a mistake, you lose that much more time than what you would in a KA Senior category, or Masters category, I should say, as they cycle their way through. And Neil Faulkner falling under fire here to Elizondo, as Elizondo was falling under fire to Howie, and now Faulkner is doing the same, as there goes Howie on the inside looking to get clear, and again Elizondo looked to go for the over-under move and looked to move over, and that kind of scared Elizondo off a little bit to go back, as Slade Miller looking to go through as well. Not close enough to get it done that time by. side by side here with Neil Faulkner and Daniel Howie as they were jockeying for a position here. Elizondo lost a couple of spots too, but this is all kind of granted Randy Rogers to run away with it. A DKC-based LN kart out in the lead here, Rocco.
Yeah, so Howie gets up 2 positions. I guess you would call that the fast mover of this group, even though it's not the largest field to cut through. So we may see a different fast mover if Miller can get up in front of these guys. So you have side by side with Elizondo and Faulkner. Elizondo gets ahead of Faulkner. Faulkner loses 2 positions and half a lap. So going backwards right now, I think I saw a little bit of a shake of the head for Neil. And we'll see if he can get back up to those front drivers.
Yeah, Neil just, he's definitely not going to be happy, especially starting in second, having to work his way and full kind of back in the field as well. It's definitely not going to, he's not going to like it. Losing another spot to Slade Miller there, he's not going to be happy about that either. So, I wouldn't be happy if I was starting in the second spot and kind of found myself kind of losing a couple of spots. So, it's kind of, that's racing, and it is what it is. Got to keep your head down and work your way up the field here, Rocco.
Yeah, and I think right now as they come by, we're going to get the 2 to go this time by. As you can see, the 2 sticks up in the air. So it is crunch time for these 5 drivers right here. They're a little bit thinly spread apart, so there's no overtaking opportunities coming in these next few corners. But if either Elizondo or Faulkner can catch up to these 2 drivers ahead of them, they will see a little bit of racing. So Elizondo pretty close there to the back of Howie, and now that he sees those 2 sticks, he'll definitely start to push a lot harder. Yeah, and that draft is also going to pull him up. So now he's right on the bumper of Howie coming into this double left-hander.
Yeah, so has to be just kind of keep consistent, hit his marks, and they're not going to catch up to Randy Rogers, who's just absolutely checked out of this one. But this battle from second on back has definitely provided us some really good racing, nonetheless. So we continue to take a look at these guys, and for all these drivers, it's going to be all about hitting their marks and kind of being picture perfect whenever it comes down to beating a guy like Randy Rogers, who has a lot of pace. And you heard from Kyle Uchinski earlier on today, he said Randy Rogers was the man to beat here today. And he said Elizondo as well was one of the guys to look out for. And Howie is the guy who should look out for Elizondo here as they go side by side. And they're going to battle it out. White flag in the air this time by last lap of the race.
Yeah, Kate went out of frame for a second. I was kind of worried for Howie, but he came back in front of Elizondo there. So, keeping that outside does give you the momentum advantage coming out of corners. So, still with that P2 position with a little bit of a gap as well to Elizondo. So, if he drives a normal line, he may be comfortable to take these next few corners okay. I don't know about that back straight, though, because he is within a draft on that straight, and he may be in trouble coming into the final few corners.
Exactly, and very well said there. So for Elizondo, definitely going to have to get keep his nose right behind that rear bumper of Howie if he wants to keep himself within a shot to make a move down the back straightaway. But Randy Rogers checked out after the first lap and after kind of that first corner, and nobody's been able to even touch or get close to that DKC LN kart. Randy Rogers, as long as he keeps it on the racetrack, looks to be, clean and get it done here in heat race number 2. So Randy Rogers going to be your heat race number 2 winner in K8 100 Masters. Smooth sailing all the way through. Howie across the line in second, Elizondo third. Issues further back for Neil Faulkner, who loses a lot of time there. So unfortunate there for Faulkner, who's going to finish 5th. Slade Miller across the line 3rd, so a good end nonetheless. And Elizondo finds himself in the grass here, unfortunately. But up next, your 206 seniors. 206 Senior on the racetrack now, and your starting lineup a little bit different. Shouldn't be that way, though. Aiden Rudolph going to be the driver on the pole position here, so we'll wait for, I guess, our ticker to update here a little bit, and the starting grid to update for us here. But Aiden Rudolph going to start on the pole position. Jacob Oliver starting alongside him. Alex Stanfield should start, I believe, sorry, I have it flipped up. Jacob Oliver starting third. Alex Stanfield starting on the front row. Josie Chambers as well starting on that second row as we continue to look at it here. But more and more drivers, and we wait for our timing to update. But it was Aiden Rudolph, smooth sailing all the way through. Josie Chambers was able to get away with him as you look at the front row there with Rudolph and Stanfield, Skinner and Chambers further back in row number 2. Bryce Frank starting on row number 3, and more and more drivers will get set to go green in this one. 30 drivers total. Truly Adams, again, look out for him. He's going to have to work his way through the field in this one as well. Kelvin Zing there, Josie Chambers. You see more and more. Matthew Winfrey, the lead invader here at the moment, and a couple of ELRs. So a lot of different manufacturers, a lot of different drivers, a lot of different racers here driving for multiple different teams. 30 drivers total, all in the fight for the Duffy, which is going to come tomorrow and be awarded to a couple of these drivers tomorrow as well. So we get onto the back straightaway. Everybody signaling to each other to slow down and get ready to take the green flag this time out. Rudolph already with a good start. Green flag is out, and we are racing here in 206 Senior. Oliver, a good start on the inside line. We saw Stanfield not have the best of starts. He finds himself in the grass there and losing a little bit of time. Zing looking to go through as well. One of the Pragas looks to get his nose on the inside. Fandry going side by side there with Stanfield. Going to have to stay on that outside line as he goes side by side with Frank now. So they're all kind of jockeying for position here. And already, again, Stanfield from that front row just struggled to get that start early on from that outside line and hasn't suited him that well. But Oliver already with a good start up to second. Chambers as well. A much better start this time out for Jerry Fandry. And the rest of the field, a little bit of contact there further back. A couple of drivers going up and over each other's front wheels. Jay Weaver with an issue early in this one, and you see how important it is for all these drivers to kind of keep their nose clean here, Rocco.
Another very important thing is to not be on that outside line during the start. I mean, every time we've seen a start there, somebody has been shuffled out, as this time it was Alex Stanfield and others. Now, Jacob Oliver is going to go down the inside of Aiden Rudolph. Oh, a little bit of a hesitation there from Aiden Rudolph as he had Oliver on his inside, but he kept the lead. Chambers still pushing Oliver with, I think that's Jerry Fandry and Kelvin Shing, Bryce Frank, all joining the party here. Aiden Rudolph covering down the inside a little bit. Jacob Oliver going to follow him through. And Jerry Fandry up into P3. A huge bobble as you have Bryce Frank go off. And I think Truly Adams just had a huge sin, made a whole bunch of positions into P2, and they're 3 wide coming into turn 1.
Jacob Oliver going to be your leader here. Winfrey was able to slot up to the second spot. Rudolph fell back to third and kind of just has no idea what's going on because it's much different racing than what he's used to in KA Senior. Everybody kind of trying to take whatever they can get. Fandry lost out in that corner as well, so a lot of drivers in that lead group. You can almost expect fireworks to start to go off here. And I think Xander said it best early on. They're either pushing or they're either fighting for whatever they can get. So Rudolph fell back to the third spot, Chambers in fourth, and Stanfield back in fifth. But when you look at it, a lot of drivers have definitely come into their own. Oliver had a really good showing at the final round of the Texas Sprint Racing Series last year and has had really consistent runs this year so far, and is going to lead us away here for the first time this weekend. And you see Bryce Frank, they're getting pointed by. A lot of pace and just that respect. Hewitt, they're going to let him by. So the MGM AR Academy driver going to work his way up as everybody else kind of single file line, and Rudolph starting to close down his gap to the top 2. So we'll see what it looks like whenever they do get there. But we're just seeing kind of single file lines. Rocco, you've raced against a lot of the drivers here on our screen, and you kind of know what it's like and what you need to do to kind of be in a line to lead laps around in this field especially.
Yeah, Bryce Frank was always my pushing partner back when I raced 206. He's a really good teammate to work with. As of right now, he's a little far back. He needs to make up a few positions to get back up in that fight for the lead. And as Winfrey putting a little bit of a push to Jacob Oliver, I mistakenly thought that was Truly Adams in P2, but that is in fact Winfrey. As you can see, a few other drivers cycling through. I think Jerry Fandry lost a handful of positions coming out of that last lap. He's now down to P7th or whatever. Now you have Winfrey down the inside of Jacob Oliver. Aiden Rudolph is going to follow him through. And as you can see, you have Alex Stanfield trying to go around the outside of a few drivers, but he's going to get shuffled wide, and he's going to lose about 2 or 3 positions.
Yeah, and for Stanfield, they're kind of out of line, and that's not going to help him out, kind of being in the draft there. And you see a lot of drivers kind of looking back, asking for some help. And you see Jerry kind of looked over his shoulder, saw Bryce was right behind him, kind of looks back. He's like, hey, man, let's kind of work together. And you see all these guys are fighting ahead of us, so let's kind of take advantage of this and try and get up there to the point. So for Fandry and Stanfield, I mean, 2 teammates here that are going to work together and try and get themselves further up and closer to the top 5. They've struggled with a lot of grip early on the weekend. You heard from Jerry, you heard from Alex as well, who've kind of just been battling with the amount of grip here this weekend. But a little bit of a change up at the front. Matthew Winfrey from Nevada going to lead us away here in the Invader Cole Nelson Racing machine. Rudolph in second with the CRG Norda machine. And you go back to the Trackside Karting Services GFC and Oliver. Chambers in the Intrepid. And then the MGM of Kelvin Singh. So 5 different manufacturers, 5 different teams inside of the top 5. And that's really what 206 Racing is all about here, Rocco.
Yeah, it's very tight, very close racing. It's always very competitive as well, especially on a field of this size of 30 drivers. As Aiden Rudolph goes down the inside of Winfrey, Jacob Oliver tries to fall through as well, but he can't. So Winfrey holds on to P2 at least for the moment. The top 4 all really close together. There's a little bit of gap between 4th and back. But yeah, so as you can see, Alex Stanfield and Jerry Fandry working together very heavily right now, and down the inside of Kelvin Zing goes Stanfield.
Yeah, there you have Jerry Fandry looking to go through as well. On Kelvin Zing, wasn't close enough that time by. Frank right behind them, so we'll see what it looks like for all of them. As Rudolph, still your leader. In the second, Winfrey holds off from Oliver. So everybody kind of single file line. One driver there drops a tire, and single file line almost all the way through, all the way back to almost Reagan Seville on the edge of the top 10. Fitz is, I guess, the next driver in that train. Then you go all the way back to Jensen Harrell, who leads the almost second half of this field. But the top 10, almost anybody can really put themselves. You can pretty much put all these names in a hat, and whichever one you pick definitely has a chance to really be there and to maybe even win a heat race here this weekend. But Rudolph has had a lot of pace and kind of showing his pace already early on in this one, as everybody else single file further back. And just it's really all been about, kind of the respect that you give out there and the respect that other drivers give out there. If you find a driver around you that you kind of respect, you're going to be okay to push, so okay to let him by. But if you kind of find a driver that you maybe don't have that much respect for in the senior class, that, these are guys that race each other almost 5-6 times a year. And for some of the other drivers who race each other in club races as well, drivers that kind of, spend time outside of the racetrack together, that are friends outside of the racetrack. And those are the guys you kind of want to work with. For the other guys, new guys like Matthew Winfrey from Nevada, a lot of drivers haven't had a lot of experience with them. A guy like even Aiden Rudolph as well. Drivers don't have too much experience racing with Rudolph, although he has been kind of dipping his toes in the 206 side of things. But it's kind of picking and choosing who you want to work with, who you're comfortable working with, a guy who you trust. Obviously, Rudolph and Stanfield wanted to work together. They know each other a lot, race 2-cycle a lot together. But this is different, a whole different ball game for all these drivers. And very different kind of racing than what they're used to on the 2-cycle side of things. It's kind of picking and choosing when to make your moves. You got to be a little bit more patient than what you are on kind of the 2-cycle side of things. So Rudolph's done a good job of it so far, and Stanfield still learning a little bit in this 206 classes. There you have Chambers on the inside of Jacob Oliver. He's able to get clear, so the top 5 kind of splitting up here a little bit. In 6th, Stanfield, a gap for him as well with Landon Skinner. And again, another driver who's kind of 2-cycle racing all year long. First time really dipping his toes into 4-cycle racing. As you see there, Fandry on the inside of Kelvin Zing. Fandry's able to get clear and up to the 7th spot. So some spots gained, but like we said, Rocco, is just kind of picking and choosing your dancing partners.
Yeah, especially one thing is whenever your dancing partner gets separated and you might need to find another, like as you can see right now with Rudolph and Winfrey, it's a bit strange because you don't really trust the driver behind you, but Aiden's trying to negotiate as they come across for the white flag. So the white flag, I'm definitely not going to start pushing you at this point. I'm going to try and get around you.
Yeah, no, for sure. And I think negotiate for Rudolph is the best word that you can use, kind of like, hey, man, let's push together. And, I won't defend for the last 2 corners as long as we can get away from 3rd on back to put ourselves in a good spot. So negotiating was definitely well said there, Rocco, by you. Let's work together. Let's try to get away from the top 3. And I think Winfrey looks over his shoulder, sees that Chambers is right there. So he's going to have to make a move pretty soon, and he does. On the inside of Rudolph, he's able to get clear. So it's pass or be passed in 206 Senior, and that's exactly what Winfrey did. Got on the inside of Rudolph, wasted no time, and got through.
Yeah, now he's going to go fully defensive for the rest of this lap. He's going to cover off that inside as much as he can. I guess not. Yeah, he lets the inside completely go, and now he's going to lose a lot of positions here. Maybe just one. Never mind. Wow, down the inside. Oh, he goes off. He tried to hold it around the outside and goes completely wide there. Tries to squeeze a few drivers around on the outside, loses 4 positions there from the lead to 5th place. Now, Chambers tries to get down on the outside of Rudolph, and he cannot. Rudolph down the inside.
Oh, big contact. Landon Skinner, Jacob Oliver get together. Stanfield gets through as well into the grass. But Aiden Rudolph, 2 for 2 in heat racing action, wins heat race number 2 in 2:06 senior. But what an end to this heat race. Skinner was involved. Oliver was involved. Stanfield and Fandry crossed the line 9th and 10th, but both of them were involved in that incident there. Truly Adams gained a handful of spots there in 11th, and Bryce Frank, a mechanical issue, put him out of this one early. He finds himself in the grass in the infield section, but man, oh man, a hectic end to heat race number 2. But that grants Aiden Rudolph, with an eagle already to his name and 2 heat race victories, definitely puts him on the pole position going into tomorrow.
And we welcome you back here to another exciting round of heat racing. For heat number 3, it's time to give you your starting lineup for your Mini Swift category. Tanner Barsh is on the pole with the CRG, followed by Aston White, as we're already taking the green flag, set to go racing. And here they come down into the car. Already contact around as they make multiple karts involved in this one. As they try to get themselves reorganized, they may have to consider restarting this one, because of just all the incidents that happened on that opening lap. We're still going to have the green flag, and already it's going to be Barsh who will lead the charge once again, and that CRG absolutely flying around the track. He's got help from the 143 as they snake their way through the S's.
It's funny how this is the exact same copy start. I mean, maybe not the pile-up, but your top 3 with Barsh, Anastasio, and Wyatt taking 1, 2, 3 across the line. That outside line just hasn't been working for Wyatt at all this this whole day. But I think you had Theodore Mitchell involved in that accident. I think I saw him spun around in that crash. It's unfortunate because he was starting about 5th. He probably would have had some pace to fight up in the front with the guys. But now, as you can see, they're all spread out right now after that collision. The closest thing we have on track up in front is Anastasio and Barsh. But we'll see if Anastasio can hold up to the back. If it's a replay like the last 2 heats we saw, we might see Anastasio fall to the grass of Aston Wyatt.
We'll keep an eye on that here as they work their way over towards the back half of the course here, keeping an eye on some of the competition as we try to get, there we go, a little further back to the battle for P5. How about Simon Klein? He struggled, had to start the tail end of the field pretty much every heat race, and now he is fighting his way up inside the top 4. He is now in the 4th position, leading the charge in that. That's actually Vargas we're on screen now in the 111 Cosmic, as we watch the battle for P5 between Sanders along with Daniels and Sadagova.
Yep, Daniel Sadagova. Vargas is the leader of this pack. As you can see, they both covered off on the inside. Daniels went very wide there. It's going to go wide again. There might be a switchback now with Daniels and Sadagova. Still not yet. Sadagova still trying to get around Daniels as they're out to the outside. Now, to the inside goes Vargas to try and defend, but Sanders is going to go around the outside of Vargas to take that P5 position. And further back, you have, I think that is Daniels going around the outside of Vargas. So Vargas going backwards right now in the field. Unfortunate, but that's what's happening. Now you have one more driver down the inside. I think that is Sadagova going down the inside of Vargas.
Yep, Sadagova will get the spot ahead of Vargas, so move Vargas all the way back to P8 right now. Sadagova up to 7, Daniels up to 6, and then, of course, the driver is going to be moving up further up the field, of course, is the driver of the other Vargas, who is now up in front of the field as they work their way out of the final corner across the start-finish line. 3 minutes and 15 seconds to go as timing updates a little bit. Sanders holds that 5th spot. Daniel, Sadagova, and the 2 Vargases. Then Mitchell, who I believe is still out on the track, running in the 10th position in his CRG. Not a good start for them after that contact that they had, but so far, no pressure for Tanner Barsh, who has about a second lead over Andrew Lee Anastasio.
Yeah, this gap is between the top 3. They're all split between a second of each other. As you can see now down the inside goes Daniels on Sanders, I believe. Yep, Sanders loses a position, loses 2 positions, as you have Sadagova get the best of both of them in that corner. So took advantage of that battle between the top 5 position to get herself into the 5th position.
Pick up a 2-for-1 special as they head down the short chute to the hairpin right here. Sadagova goes on to make sure, takes the defensive as to hold off the 125 of Daniels as they snake out of that long sweeping corner here, heading towards the back half of the course here and the final couple of corners. We're going to pick up our race leader, Mr. Tanner Barsh, who's been continuing his dominant run, and then the battle for P2 between Anastasio and Aston Wyatt, the 2 teammates for Allen Rudolph Racing Academy and their Perel Arts, trying to work together a little bit to see what they could try and do, if they can work and hunt down the CRG of Tanner Barsh.
Yeah, right now, I mean, it's a huge gap between 2nd and 1st, but right now, as of heat races go, even if Wyatt can just get into that 2nd place position, it's not too much loss because he's only 1 position off, only a 1 points haul difference between him and 1st place. So it won't be the biggest difference in the world, but right now he's being held up by Anastasio. He's trying to get around Anastasio right now as he taps his helmet. I wonder if they'll work together. Perhaps, maybe not. That's not what's happened the past 2 heats. We'll just have to wait and see.
Have to keep an eye on the lap times here because something's got to have to be figured out for Tanner Barsh or Aston Wyatt for the finals tomorrow, because if this is going to be the case for him each and every heat race that we've seen where he's got the pace but just does not get that good start, he's just only going to be really fighting for second place with his teammate, and Tanner Barsh is just going to continue skipping away with a chance of bringing home a good finish and the win in tomorrow's finals.
Yeah, even though the finals tomorrow will be longer, it is a huge gap anyway, and it's not like it's closing any. It's opening about 0.5 of a second every lap. So yeah, Barsh is pulling away from Anastasio and Wyatt right now. We saw Wyatt try to get down on the inside in the last corners of this lap last time by, and he just wasn't able to do it. But now we're in the same position as we were last time by. He has his double left-hander to go through, and then he has one overtaking opportunity, and then after that he has a big drafting opportunity down the back straight.
Yeah, the problem is, Rocco, is he going to stay tucked up behind his teammate, or does he need to realize, I need to go and start making time? 20 seconds on the clock. It's really not a whole lot he could do at this point because he's not going to be able to make up unless Tanner Barsh makes a mistake. So do you maybe see what you can do as far as how much time you can gain in a lap by pushing your teammate?
Yeah, especially, that's a good point because right now it's taking him about 2 laps to get around Anastasio. It'd probably just be better for him just to work together because 2 karts is always faster than 1. It's not like Anastasio is necessarily making any mistakes. It's just that Aspen Wyatt is very eager to get around Anastasio right now.
The gap is now 3.4 seconds between them and your race leader, Tanner Barsh, as they work out towards the first couple of corners so far. Tanner Barsh, though, is just taking a Saturday afternoon drive here in Amarillo as they work their way through the final couple of corners. No pressure from him whatsoever. Simon Klein still holds the 4th spot. He has an enormous race lead as we watch the battle for P2. Barsh being aggressive to try to go around the outside, cuts up, trying to work his way to the inside as they slice and dice their way through this section of the circuit. So far, no opening for him as he comes through this sweeping corner. That quadruple apex can't do it. He'll stay tucked up. Now goes to the inside of his teammate of Anastasio, completes the pass, moves him back into the second place, and as Anastasio tries to go around the outside, it's going to be a drag race through the final couple of corners between the 2 AR Academy teammates as they drag race through the final couple of corners. But for Tanner Barsh, he is looking to capture another heat race win. Anastasio fights his way through to hold on to second place as they come out of the final corner, and Anastasio will get second one more time around as we get that white flag. So we still got to keep on going as they work their way through. But Anastasio had a great run to hold on to that.
Yeah, now as you can see, 1 lap to go. Aspen Wyatt pulls down to the inside of the racetrack to get ahead of Anastasio. Anastasio trying to look for the switchback, but in this tight sector, it's really hard to try and get down the inside if the other guy's running really well. So out of this corner, as I said before, he has an overtaking opportunity right now, and then 2 more before this lap is done. So right now he tries to get the switchback, goes wide while Aspen Wyatt covers off the inside. Now again, covering off the inside, Anastasio goes high, trying to get the over-under or just the run on Aspen Wyatt coming into this hard braking zone right here. This is one of the hardest braking zones on the track as Anastasio pulls down the inside and gets the inside. Never mind, I thought he did. It was a camera angle. He pulls out wide again and gets the run. It's a carbon copy of last. No, never mind. Pulls fully alongside him. As you can see, Tanner Barsh comes around the final few corners to take the checkered flag and get the win. But Anastasio, and there's Tanner Barsh across the line. Anastasio and Aspen Wyatt are side by side coming through the last few corners. And it's going to be Anastasio. Aspen Wyatt is P3. Simon Klein with a fantastic race to make it all the way back up to P3, finishing 4th. And Sadagova finishing P5.
How about Simon Klein making up all that time on the rest of his competition right there with those 2 teammates battling? Tori Daniels will come home in P5. Sofia Sadagova will round out in 6th position. Jason Sanders will be in 7th with the 2 Vargas brothers in 8th and 9th. And Theodore Mitchell, tough break for him. He's going to have a lot of work to do tomorrow in the finals. He will be finishing in 10th position with his CRG. Well, with that, we still have more racing action to go as we complete our final rounds of heats for today's action here. You're watching Kart Chaser's coverage of the IKF Nationals here at the Amarillo Kart Complex, only on Kart Chaser.
Welcome to Rimrock Raceway, the premier karting facility and motorsport-themed venue in West Texas. While you're at the track, be sure to stop into Victory Lane and enjoy our full-service bar and event center. We have live music and entertainment weekly, along with Texas's fastest go-karts available to the public. Located on West Highway 80 in Odessa, get your adrenaline pumping at Rimrock Raceway and live life full throttle.
Welcome back to Kart Chase's coverage of the 2024 IKF Grand Nationals. I'm Taylor Burris here. Along with me is Rocco Ruzic as we get set for your Honda Kit Karts on the pole. Dusty Strayer will start alongside the comp cart of Brody Brown. Michael Dean will start on row 2 with Franco Morales in 4th position. Braxton Shiflett will be in row number 3 with Jose Calvo in the 3rd position. And now we are getting the green flag set to go racing here for 6 minutes plus 2 laps. And already the Kit Karts hard at work doing battle for the top spot as they come out of the first couple of corners here and race their way side by side, nose to tail as they come across, heading into turn 1. That 17 machine putting on a big run as Brody Brown tries to take the fight to Strayer.
Yeah, a big curb hop by, I think that was Lee there for a second. Dusty Strayer, I mean, everybody got outside of the first few corners safely this time, as opposed to Heat 2, where we had a bit of a pile-up coming into turn 2. So now, yeah, Morales also taking a bit of curb in the opening lap. But now, as you can see, you have Strayer, it is Brown, Morales, your top 3, as Strayer goes down to the inside of the track to cover it off from the rest of the drivers. Brown staying on line, not affected by it, and Morales still just, also single file following through with Dean and Shiflett completing your top 5.
Walking their way through towards this back half of the course, but Strayer doing everything that he can to hold off the rest of the field, because here comes Morales to put the pressure on Brody Brown as they work their way out through that sweeping corner, and already it is nose to tail here where they come side by side a little further back for the battle for P4 between the drivers of Dean and Shiflett. Shiflett look to the inside, can't quite make it work. The CRG, though, will stay up ahead of the 48 machine of Dean and move up a little further as they race their way across the back half of the course. And still Strayer holding strong, but how about that battle for second place? 3 wide, almost 4 wide as they head down.
Yeah, but now just 2 wide, 2 in a row as well. It's still a huge, healthy group of Kit Karts out in front right now. Very tight, tightly knit pack, and the leader is definitely within range right now. It's not like they're cutting up too much time as you have Morales go down on the inside of Shiflett for P2. He's going to cover off that inside and get P2 with a... I believe that is Dean in 4th place. So your 2 drivers, Brown and Lee, falling backwards right now, especially Brown. He was up into P2 at one point, now all the way down to 5th place. Morales trying to catch up to Strayer. Strayer's pulling away right now for the most part. Nobody for him to battle with. So as there is Shiflett and Dean, a little bit of a cover down from Shiflett on Dean because he is pressuring that 14 CRG.
A little bit of pressure right now between the drivers starting to boil over as they work their way through that long apex here. Coming over through the back half of the circuit, the 14 of Shiflett now sets his sights on the Burrell Art of Morales. No pressure, though, for Strayer as he comes out of that quadruple apex corner and holds the line down the long back straightaway here. And watching on the 48 of Dean with the comp cart, trying to see if he can get a bit of a toe to take the challenge for a chance of a top 3 finish here in heat race number 3 for your Honda Kit Karts as they snake their way out of that sweeping corner so far. No pressure here as we watch their way through around the circuit. And we'll try to get a picture here for you to watch the action as your top 4 are having a good fight. And now to the inside, Morales will complete the pass and make it work. Strayer will now drop back to 2nd. Here comes Shiflett, though. He'll try to cross him over. Can't quite make it work. And now we see Strayer go on the defensive to hold off Shiflett. Morales, your race leader.
Yeah, Strayer covering it off when he doesn't really need to. He's going to hurt his exit coming out of the turn 1 and 2 chicane. Now you have a Shiflett going down to the inside of Strayer after that bad run. out of the first few corners, but he decides to pull back into the bumper and stay behind Strayer. And Dean, a driver who was affected by that incident in Heat 2, it's very important that he stays up here in this, like even P4 for him right now is very good. He'll get a lot of points, and he'll get a decent starting position as opposed to the other drivers who were also involved in that incident in Heat 2. Strayer going to cover off the inside again, and I think that is Shiflett to the P2 position now ahead of Strayer.
That is Shiflett in the CRG having a good run in second place. How about the driver of Dean in the 48? That Kart really trying to put the pressure on Shiflett to go up a further, as well as Strayer as they work their way out of that quadruple apex. Brody Brown, though, has a lot of pressure from him. He's got Lee and Calvo all over his back bumper as down to the inside. Calvo try to make it work. Won't make it past complete here as the 48 of Dean tries to put more pressure on Strayer for that third position.
Yeah, Dusty, definitely one of the most defensive kid kart drivers I've ever seen on a broadcast. Not trying to say that like he does every corner, but he's a very good defensive driver. He's one of the drivers you see actually cover off corners instead of just opening them up to other drivers. So it might be a little hard for Dean to get around Strayer because of that. But as you can see now on our screen, that is Brown, Lee, and Calvo. Calvo made a little bit of a bobble there. He's falling a little far behind. Now on our screen, that's back to Morales and Shiflett, our two leaders. Strayer still holding off Dean there for P3. A very good defensive drive there from Strayer. And as you can see, Shiflett right on the doorstep of Morales now on the bumper, decided not to go down the inside and just follow through. There's still 40 seconds plus 2 laps to go, so a very long race still ahead for these kid kart drivers as these lap times are significantly longer than the other classes. But yeah, it's still a very healthy race out in front. No changes for position in the last few laps as of yet in the top 4. Maybe a little bit further back there has been, but pretty stagnant out in front as of right now.
I don't know. Shiflett's got a good run of those corners here. He is setting something up big to go take the race lead away from Morales. He has got a big run coming through this apex here. He's going to try to work his way around the outside. Can't find the opening. Here comes Strayer as well with these two battling. It's now a 3-horse race. Here comes Shiflett. He's thinking about it, but Strayer's down on the inside. Will he pick up the 2-for-1 special? No, he will get 1 position. Move backs up to P2 as they come through this apex here, and Strayer just being aggressive to try to beat Shiflett up the track a little bit so he has the inside advantage. He's got help from Dean, though, but with these 3 drivers battling, that allows Morales to pull away from the competition now. It's over about a 1.5 seconds between the 3 drivers you see on screen and your race leader, Morales. Here they come now down towards the final couple of corners to get the 2-lap to go signal here at Amarillo, and Morales has stretched it out to about a 0.8 of a second lead over Strayer.
Yeah, Strayer doing really good right now. He may even be able to catch up to the leader if he's really going for it right now. As you can see, he got around 1 driver already, so he's on the move. Maybe he was just waiting for the end of the race to get those 2.6 to go to really start cooking. As you can see now down the inside, he takes the lead from Morales. A ballistic driving right now from Strayer. He makes multiple positions up in the last closing sections of the race. And into the lead goes Dusty Strayer.
It just shows how well that kart is doing on the long run here. I'm curious to see what he will be able to do tomorrow. If he falls back towards the beginning parts of the races but is able to work his way back up through the field, he knows he's got a good enough kart to come home with a race win and win here at the IKF Grand Nationals as they work their way through the back half of the race circuit and approaching towards a great passing opportunity. Strayer and Shiflett and Morales all just trying to find their way through, but Strayer has smooth sailing so far. Shiflett, though, trying to go on the defensive to keep that hungry pack of drivers behind him as they come through the final couple of corners so far. Morales is going to lose more spots possibly as here comes Dean with a big run. But for the driver of the number 12, he started up towards the front of the field. He fell back quite a ways but was able to recover. For Dusty Strayer, continues to hold strong as we watch the battle for P2 coming out through the final couple of corners. Will we get the 2 to go signal or the white flag? We'll see here as they come out of the final corner. It will be one more time around. Dusty Strayer has a lot of work to do here in this final lap. Here comes Morales down to the inside.
Yep, around Shiflett goes Morales for P2. So, yep, Strayer is pulling away right now. He's basically clear about a full second from him and the rest of the pack. Morales and Shiflett in that P2 and P3 position as he's starting to get pressured a little bit by Dean. Now they're trying to catch back up. Him and I think that is Lee in 5th place. Now Lee going to the inside of
Lee will work his way through the field as they work down the back half of the course now. Dean will hold strong in that spot, but he will drop back quite a ways now. The 48 of Dean will hold on at the moment in the 5th spot. Meanwhile, at the front, Strayer will lead the charge in his number 12 machine. Shiflett having to go on the defense to keep the driver of Morales behind as he was able to fight his way through. Shiflett is in 3rd. He's got help with a CRG teammate behind that can maybe work together. But for Strayer, he has set sail. That number 12 Tony Kart looking to take home a chance of winning a heat race here today as they come through the final couple of corners. So far, no pressure from behind. Meanwhile, for Morales in 2nd, he's trying everything he can to close the gap. The 2 CRGs bump drafting down this long straightaway here as they work their way through the final couple of corners. Coming out to the checkered flag, Strayer will hold strong. Shiflett will not be able to get up to the back bumper of Morales as he will get that 3rd position. Checkered flag in the air for Dusty Strayer, who will win heat race number 3.
Yeah, Morales in P2 with Shiflett in P3. Lee gets the position on Dean at the end for 4th place. Dean taking up that top 5 position. Calvo 6th, Tudor 7th, Brown 8th, Lofton 9th, and Peter in 10th.
Great drive here for our amazing kid karts here today. Of course, we'll see them return to action tomorrow morning for more racing action. We're going to step aside, take a quick commercial break, but don't you worry, we have more great racing action here for your Kart Chasers coverage of the IKF Grand Nationals. We'll be right back after these words.
Brandon, why are there all these charges for just over $200 from Acceleration Kart Racing's website?
That's because AKR gives you free shipping on orders of $200 or more within the continental US.
Okay, but I thought you were just getting a pair of gloves. That's what, $70?
But if I'm getting a new pair of gloves, I might as well get a new pair of shoes to match. And then on top of that, I'll get a neck brace because with the shipping, it's basically free.
Yeah, I do not think the math checks out on that.
Everything you need, all in one place and shipped to your door for free for orders of $200 or more. Exclusions apply. Spend responsibly. Shop AKR.com.
Are you looking for an advantage in your competition? Well, Kart Class has done the hard work for you. We've traveled to your racetracks to give you the inside knowledge. So what does Kart Class offer? We've got drone footage that captures the racing lines, visual markers for your braking points, acceleration zones, and the best overtake opportunities on your racetrack. Pedal cam to show you where to brake and when to accelerate. And 360-degree footage to make sure you don't miss any parts on the racetrack. We've covered 13 racetracks in the United States. And Australia, you're up next. So visit kartclass.com to get your track information.
USA, a top-level performance team with unmatched hospitality, offering a full-service driver development program with year-round testing available in Miami, Florida, and the official North America racing team of Parolin Racing Chassis. Chassis and parts available at ParolinUSA.com.
Welcome back to Kart Chaser coverage of the 2024 IKF Grand Nationals here at the Amarillo Kart Complex as we get set for your 206 Masters presented by BRT. On the pole position, it will be, as we wait for the timing and scoring to update here right quick for us, it'll be Phil Pignardo, who is on the pole, with Chuck Jensen on second place. Todd Barron in third. Marshall Steves will be fourth. Nick Miller rounds out your top five. Kyle Uchensky in sixth. Omar Penales will be in seventh with Jeff Chalmers in eighth position. Derek Dudley ninth. Ian Tudor rounds out your top 10. Working their way down towards the back half of the course, we'll see the action get set, ready to go racing. A couple of drivers who are going to keep an eye on as we get a little bit of fist bumping action to see who will be able to survive the next 6 minutes plus 2 laps to go as they work their way to start this final heat race for your 206 Masters.
Now coming to the green flag with Pignataro on that pole position. He's going to be our pace setter for this first corner. As we get the green flag, let's see, green flag, and away they go. Bit of a slow start this time by Pignataro, that outside line trying to hold it. Let's see what happens if they lose any positions. It looks like Jensen's going to hold on to that P3 position. He only loses one to the inside of Barron. Everybody gets away cleanly. Miller in 5th ahead of everybody else. Steves in P4. And everybody cleanly away.
Pignataro will hold on to the race lead for the time being. Barron stays right behind him with the Burrell Art, the 589 machine of Jensen will hold that 3rd position. No pressure for your top 3 at the moment. Everyone's just going to hold position for the time being. Pignataro, though, will hold on and continue to make the charge down the long sweeping corners here into that 2nd hairpin. And he's actually going to stretch it out, but goes a little too wide. Opens up the door for Todd Barron to take over the race lead.
Yeah, as of last race, I mean, we may see a few changes for the lead because you have a few top drivers in that top 4 that are very racy right now. But as I say top 4, it is more like a top 7 because there are plenty of drivers in that front pack. As you see, that is Jensen getting around the inside of Pignataro there for P2. Jensen into P2, Barron a little in front with a few kart lengths ahead of the rest of these drivers. You have Nick fighting off, I believe that is Penales and Yuchinski right there. Yuchinski tried to get down the inside of Penales but could not do it, follows back in line. Now, there are 2 groups here, 1 of 4 and 1 of 3. Maybe they can catch back up to that group of 4 up ahead if they don't fight anymore. We'll see if Penales wants to work together as well as Yuchinski. Now, yep, everybody's still single file coming through this next lap.
That time by, it was Marshall Steves, the 3rd, who will set the fastest lap of the race here on the opening lap as they work their way around the circuit. But Todd Barron has a little bit of help from Jensen as they're trying to pull away from Pignataro as they come through this sweeping S's so far. Nick Miller, he's helping that group of 3 pull closer and closer to the back bumper of the 566 of Marshall Steves. And here comes Yuchinski. How about that? 3 wide as they enter into the corner. That's going to be a problem to where they'll lose a ton of time. And Nick Miller, the Maverick, will drop back and lose 1 position to Omar as he will now lose touch with the CRG.
Yeah, that was as clean as it could have had as an outcome because they were 3 wide, very close there coming into that corner. Penales with the advantage coming out of it. Yuchinski stagnant in P7. Miller losing just 1, but now up in front you have Jensen now to the back of Barron. It's they still have 3.5 minutes plus 2 laps to go, so I would be very surprised to see if he goes down the inside. I think he's going to work together. The only time I would be seeing Jensen go down the inside before the 2 sticks to go is if Pignataro catches back up, which he most likely will. It's just to put a kart in between him and that other pack catching up. I mean, and also to cover off the lead. But now, as you can see, both 3rd and 4th are kind of splitting up. They don't have any pushing partners to work with right now. It's just Steves getting that draft as these 2 work together up in front, and they are most likely going to pull away if they can't figure it out further back.
Now, the question I got to ask you, though, Rocco, is with these 206 cars, these Briggs and Strattons, one thing we got to keep in mind is what if Chuck does get a good run coming off one of these corners? Maybe we see Todd Barron get bogged down a little bit. Is that also another time where he could go ahead and just say, hey, you know what, I'm going to take that spot away from you. We don't need to lose any more time.
It's definitely a decision he can make because one thing is if you have enough pace to go around somebody and you think you're not going to lose any time, I would definitely do it as he goes defensive, which is very surprising for this early in the race. So now you may see Jensen really try to get around him if he keeps defending like that. But another thing is I've seen quite often in times where if somebody's working together with somebody, like if I have a pushing partner and he bogs down on a corner and I don't really have the opportunity to pass him, or even if I do, sometimes you may just give him that big push to have him also go forward because it may be quicker than trying to, leapfrog over each other.
Absolutely. We'll keep an eye on this as here they come across the line. Just under 2 minutes plus 2 laps to go as they work their way through. Pignataro holds that 3rd position. Chuck Jensen still trying to work with the driver of Todd Barron for the race lead. No pressure so far from anyone else further back. Nick Miller, Kyle Yuchinski, Jeff Chalmers are trying to work together to see if they can close in on the top 4. So far, that has not come to their approval to work their way up into that group. So they are losing touch to your top 4 drivers. Meanwhile, Pignataro with Steves is getting a little bit of help, but he's not close enough compared to what we see with our top 2 with Barron and Jensen. Pignataro trying to see if he can just find a way to sniff that draft on these straightaways to help get him within that drafting range as they come out of that corner. So far, not working out for them. Meanwhile, further back, Omar is holding strong in the 5th spot with Miller and Yuchinski as they come through the sweeping corners here with a minute to go plus 2 laps.
Yeah, you're exactly right about the situation between your top 4 right now, as Pignataro doesn't really have a pushing partner. Steves is right there, but he cannot get to the bumper of that driver, which is affecting them very much, because right now it is at a 1.3 second gap. It's probably going to climb to much more than that, because I think they gained a few tenths the previous lap then. Yep, it went from a 1.3 second gap to a 2 second gap. So your top 2, not only is this group possibly losing touch of the top 4, but your 3rd and 4th place drivers are also losing touch of the top 2. These drivers right here, Penales and Nick Miller, are in their own race right now. If maybe they can catch back up to Steves and Pignataro if they start fighting, but at the same time, it is a very slim chance of that scenario happening. But you never know.
If you look at it this way, it's a Florida-Texas battle for the race lead. Both Todd and Phil are from the Sunshine State. That's trouble for Nick Miller. He'll loop it around right in front of Yuchinski, who's able to get away. And unfortunately for Nick Miller, it's 2 heat races that he's had issues in so far today. That is not going to be a good result for him for the finals for his starting position.
Yeah, it's a big shame that that's happened to Nick. He definitely doesn't want that going into his finals, because he has a much less of a points advantage on the rest of his competitors. He's going to have a lot of work to do tomorrow in that main event. Your 2 drivers up in front, though, are still definitely glued together, Barron and Jensen, 1 and 2. A little bit of a kart length between him and Barron right now as they come to the 2 laps to go. So, yes, Pignataro and Steve still ever so slightly gapped apart, so there's no help right there from Steves on the Pignataro. The chances of him catching back up to the leaders are very slim if these 2 work together and are smart about it, because one thing is, even though it is the heats and you may want to win that race, P2 isn't bad either. There's been plenty of times in the past during TSRS weekends where we've seen drivers like I remember one was Braxton Trigg, he'd grab somebody and they would be having a rowing celebration at the end of the race, because they knew together they could just push away and agree on one of them finishing first, one of them finishing second. Because if you have a scenario like that where 2 drivers can work together, they're both going to start first and second for the main event anyway. Now you can see Barron covering down the inside, going almost to the full end of the racetrack and then coming back up. Jensen deciding to just stay single file now and wait for the right moment. He ducks out right now to the outside of the next corner. Right now in this little kink, it is his inside, but for this hairpin to the left, he will be stuck on the outside. Maybe an over-under move if Barron forgets to park it on the apex. We'll see. He sticks right behind Barron for that P2 position, now coming to the white flag.
He's got one more attempt to try to make it work. How about this? He tried to go right up against the wall to see if he can get the outside lane going for him. Not going to work for him at this time, but Chuck Jensen is going to try anything he can. He'll now go back around the outside, see if he can slingshot his way around, maybe try to see if he can pull it over-under through these S's, and so far can't quite make it work for him in his Barellar. How about this? Big run out of the corner. He now tries to slice his way over to the outside. Can't do it. Tucks back into the inside. Nose to tail. Here comes Chuck Jensen around to see if he can over-under again. Not able to do so as they head through the long sweeping quadruple apex corner up ahead. So far not able to do anything for the time being, as Todd Barron is absolutely being masterful of knowing where to place his kart around the track. He'll go down to the bottom of the racetrack to go on the defensive once again, but we've seen time and time again, if you're not careful, drivers have been known to make mistakes. Here comes Jensen down to the inside. It's going to be a drag race towards the back half of the circuit here as they come down to the final couple of corners, 2 by 2 actually, for your top 4 positions as Pignataro tries to hold on to that 3rd spot. Here comes the driver of Jensen. He tried to go around the inside. Now the outside. Out of the final corner, checkered flag in the air for Todd Barron to take home the race win.
Very close finish between your top 3. Pignataro even almost got the jump on Jensen for that P2 position, as you have Jensen in 2nd, Pignataro in 3rd, Steves 4th, Yuchinski 5th, Chalmers 6th, Penales 7th place. Actually, Nick Miller in 7th place. Penales gets demoted all the way down to 9th place as Dudley leapfrogs him. Wow, Penales must have had an issue on that last lap because he got demoted 3 positions all the way to 10th place as you have Dudley in 8th and Tudor in 9th. I think that's Penales right there on our screens. He's out of his go-kart.
Yeah, Penales had an issue over there in that CRG all the way towards the back half of the circuit. So a tough break for that CRG machine. Omar Penales is going to have a little bit of work to do to see what he can do for the finals in your 206 Masters tomorrow. With that, we're going to step aside, take a quick commercial break, but we have more great racing action still to come. Next on the docket, it is your KA 100 Juniors presented by P1 Engines. Next on Kart Chaser.
Amarillo USA, a top-level performance team with unmatched hospitality, offering a full-service driver development program with year-round testing available in Miami, Florida, and the official North America racing team of Parolin Racing Chassis. Chassis and parts available at ParolinUSA.com.
So you finally want to get behind the wheel, huh?
Yeah, I've been shooting for 3 years and I've never got to drive.
Well, you're going to need some more gear than just your helmet. Why don't you go to shopakr.com. They got their inventory online and they'll ship it the same day if you order before 5:30 p.m. Eastern.
They got shoes?
Yep.
Gloves?
Yep.
Rib protectors?
Got those too.
Can they make me go fast?
No.
Here at Acceleration Kart Racing, we've got everything you need to get on track. What happens next? Well, that's on you. Check us out online at shopakr.com.
Are you looking for an advantage in your competition? Well, Car Class has done the hard work for you. We've traveled to your racetracks to give you the inside knowledge. So what does Car Class offer? We've got drone footage that captures the racing lines, visual markers for your braking points, acceleration zones, and the best overtake opportunities on your racetrack. Pedal cam to show you where to brake and when to accelerate, and 360-degree footage to make sure you don't miss any parts on the racetrack. We've covered 13 racetracks in the United States, and Australia, you're up next. So visit kartclass.com to get your track information.
Welcome back to Kart Chaser's coverage of the IKF Grand Nationals here at the Amarillo Kart Complex. It is time for your KA 100 Juniors presented by P1 Engines. On the pole, it is David Ybarra with Tyrone Kemper Jr. on the second position. Tyler Roberts in third with Christopher Wakefield in fourth with Hector in fifth position. Luke Cruz in sixth. Gavin McCune in seventh. Matthew Duquette in eighth. Easton Cox in ninth position. Rounding out your top 10 is going to be Aldo, followed by Davis Henry 11th. Caden Presley in 12th. And London Skidmore rounding out your 13 kart field as they work their way down towards into the start zone. Tyrone Kemper Jr. looking to be one of the drivers here, one of the favorites here, along with David Ybarra, who are going to do battle once again in heat race number 3. Will we get the green flag? The answer is going to be yes, indeed. Green flag, and we are racing here, and already drivers jockeying around for position as they enter into the first couple of corners. Contact is made. Dust is flying, action is happening, and already the driver in that 899 machine of Tyler Roberts will take over the race lead as they work their way over to the first couple of corners and single file as we see David Ybarra hold second, Tyrone Kemper Jr. in the third position. Field works their way out through the S's, snaking across. Tyrone Kemper Jr. trying to be patient, waiting to see if he can find the opening. But Tyler Robert, he's going to be the rabbit in this situation to see if he can start to pull away. Meanwhile, Kemper Jr. under pressure from Hector as he tries to fight his way through. No way he finds the opening for the time being as they work their way towards the back half of the course. And Hector will hold on to the fourth position for the moment as David Ybarra gets a great run out of that final corner towards the back half of the course. The 875 machine also in the hunt as well as they snake their way through that long apex corner here, sweeping over towards the back straightaway. So far, everyone just minding their P's and Q's here on this opening lap. Under 5 minutes plus 2 laps to go as they work their way into the braking zone. And a great pass that we'll see on screen here as they get a little bit of a stack up. And we'll continue on as the TV kart leads this big pack of karts here. Luke Cruz in that number 824 TV kart holds the 6th spot. Luke Cruz in the TV kart holding strong. Right behind him, he has, of course, the driver of Gavin McCune in the 822. No big movers so far at the time being. A couple of drivers moving up one, maybe two spots here or there. But Tyler Roberts still holds strong as your race leader. Luke McCune, though, holding in that second place. Gavin McCune is trying to hold on in that seventh place. Can't find the opening that he needs to get ahead of Luke Cruz. Christopher Wakefield, who we saw have a great heat race number 2, looking to see if he can repeat that as we go up, as David Ybarra takes the race lead once again into the race lead ahead of Tyler Roberts. Tyrone Kemper Jr. sits comfortably in the third spot, as those three are now going to try and work together to pull away from the rest of the competition. Down to the inside, here comes Tyler Roberts, and of course the driver of Tyrone Kemper Jr. moved Ybarra back to P3, as now is going to get settled in for the moment. Ybarra, though, under pressure from both Hector and Christopher Wakefield. Those two working together as they try to make it a 5-kart battle for the race lead. 3.5 minutes plus 2 laps to go. So far, Hector gets a little bit of help from the GFC of Christopher Wakefield, who set the fastest lap last time by with a 105.583 as they work through the S's, coming down the short chute to the apex of that hairpin corner towards the back half of the circuit. They'll start to compress a little bit, then extend out as they come off corner exit and work their way through. Tyler Roberts holds a position for the time being as your race leader. Tyrone Kemper Jr. biding his time here. He's got some help from David Ybarra, who is now waiting to see. Here comes Kemper. Big slide, though. He cannot control it. He has to back off and make sure he holds his second position as Ybarra almost capitalized on that mistake. Tyrone Kemper Jr. realized that, backs off a little bit, and now loses his time. Here comes Ybarra down to the inside. Could we see a 2-for-1 special? No, he will get second, though, ahead of Tyrone. And here comes the driver, Christopher Wakefield, moves up to P4. Coming through the, it says here on the start of another lap, 2.5 minutes plus 2 laps to go for these drivers. Little tap of the helmet there for the 814 of Hector as he tries to work his way through with some help coming up through the S's, though. He's got no one really behind him. Wakefield tries to see if he can now snake his way to the inside in the 811 in that GFS machine. A little bit of hand gestures, wondering what is going on, because with these two battling, that brings the TB kart of Luke Cruz into the mix, along with Matthew Duquette in the 898 machine. So we are going to be seeing about a 6 to 7, maybe even an 8-kart battle for the second position if they're not careful, because Tyler Roberts has already checked out to over a second lead, unless Ybarra and Kemper have something else to say about the matter as they come out of the final couple of corners towards the back half of the course. Here comes Luke Cruz right there. He's now moved up into the 5th spot and looking to try and get more as they work their way through. Here they come, and big bobble right there, shunt right to the inside as here comes the driver, Matthew Duquette. He will get around the driver of Luke Cruz as he will drop 3 positions. How about Easton Cox moving into the top 8? 1 minute plus 2 laps to go for your race leaders watching on. Here comes the 815 machine of Easton Cox. He's got a big head of steam with him. He's got the tow from Gavin McCune right ahead of him in the 822, that blue, black, and yellow. As there goes that 815 machine of Easton Cox off the track. Got to keep it on that black pavement if you're wanting to make sure you gain time and not lose positions, as he loses the spot to Luke Cruz at the moment in the TV kart as they try and fight, negotiate, and see who will come out on top in this position as they work their way down the back half of the course. So far, no pressure up front now as Tyler Roberts is going to continue his race lead ahead. It's still within the 1 second mark, but David Ybarra is trying everything he can. 28 seconds, so we're looking at about 3 laps to go for your race leaders, as here comes the driver of Tyrone Kemper Jr. along with the driver of Christopher Wakefield, who will work his way up to the back bumper and give him a little bit of a push to see if they can hunt down your top 2. Ybarra, though, has a little bit of breathing room for the moment as they dropped it down 2/10 on your race leader of Tyler Roberts. Roberts works his way through nicely, keeping a nice, smooth, consistent line. As trouble for the 871 machine. That, of course, being Tyrone Kemper Jr., had a big off. He's going to drop all the way back to the 5th position. and that will kind of cause a little bit of an issue for your drivers of Ybarra along with Christopher Wakefield, because now they're separated. They don't have anyone really to get a good tow at this moment, and they're starting to lose a little time now to Tyler Roberts. So we'll see how this will all play out for them as they work their way towards that long sweeping corner on the back half of the straightaway here. So far, it's about 2 to 3 kart lengths separating Ybarra from the driver of Christopher Wakefield. So far, not going to work as they come out of the final couple of corners. It will be popsicle sticks in the air. 2 laps to go for your race leader of Tyler Roberts as he takes charge once again. Still about a second. He picked up 2/10 last time by at 9/10 of a second as we watch on a little further back and seeing some battling for position. Wakefield still your fastest driver on the track. Keeping an eye on the competition here, seeing if anyone else is being a big mover or not at the moment. So far, it is going to Tyler Roberts as one car over here at the back half of the circuit here on turn 1 had it off, so he will continue on. That is the 846 of Aldo, who will now drop further and further down the line as we pick up the rest of the field down towards the back half of the course at 899 of Tyler Roberts, still holding strong. Wakefield has to see if he can find anything he can do to catch up to David Ybarra and work his way further. So far, Ybarra not having any help, so that's going to be detrimental for them to chase down Tyler Roberts for the time being. Wakefield, though, closing in closer and closer to David Ybarra. Does he have anything in this final lap? We're about to find out. White flag in the air. Coming through the first couple of corners to start the final lap. So far, Tyler Roberts has about still a 9/10 of a second lead over David Ybarra. Christopher Wakefield still 4/10 back, so not really anything he can do right now, but that GFC machine is really starting to put the pressure on. If he can have anything to do with this battle, make it a GFC 1-2 in this heat race, it would be a big win for the GFC manufacturer as they work their way through the final couple of corners here and work on to the final stage of this race. And here they come down the long back straightaway. So far, Tyler Roberts holding strong at the moment into the braking zone. No pressure whatsoever. David Ybarra, well, he's going to have to go to the drawing board and figure out something to do for tomorrow's finals if he wants to have a shot of an IKF and get the Duffy. Here they come into the final corner. It is going to be Tyler Roberts, 899, who pulled a miraculous start to take the race lead. He will win heat race number 3 to continue on a good trend and have a shot of winning the Duffy tomorrow afternoon.
David Ybarra comes home in P2 with Wakefield in 3rd place, Iturriaga in 4th, Kemper Jr. in 5th, Duquette 6th, McCune in 7th, Cox 8th, Henry 9th, Cruz 10th, Presley 11th, Aldo Iturriaga, in 12th, and Skidmore in 13th.
With that, we're going to step aside, take a quick commercial break, but when we come back, it will be time for your KA 100 senior category, one of the big classes, the premier classes that we'll be covering along with the 206. They're up on next on the docket here on Kart Chaser.
So you finally want to get behind the wheel, huh?
Yeah, I've been shooting for 3 years and I've never got to drive.
Well, you're going to need some more gear than just your helmet. Why don't you go to shopakr.com. They got their inventory online and they'll ship it the same day if you order before 5:30 p.m. Eastern.
They got shoes?
Yep.
Gloves?
Yep.
Rip protectors?
Got those too.
Can they make me go fast?
No.
Here at Acceleration Kart Racing, we've got everything you need to get on track. What happens next, well, that's on you. Check us out online at shopakr.com.
Here at MPG Motorsports, our main goal is to provide the best pathway into professional motorsports for our entire team, drivers and mechanics alike. We're based out of Whiteland Raceway Park in Indiana. For more information, contact us at chase@mpg-motorsports.com.
Studies show that even the best current generation of simulators only convince 50% of the human brain that they are real. Here at SimCraft, that just isn't realistic enough. Developed to offer the most realistic karting sim experience in the world, all testing has shown that the physics engine used in SimCraft's Grid 1 model convinces 90% of the human brain that you are actually on track. Now that is the real deal.
Welcome back to the IKF Grand Nationals. As always, my name is Caleb Bieska. Alongside me here in the booth, the one and only Taylor Burris. As our 206 cadets get set to go green here, let's run you down that starting order, and it's a lot like what the cadet classes have looked like all weekend long. Tanner Barsh starting on the pole position alongside Sawyer Chambers, who's had a couple of good runs, had a good run in that second heat race. In the first one, though, his, I guess, contention ended early in the first corner. You go back to Bryson McCormick in the VLR, Miles Borche on row number 2.
In the next row will be in row number 3, Tyler Morazic, followed by Caden Williams in that 6th position. Row number 4 will see Aston Wyatt and Drew Blem in 8th position. Rounding out your top 10, Marshall Steves and Dean Gloria.
You go back to Jensen Willender, Yeromangelis Vargas alongside each other on row number 6. Benjamin Osborne and Wyatt White on row 7. Salvador Ruiz and Emery Peters on row 8. Tori Dangerous Daniels and Simon Klein on row 9.
And riding shotgun on the field will be Theodore Mitchell as the field works their way through to get into the start box and turn them loose for the next 6 minutes plus 2 laps.
Yeah, I believe that could be an engine change there for Theo Mitchell. coming up. But we get set to go green side by side. Green flag up in the air. We are racing here in 206 Cadet. A good start nonetheless. For Sawyer Chambers there on the outside. But Tanner Barsh holding on to the lead here. But everybody going to want to take the fight up to the CRG Nordum MSL Racing driver out in the lead. Everybody getting into line. Sawyer Chambers in second. For Miles Borche in third. McCormick, a much better start for him this time out. Had a trouble spot here in this corner. Turn number 4, kind of getting through. So much better for him. But a couple of drivers going way wide there on the exit. One driver goes around. That's Benjamin Osborne in the MSL Racing Machine, unfortunately, going around in that left-hander.
Yeah, tough break for them, but now we'll pick up and watch this battle for the top 4. It's trouble for the 275 machine.
Oh, man.
That is...
That's Morowek. Morowek, unfortunately, going around there at the start, and that's not where you want to see Morowek. He had really good pace early on across both of the heat races, and now finding himself in the grass, definitely not where he'd want to be, so unfortunate there for Morowek. Aston Wyatt as well, having a bit of trouble on that start, finds himself in the 6th spot. I should say 5th spot. Was there in 5th with Morowek, but finds himself in the grass. So for Wyatt, some work to do to get up to the top 3 who are on our screen here now, but a lot of pace and a lot of class in this top 3 with, like I've said multiple times today, Chambers had a good run at the CKNA Summer Nationals, has had a good run across Cup Karts North America competitions as well. And for Tanner Barsh, has been one of the drivers to beat all year long in the Texan Racing Series and anywhere in the state of Texas. Hence why they call him Tanner the Texas Hammer Barsh. So definitely living up to that name all weekend long. Been most definitely the driver to beat here this weekend, Taylor.
Been one of the most dominant drivers in the cadet categories here all weekend long, and always a factor when it comes to racing here in the heart of Texas as these drivers work their way through around the circuit. Keeping an eye, though, on Sawyer Chambers. He's one of those other competitors, though, who's always there to capitalize if anything happens to drivers such as Tanner Barsh or Aston Wyatt.
Yeah, no, for sure. So definitely going to be something to look at here as this race continues to progress. There goes Wyatt on the inside of McCormick for P4, and we just missed it there, but it looked like Wyatt was able to get clear. So Wyatt up in a 4th here for McCormick, fell back to 5th. And then Williams just kind of standing by in that 6th spot, kind of waiting to see when it all unfolds here. But having a new leader in this train may be better for the drivers here on our screens because Aston Wyatt, I mean, we know he's been quick anywhere that he goes, so we'll see if Aston can kind of get himself and get on the horse to kind of close down his gap to the top 3. So going to be something to look out for here. But Wyatt does have a lot of pace in that Burl Art machine. It has had a lot of pace in the mini Swift class. I think, Taylor, you alluded to it and said it best. You know, has found himself without good starts, and Rocco said it as well. Finding yourself on the outside probably wasn't the best starting spot for Wyatt, and kind of been a struggle point. You know, struggled with engine yesterday or clutch issues yesterday, but seems to have fixed that now. But you know, qualifying does mean a lot, especially when you're fighting for such a big trophy here this weekend, and it's meant a lot with almost 20 drivers in this field. So for Wyatt, who's just kind of, you know, had to kind of make up time, make up positions every single race, he's done a good job of it. But whenever you want to get up there and kind of battle for the lead, like Chambers and Barsh are doing, because they've kind of left Miles here at this point. So this battling isn't going to help him out.
Yeah, but unfortunately for the driver of Aston Wyatt, though, he's going to fall into the clutches of both McCormick and Williams, loses 2 spots. So the driver who we thought would be the Pied Piper when it comes to the drafting here around the circuit, it's not going to work here in this race for the time being, as Aston Wyatt will sit in that 6th position, drop back a couple of kart lanes, actually lose touch to the back bumper of Williams as they work their way out of the final corner. So far, not going to work out for them as they come across the line here, and 2 minutes plus 2 laps to go.
2 minutes plus 2 laps to go, so about 4 laps left in this race here for Aston Wyatt and company. For Tanner Barsh, still kind of hasn't looked back for a second. Chambers has been kind of on his coattails here, not trying all too much. And that's really important whenever you see kind of your 1 and 2 drivers being lined and kind of bumper to bumper as this race progresses. For Chambers, you know, I always compare it to a lead and follow practice session, right? You have a driver who's leading, a driver who's following, and usually there's a driver who's following who's the driver that's learning, you know? So the driver in second, usually the one who's kind of learning from the driver up ahead and seeing where he's strong, where he's weak, where he can kind of make a move, where Tanner opens up his line a little bit more. So we'll see what it looks like for Tanner.
It's always the best sometimes to be the follower in these early stages of the race. Sometimes it's best to be the one who is the one doing the chasing, because that's where you get the chance to learn and notify, hey, This is where the driver is weak in one point. This is where I can maybe overtake, maybe capitalize on the mistake. As one up on two wheels, one driver does as they come up. He's able to hold on to it for the time being, but they are absolutely battling it out here a little further back outside the top 5.
Yeah, still battling outside of the top 5, and they continue to work their way through, and Williams able to get ahead of Wyatt that time by, so still a lot of shuffling all throughout this field. Further back in the field for Tori Daniels, finds herself in 12th. Vangelis Vargas in 11th here, so for Vargas on the what's slated to be the factory kart, doing a good job nonetheless, so they continue to work their way through, and single file line, but 20 seconds left on the clock here, and it looked like there for a second we had one driver off the racetrack, too, and I think we do.
We do have one driver. We can't get the number off from where we are here. We'll try to see if we can pick them up as they come back around next time by, but so far for the driver of Sawyer Chambers, he is now out in front, I believe. Nope, he's still going to have to hold off and be behind Tanner Barsh. Barsh in the CRG still holds strong for the time being. Time has expired right now, so we are going to get the popsicle sticks this time by. 2 laps to go for your race leaders. So far, though, those two under no pressure. They have stretched it out to about a 3.2 second lead. Here they come. 2 laps to go for Tanner Barsh and Sawyer Chambers.
Yeah, so already 7 laps, or I should say 6 laps in the books. 2 more to go, so Tanner looked back and told Chambers to kind of work with him here for a little bit, and we'll see how Chambers does with that. We'll see if Chambers works or wants to make a move, but further back from McCormick, still single file with Miles right behind him. Williams as well. Wyatt kind of further back and hasn't made an impression, but Miles drops the tire there into the dirt, and that's going to lose him a lot of time as we look back up to the front, and Tanner Barsh and Sawyer Chambers about a car length in between the two of them, kind of splitting them up here in this one, Taylor.
Certainly is, and that's going to cause a lot of divisions, a lot of issues for the drivers in this pack here as we pick up our race leader, Tanner Barsh, Sawyer Chambers. They are still continuing to stretch out that race lead. Meanwhile, for McCormick, he is about to be swallowed up by a gaggle of drivers who are closing in on them as they come through that final couple of corners here as we watch them work their way through the back half of the straightaway. Chambers staying glued to the back bumper of that CRG of Tanner Barsh.
Yeah, definitely glued on here for Sawyer Chambers, but all going to come unstuck here in a couple of moments' time. White flag in the air this time by for Chambers and Tanner Barsh, who goes on the inside looking to fend off that Kart Republic machine of Sawyer. So they're going to go through and, it's kind of going to have to pick and choose when he's going to go here as Barsh to the bottom of the racetrack there. Chambers on the top looking to set up an over-under. Couldn't get it done, but definitely going to have a good drafting spot on that back straightaway, Taylor.
It really is. It's 2 Texans going to do battle here in the Lone Star State as they come side by side, heading down into the braking zone of the hairpin. Barsh has the inside, but here comes Chamber trying to do the around the outside move. Can't quite make it work. He'll stay drag race and completes the pass. Sawyer Chambers, your new race leader here on the final lap. Can he hold on? He's got to go on the defensive, though, in that 245 machine.
Going to have to defend. He's on the bottom of the racetrack. Tanner at the top. Getting creative also for Austin White and a couple of other drivers there for 4th on back to 6th. But your battle for the lead still kicking off here. This is the final time around and the final time in Saturday racing action for these drivers. Can Barsh find a gap on the inside? Look down, not close enough. Looks to set up the over-under now. Is going to get it done, but not for now. And he knows that's going to be all she wrote here in heat race number 3. Sawyer Chambers, Soy Sauce, gets it done in heat race 3.
McCormick will round out your podium. Aston Wyatt, he'll come home with the top 4 with, of course, the driver of Miles Borche rounding out your top 5. Then Caden Williams, Drew Blem, Marshall Steves, Dean Gregoria, Jensen Willander, and Tori Daniels. Well, Jensen Willander will move up to top 10, so that'll round your top 10 as more drivers struggling here towards the back half of the race.
Yeah, Theo Mitchell crossed 10th there. Jensen Willander in 11th. Tori Daniels in 12th. Vargas 13th. Simon Klein 14th. Wyatt White rounds up your top 15.
Guys,
Your KA 100 seniors on the racetrack now with Alex Stanfield and Landon Skinner leading us to green here. Peyton Phillips and Truly Adams on row number 2.
Dunlap and Williams on row 3, then Stouffer and Sega on row 4. Jake Faulkner and Xander Clements, 2 teammates on row 5. Donnell and Howell, row 6. Renfro and Heath on row 7, and Clark and Summers, 2 teammates again on row 8.
There you have it for your KA 100 senior field, and the driver to look out for has definitely been Alex Stanfield, who has had a lot of pace all weekend long. Landon Skinner has been up there to take away a couple of heat races from them as well. So Skinner was able to take away the first one after some contact in between Stanfield and Phillips, kind of put them both out of contention there. So will be something to watch here as they get to the final couple of corners and they get set to go green on this back straightaway. And we're starting on the back, for those of you guys who may not know, to kind of avoid the issues that we faced over the years with the bus stop chicane here in turn number 1. So it's been good, but you heard from Xander earlier on today that it still provided some difficulties for a couple of drivers here this weekend. So we'll see what it looks like, and let's hope all of them can make it through and kind of smooth sail all the way through. But into the start box we go. Green flag is out, and we are racing here in KA Seniors. Stanfield with a good start on that inside line. Skinner on the outside. Everybody looking to shuffle their way through. And Skinner up to second. Phillips there back in third. Dunlap already looking to make some moves on Truly Adams. Couldn't get it done into turn number 1. Side by side all the way through. Clements gets through cleanly. And a couple of CRG drivers there further back. Going side by side.
Yeah, Stouffer made a move into that turn 2 spot, or actually turn 1, to get into 6th place, I believe. There's your leader, Alex Stanfield, closely followed by Skinner, Phillips, Adams, and Dunlap. There's Xander Clements, I believe, going around one of his teammates. As you see, Peyton Phillips now going down the inside of Landon Skinner to take that P2 position. A few overtakes on this opening lap, but nothing too serious, Caleb.
Yeah, no, for sure. And it's definitely nothing, race ending to this point, because you have Skinner and a couple of others kind of working together. Truly Adams as well, kind of working with each other. Faulkner able to get back ahead of Clements, who's kind of been plagued with engine issues all weekend long. So unfortunate on his side of things, but definitely looking to I guess, be better so far in this session, to see what changes they made over the session. But you see that gap kind of open up just a little bit, about 3 car lengths in between Stanfield and Phillips here. And that's been one of the biggest things here this weekend. Stanfield's able to kind of get away early on in the early stages of this race, has really good pace across the opening laps. But as this race, dwindles down, Phillips and Skinner have definitely been there towards the end and kind of closed down their gap to Alex Stanfield. So it hasn't been a runaway like a lot of people may think, or as it may seem early on in this one, but it's definitely, kind of been that way early on. And then with the draft, everybody gets brought right back into play, as we've seen with Phillips and Skinner here, Rocco.
Yeah, Alex Stanfield is a driver who, he definitely belongs in that P1 position, though, because past times we've come here, he's won many times in the past. Kyle Uchinski earlier this morning said something along the lines of him being defeated. I'm not too sure. He's definitely won more times than he's lost here throughout the years. But yeah, he's the kind of driver who would pull away from the draft regardless of who's behind him. But that is Peyton Phillips in P2. Definitely not somebody you can just walk around. And as of right now, he may just be sitting there with Landon Skinner waiting for the last closing minutes of this race to really start pushing.
Yeah, and Peyton Phillips, I guess you can say hasn't had the year that he would have probably hoped for, but a race win of his name at Crescent definitely did him good here at the state of Texas, and has had some good showings. Has a national race win to his name, so that was also a good start. Wanted to contend for a SCUSA Pro Tour Championship this year. On the KA side of things, found himself kind of dipping his toes in 125cc categories at the Star Championship Series, at the United States Pro Kart Series as well. So just wasn't the full year that he would have hoped for. But again, whenever you come down to it, has struggled across some of the heat races, but in the main events has definitely always been there, but had to work his way kind of to be there, and this time out at the IKF Grand Nationals, it's really, whenever you talk about depth and the drivers in this field, your top 5 are really, there, but you see a little bit of a drop off there further back with whatever either issues, drivers may face. We've seen Xander kind of get up there in the top 5 earlier on this year, but just issues kind of plagued his charge up the field. And for Faulkner as well, he's had pace last year here, started on the front row going into the main event. Nick Stouffer as well hasn't been in the kart as much, been more in cars, and kind of overshoots it there and kind of spins it around there in the last couple of corners. So unfortunate there for Nick Stouffer, who finds himself in the grass. So we go 3 wide for the lead. Landon Skinner, Peyton Phillips, and we said they were definitely going to be there in the end, and they're there now. Truly Adams are going to go through on Stanfield as well. They're side by side. Dunlap out the edge of this group. So the top 5 kind of locked and loaded here and, looking for whatever little bit of real estate that they can get. And for 6th on back for Faulkner, Williams, and Clements, if they can stay single file, this could definitely prompt them to get up there and closer to the top 5.
Yeah, unfortunate for Stouffer in that earlier lap. That's definitely not going to help him on a starting position for tomorrow. But never mind that. Your top 5 still very close together. They're kind of gapping that group behind of Faulkner and the rest. You have Clements in that other group with Williams. And then cut off that, it starts with Dunlap in this group here with Adams in 4th place. Those two are working together right now to try to catch up to Phillips and Stanfield. Out in front is Skinner as a huge draft move. Peyton Phillips down the inside of Landon Skinner. Alex Stanfield is going to try to make the move stick too. He does. Skinner has to slot in for P3 as Adams gets down on Dunlap. They were fighting as well. Now into turn 1, Phillips, your new leader with Alex Stanfield right behind him.
Yeah, so everybody kind of single file line. There goes Stanfield. And as I say that, goes to the bottom of the racetrack, looking to go through on Phillips. He's able to get clear. Phillips, they're stuck on the outside, sets up the over-under. Not going to work this time around, but this battling up here for the lead is definitely closing down the gap to Faulkner, Williams, and Clements. So they can be there if they can continue to stay in that single file line that they've been in. And for the experience that those drivers have, especially Faulkner, Williams, and Xander respectively, they know what they're going to need to kind of get up to that top 5. And they need Stanfield, Phillips, and Skinner, and Dunlap and Adams to kind of continue to fight and continue to challenge each other for the race lead here. So that's exactly what they want to see, and they know what they have to do to kind of get up there and be up there. But truly, Adams, losing a little bit of touch here with your top 3, and this is as expected. These are 3 drivers who have led laps already this year, won races this year. Skinner, the rookie here this year, not able to kind of get that race win, but has led a lot of laps nonetheless.
Yeah, and Skinner, new in the senior class, but he was also a very competitive driver in the junior class. And as of right now, he is one of the most impressive rookies we've seen in this series, as he's been fighting for wins all day today in the heat. So now, as you see, they're definitely gapping your 4th and 5th place drivers right now, as well as, you said that those drivers in that group, in the 3rd group behind with with Faulkner and Clements, they're definitely within shouting range of these leaders. So if they start fighting, they will catch back up very momentarily in the heat of that battle. But as of right now, it's a runaway with your top 3. Stanfield, Phillips, and Skinner, all single file. We'll see if anybody makes a move coming into this corner. You see Dunlap go on the inside of Adams. He's going to wave them by because they are losing time. They're going to try something new and see if Dunlap's quicker up in front. Or maybe not. Maybe they just keep racing.
Yeah, Adams wasn't too happy with that move there by Dunlap, but at some point you kind of have to realize that you're losing time to the top 3. You're not gaining any time. You're not gaining any bit of track space. So you got to try something different at some point, and Dunlap wanted to do just that. He sees the top 3 kind of running away here, knows he has to close out his gap, so yeah, he does so in kind of switching positions. I think the white flag was out. 2 laps where 2 sticks were in the air that time by, so that's why we saw Stanfield defend in turn number 1, and he's going to defend all the way throughout this racetrack. We saw how the first heat race ended, and this is really kind of determine who's going to end up with that pole position at the moment. If it stays like this, Stanfield can get it done. If Skinner can pull away with a win, it could also go the way of Skinner, but I think nonetheless, Stanfield, if he can keep it on the racetrack here and keep it in the top 3, will find himself within a pole position shot for the main event tomorrow, and that's exactly where you want to start on that inside line.
Yeah, the position that Peyton's in is very difficult right now because he kind of has to go for the overtake while Alex is defending, because if he doesn't go with Alex, Skinner might get on his inside, so it's a bit of a tricky situation for Phillips here. He seems to be managing it quite well, though. He's still on the bumper of Stanfield, frantically defending now Stanfield as they come to the white flag this time by. It's starting to kind of group up now as well. You have, there's Dunlap in 4th as around the outside. Skinner tries it, and he gets forced out. A bit of an ambitious move there as he loses a position to, I think, Dunlap now. Yeah, he's now into P4. Dunlap, as highest as he's been all week now, into P3.
Yeah, and we said, the 3 drivers further back are going to be there, and they're definitely there now. A couple of TB carts have definitely joined this group. Dunlap in 3rd, looking to kind of help his teammate out and help him run away with the win as they go sideways there for a moment. Dunlap wasn't able to get clear, and Skinner goes through. Truly Adams finds himself off the racetrack and dropping a tire. Faulkner going side by side there further back. Clements looking to go through on Faulkner. A little bit of contact there. They're able to get through. Faulkner stuck on the outside, can't get through. And a lot of shuffling throughout this field here has kind of granted Stanfield to run away with it here.
Yeah, Stanfield now has a breakaway from the rest of the drivers. Skinner gets ahead of Phillips in that straightaway, and now it's a run to the finish for Alex Stanfield.
Yeah, run all the way to the finish line here for Alex Stanfield and Peyton Phillips. It looked like he kind of signaled Landon Skinner by there and wasn't going to fight it too much. I don't know if he kind of felt like he wronged Skinner in any sort of way and didn't want to grant a penalty coming his way, or could it be a little bit of strategy for Peyton Phillips? But Alex Stanfield on the pole position tomorrow for the main event, wins heat race number 3. Landon Skinner in second, starting on the outside, and then Peyton Phillips on the inside, starting third. Dunlap fourth, Truly Adams fifth, Xander Clements sixth, Ethan Williams in seventh, Jake Faulkner eighth, Ian Howell ninth, Evan Donnell rounds up your top 10.
And you have Cone Summers in 11th, Clark 12th, Stouffer, after that unfortunate spin in the last corner, ends up 13th, Sega 14th, and Heath, your top 15.
You go back further down the field to see where the rest of the drivers finish, but that was pretty much it for your K8 seniors. No pickup getting set to go underway, but Wyatt Renfro, the driver there in the 906, finishing 16th. No pickup coming our way, but still a lot more to come our way. 3 races left on the day and a lot of racing action set to come our way. You're watching Kart Chaser's live coverage of the IKF Grand Nationals.
If you want beautiful, solid wood, made in America dining room furniture, come out and see the new selection of beautiful dining room tables, chairs at Gallery Furniture, and best of all, buy this beautiful, oh so comfortable, made in America dining room furniture, tables, chairs, servers. Gallery Furniture delivers free to Houston area home in 3 or 4 hours tonight. Make family members on your beautiful new dining room table and chairs. Buy it today. New arrivals, Gallery Furniture delivers free in 3 or 4 hours to your home today.
Your 206 juniors on the racetrack now with Gavin McCune and Christopher Wakefield on row number 1. Chris Tracy, Davis Henry on row 2. Wade Borche and Cooper Perez on row 3. And I'm pretty sure we're all saying that last name wrong, so we'll definitely have to go get some intel at the end of the day and figure out what we're saying right, what we're saying wrong, what we can improve. But on row number 4, Landon Warren and Steven Searock. You go back to Chubby Ramirez, Maui Angel, Luke Ava Blem, Mia Johnson, and John Paul Milker.
All right, and as they all get lined up now for the green flag, this is the final heat for your 206 juniors of the day. Tomorrow we'll get started with the main event, so it really counts to finish off these heats with a really good finish. Final moments before that green flag comes out. They're all looking good, good speed, and it's a green flag down into, well, this wouldn't be turn 1, but it's turn 1 for lap 1. And one driver locks up pretty big time. You see smoke come off his tires. I think that is
Lucas Fink there. Super deep on the brakes and locking it up, and not what you need to start this one out, but already up at the front, McCune and Wakefield running away with it here early on, but they're going to go side by side. Wakefield wants to go to the point. Could have some help from Tracy. McCune slots back in line, so splits up the GFCs there into 1 and 3. So McCune is second. One driver there, Mia Johnson, unfortunately, the young lady with issues to get fired back up, and that could be it there for Mia Johnson.
Yeah, that kart doesn't look like it's firing back up. Wakefield and McCune. What happened to Tracy? He was just behind McCune, and now he seems to be not even in third place. There he is in fourth. I think Perez got around him for that third place position. Whatever happened to Tracy, we don't know. But as Wakefield and McCune are pulling away from the rest of this field, it is... I don't know the timing update right now, but yeah, that is definitely Chris Tracy that fell down to fourth.
Perez, the driver, in third here in the Invader machine. Wade not too far back in the sixth spot. Landon Warren in seventh. Ramirez in the TB kart further back in eighth. But a lot of battling in that first lap in the first couple of corners, but it all smooths out. And as I say that, more and more drivers going side by side here and battling it out for position. Landon and Warren involved. A big gaggle of go-karts here on the racetrack.
Yeah, and as this gaggle of karts gets through the bus stop chicane cleanly, it is Tracy, followed by Henry. Henry went off at the very beginning of the race, and he's already making positions back up off of that poor start he had. So he's pointing forward. He wants to work forward with Tracy and Perez. Hopefully Perez has the same mindset as long as drivers behind, because they have two leaders up in front that are pulling away right now. And if they want a shot at this heat win or to gain maximum points, they need to move forward and work together.
Yeah, and more problems for Mia Johnson, unfortunately. That's going to be it for her and her CRG Nordum 206. So that's going to be it for Mia Johnson here, who can't get fired back up in this one. But you said it, Rocco, a two-car breakaway up in the front, and the rest of the drivers kind of single-file line here and looking for kind of looking to see who's going to lead that group. Tracy is the leader here at the moment, and it's almost like a follow leader line here, right? And they go side by side there. One of the invaders, Cooper Perez, side by side there with what looks to be Henry, or it could be Wade Borche. So they go side by side and going to battle it out for the fifth spot, but not going to help out their gap to third and fourth here. Just over 3 minutes to go left in this race, so a lot of laps and a lot of track to cover here.
Yeah, still quite a bit of time, like you say, Caleb. So, like I said earlier, they should focus on working together now and working up to those drivers in front if they want to maximize their points, because that's what this is all about in Heat 3, just maximizing your points for that race tomorrow, because that's all that really counts. And so you have two drivers split by Wade. You have Warren and Perez in this big group right here, chasing after that second small group right before you have your leaders. So to the outside goes Wade, trying to make something happen, maybe getting a better run out of this next corner because he's ready to go. He exactly. He wants to pull out to the inside and get around. But as you can see, you have Warren as well trying to go down the inside of Wade. It's not going to happen. Wade gets ahead of Perez, and Warren and Perez are now going to try and work together, hopefully.
Yeah, so the two Invader Cole Nelson Racing teammates going to look to kind of push their way ahead of Wade. And they have a good run, just want to push, and that's a smart thing to do here, especially at this stage of the race. Kind of, you should have already, decided where you want to be on the racetrack and where you want to push, and all kind of coaches and team owners and whatnot telling their drivers kind of what to do from that fence line. As there you have one driver went a little sideways there, and what looked to be C-Rock, unfortunately, or Maui Angel, I should say, a little sideways there in the 10th spot, but everybody kind of just single file line. And Rocco, you made, I guess, a joke later earlier on in the year, right? It's you maybe don't have a teammate, but you can find yourself a homie to kind of to work with, especially on the racetrack. And to me, it looks like Landon Warren and Cooper Perez, they are teammates, but it seems like they've found a homie in Wade here today.
Yeah, one thing you see happen in a few races that on the starts, it's a lot of shuffling for positions, and then before those 2 sticks ago, like kind of the calm before the storm, you see guys start to shuffle each other out and figure out who should lead and who should follow. And right now, I think these three are definitely in an agreement right now to work together and be much quicker together instead of spending time overtaking each other and losing time. So as you can see now, that's Mel Corey going down through the outside with a drafting partner. They're going to get a position done right there behind Mel Corey. I think that is Fink, trying to push him past the Leclerc driver. I can't get that.
Maui and Gel there who they pushed by. So McCurry and Fink able to get by and Gel, and that's going to help their charge up the field for McCurry, who qualified on the pole position, but had a change in engine at the end of the day. yesterday, kind of put him on the back foot. But you see all those drivers kind of signaling forward and kind of wanting to work together here. But your battle for the lead still Wakefield and McCune, and they still push away as we will get the 2-6 in the air next time around. So we'll see what that looks like next time.
Yeah, and still, these three drivers working perfectly together. They're actually still within shouting range of your leaders by the time they get around for the 2-6 to go, and we start seeing a little bit of fighting, especially if that second group of two makes it up to the leaders. These three right here will also be in a shot to fight for that win. It's only a matter of time when we'll see that, because they're coming to the 2-6 to go now. If we could check in on our leaders, it's been a minute since we've checked in on them, but still, you have Warren and Perez right there behind Wade. Now, here you go, Wakefield and McCune, still nose to tail right now, completely in form, as well as the group behind them. 2 to go this time by, and we'll see what happens, Caleb.
Yeah, we'll definitely see how this race plays out. For Christopher Wakefield, who has a lot of national race victories under his belt, and I'm not sure, and I don't think Wakefield has a Duffy under his name here this weekend. Last year, it was Josie Chambers. He's now in the senior categories, but it's anybody's game, and anybody can really become a first-time Duffy winner here this weekend. I'm not sure if Perez has one kind of in younger categories, but finds himself in junior. Wasn't able to get it done last year, but fell just short, finishing on the podium there. But some good pace this weekend for Wakefield, kind of coming over here. Him and his entire family taking the reins on that low-key racing, Sody Racing USA team, and has been kind of a solo operation all year long, but brought more and more teammates in with Nathan Dupuy and a couple of other drivers as well on the Sody side of things. This weekend, couldn't make the trip out with a hauler or whatnot, and kind of called to Timmy Lowball this weekend to kind of put a cart together to kind of get himself out here and to race out here at Amarillo Kart Complex, and what's his first race here in the grand state of Texas. So doing a good job nonetheless here for Wakefield, and with a white flag in the air, knows it's kind of time to defend here from McCune and kind of decide who's going to start on the pole position tomorrow morning when they race for the Duffy. This is going to be it for Wakefield, McCune, Tracy, and Henry Otto, who look to close down the gap, and we'll see what strategy looks like. We saw Phillips let Skinner by to get an inside starting spot for tomorrow, and for McCune, that doesn't seem to be the case this time around as they go side by side into the infield section.
Yeah, he's going to cover off every inside corner from here on out, as it is the final lap of this race. But further back, you had Perez and Warren both get around Wade, so he lost 2 positions. McCune very eager to get around Wakefield right now. They have a comfy gap between them and 3rd and 4th, so they could probably battle this out and be relatively safe as they both cover off, and McCune goes up high as Wakefield gets really low. He might have a compromised run coming out of that final corner before this long back straight. Now, as you can see, they're still nose to tail, so a draft won't really come from those 3rd and 4th drivers as of yet. McCune, one more opportunity to try and get this win on Wakefield. Wakefield goes down to the inside. McCune to the outside, tries to get the switch over. He can't, right on the bumper with Wakefield. And I think it's safe to say that Wakefield will come home with this Heat 3 win.
Heat race number 3 under the belt for Christopher Wakefield, and what looks to be the pole position as well. McCune across the line 2nd, Henry 3rd, Chris Tracy across the line 4th, Cooper Perez runs up your top 5.
And Warren in 6th, Searock 7th, Ramirez in 8th, Wade Birch, in 9th place, Ava Blinn in 10th, Mel Corey in 11th, Fink 12th, and Angel in 13th.
Well, there you have it, and I'm pretty sure, Rocco, me and you will
have to go find them later.
Yeah, no, we're going to go together and find Wade and Miles Borche and see how to say their name correctly, because we definitely want to get this right by the time we get down to it tomorrow. So we'll do that later on today, but what we also got coming up, your not 206, sorry, and you see it continues to go on. We mess up a name, mess up a class that's coming up next. Anyways, KA 100 Masters on grid next. After them, it's going to be Ready Racing with your 206 seniors. We'll be right back. Just a quick commercial break.
Maryland USA, a top-level performance team with unmatched hospitality, offering a full-service driver development program with year-round testing available in Miami, Florida, and the official North America racing team of Parolin Racing Chassis. Chassis and parts available at ParolinUSA.com.
So you finally want to get behind the wheel, huh?
Yeah, I've been shooting for 3 years and I've never got to drive.
Well, you're going to need some more gear than just your helmet. Why don't you go to shopakr.com. They got their inventory online and they'll ship it the same day if you order before 5:30 p.m. Eastern.
They got shoes?
Yep.
Gloves?
Yep.
Rib protectors?
Got those too.
Can they make me go fast?
No.
Here at Acceleration Kart Racing, we've got everything you need to get on track. What happens next? Well, that's on you. Check us out online at shopakr.com.
Are you looking for an advantage in your competition? Well, Kart Class has done the hard work for you. We've travelled to your racetracks to give you the inside knowledge. So what does Kart Class offer? We've got drone footage that captures the racing lines, visual markers for your braking points, acceleration zones, and the best overtake opportunities on your racetrack. Pedal cam to show you where to brake and when to accelerate, and 360-degree footage to make sure you don't miss any parts on the racetrack. We've covered 13 racetracks in the United States, and Australia, you're up next. So visit kartclass.com to get your track information.
Welcome back to On Track Action here. Randy Rogers and Elizondo look set to go green here once again from that front row. Howie and Slade Miller, and that's actually not updated, so I'm calling, or actually it is. Sorry, my mistake. Neil Faulkner, I believe, went to the tail end of the field here after what could be an engine change. Will Combs starting on the inside of row number 6. Slade Miller moved up to 4th. Go back to Daniel Howie starting on row number 2 in 3rd, and Elizondo and Randy Rogers still your front row in KA Masters. It's going to be all to play for here. Randy Rogers looks to have that front row and that pole position locked out for the main event tomorrow. But green flag is out, and a good jump there by Will Combs around the outside. He gets it done. Looks to go side by side there with Slade Miller. Miller stuck on the outside. Can't get that move done. But Will Combs there already looked really good, and unfortunately all that hard work was lost after he tried to get that move done on Slade Miller. So Combs with a lot of work to do here if he wants to get right back up to the rear bumper of his teammate in Daniel Howie. So they're all going to have to work together, and Randy Rogers falling under fire here to Elizondo, who looks to close down his gap.
Yeah, Howie, either a flooded carburetor or a poor reaction because he was hopping out of his seat on that start, trying to get any sort of acceleration that he could whenever Combs got around him, but now back into his P4 starting position and trying to work forward as you see Faulkner get around Combs. I think that was not the hardest fought overtake as their teammate, so he probably just let him by for the most part. Now up in front, you have Rogers, Elizondo, and Miller right there with Howie. So they're pretty close together. I mean, I know it is the opening lap, so they could spread out quite a bit, but hopefully we can at least see a fight between these two right here, Rogers and Elizondo.
Yeah, I mean, we spoke to Kyle Yashinsky earlier on today, and he was telling us a lot about the new compound and how much faster they're able to go with the new compound. Rocco, you haven't exactly kind of gotten your hands on that new compound, as we see Howie there on the inside of Miller, Howie up to third, but you haven't gotten your hands on that new compound. But from what you've seen, you've kind of watched a lot of racing last year and this year. What are some of the big differences that you've kind of seen from the compounds as it's progressed? We've always seen lap times get a little bit faster, but what have you noticed from the racing side of things?
I mean, racing is about the same. Not much has changed. I mean, lap times have gotten a lot quicker. I feel like these tires are just, as you see, Faulkner gets on the inside of Miller. But as I was saying, these tires, they behave. I mean, I don't have too much of an opinion because I never drove on them. But as far as I see, they just perform a lot better. I don't know if they degrade more because of that. That may be so. I mean, I need to ask the drivers and see what they think. But yeah, I mean, this compound is probably a step in the right direction. It just adds a little bit more pace to the karts. Racing has been very good recently, though. I can't say that it's gone backwards by any means, especially in the KA senior class where you have a much bigger field and a lot closely knit top 10 most of the time. As we saw in Heat 2 earlier, it was a great little scrap between those drivers. So as we heard something down low,
Yeah,
I think.
it heard. I guess it sounded like it sounded like somebody hit the wall down here on the main straightaway and
may have scraped it.
Everybody, yeah, it could have been definitely a scrape, but everybody seems a-okay. So go back to on-track action here, and Randy Rogers still kind of showed his pace so far for Neil Faulkner. It seemed like that engine change or whatever change he could have made helped him out a lot. So he finds himself kind of closing down his gap to the top three, but already kind of, not too much going on in this KA Masters class. We're not used to seeing breakaways, but, with Randy Rogers broke away, well, obviously because there was a battle for second on back, and all that shuffling kind of helped Randy, I should say, kind of get away from the rest of the field. And for Elizondo, has arguably had the same pace that Randy Rogers has had, just can't really keep it, within drafting range and kind of almost ends up getting the dirty air from Randy Rogers here in this one. And it's kind of quite difficult when you're in that spot and you kind of see the guy in the lead kind of running away, hitting his marks, and you try to kind of mimic what he's doing, and it's just quite difficult to kind of stay in and stay within drafting range. And it's all about hitting marks and kind of the difference in driving styles as well for those two drivers in the lead. So all to play for here nonetheless. But for Neil Faulkner as well, had really good pace yesterday, motor issues today. It seemed like kind of put him on the back foot. And now whatever change he made kind of put him back within contention in fourth here, just right behind his teammate in Howie. So just a lot, can definitely happen in this race. And a lot has happened. Just stagnant here at the moment with a minute 50 seconds to go.
Yeah, it's good that he made that engine change now, and because he'll be ready for that main event. It's only a 6-driver field, so even if he did start 6, there's only a few drivers that he needs to make through to get up to the front. As you can see now on screen, Howie is starting to make pace or ground to Elizondo. This could be Elizondo's saving grace or a loss for the second place because of the fact that if they work together, they could possibly catch up to Rogers if they work together. But if they do not, they could find themselves just fighting for that P2 position and giving Rogers an easy win.
Yeah, so they continue to cycle their way through here, and I mean, I think you said it best. It looks like Howie's getting that bit closer to Elizondo, and if they fight, definitely give Randy Rogers the win here. So we'll see into this infield section. Not close enough for Howie to get the move done. Elizondo staying stagnant as well for Randy Rogers. Howie and Elizondo going side by side there, and Elizondo able to get through, and that could have been kind of the finishing blow here and exactly what Randy Rogers could have needed. So that could ultimately end this one early as Howie just struggling to get by on Elizondo. 2-6 in the air this time by, and that gap for Elizondo, Howie, and Rogers was really closed down here, Rockland. We thought it was almost done here, but those drivers have definitely gotten a lot closer this lap.
Yeah, exactly. We thought earlier that when we saw Howie catch up to the back of Elizondo, that it would either be they work together and catch the leader, or they start fighting. They did a bit of both, but they more focused on catching Rogers, and I mean, perfect timing too. They've been conserving their tires even a little bit, you know, hanging back with lesser of a pace and being behind Rogers. But now it is time to go. It is time to try and catch this guy right here in P1, Rogers. So we go into the final corner before this back straight, before the final lap of this race. Evenly sped right now. You have Elizondo within drafting range. He could perhaps make a move coming into this braking zone if he's Cindy about it. I don't think he will, and he's going to slide back in. And now we go to the final lap.
One more lap to go, and Elizondo definitely getting a lot closer this time by. Is he going to go in turn number 1? Not close enough that time, but the back straightaway has definitely been the place where a lot of drivers have opted to make their moves, and we've seen Elizondo kind of get creative here. He got creative with Howie, wants to get creative with Randy Rogers, doesn't want to let Randy Rogers kind of get away with a perfect slate and a clean sweep of the heat races here today, and wants to kind of deny Rogers from a pole position tomorrow on what seems to be almost locked out. Elizondo, look to the bottom, look to the top. The bottom's going to work just fine for him. Goes to the point. Howie looks to go through as well. Howie now ahead by inches. He's able to get clear. So Daniel Howie, it's all come unglued here in the last couple of corners, and Howie leads in the TB kart.
Yeah, Howie, what a move from third to first within just a lap, as well as Elizondo. I mean, he stays in that second place position. It isn't a net gain for Elizondo, but at least he's ahead of Rogers, so he's going to get the points advantage going into the main event tomorrow. But now, into the final corner. Will Elizondo make a move? He stays single file with Howie. Oh, never mind. Oh, my goodness. And I think Elizondo may still come out with the win, but contact between him and Howie, they'll have to most likely investigate that afterwards and see what really happened, and Rogers comes back with P2.
That'll be looked at after for sure, but Elizondo, your provisional winner. Randy Rogers, second. Neil Faulkner, third. Slade Miller, fourth. Howie, P5. Will Combs rounds up your field here in KA100 Masters. When we come back from this quick commercial break, we get set to go green with our 206 seniors.
Are you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today.
This is Henry. Henry feels sad. Henry feels sad because it's time for his next big race and his go-kart is in bits. Henry doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing is the United States' #1 shop for all of your karting equipment needs. Henry also doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing can deliver anything from tires to race suits and even wheels directly to your front door or to the racetrack itself, quickly and efficiently, with tech support available 6 days a week. Poor Henry doesn't even know that Acceleration Kart Racing offers free shipping to mainland USA on selected product if you spend $200 or more. Do yourself a favor. Go to accelerationkarting.com and make sure that you are never left stuck on the pre-grid with Henry. Be smart and don't be like Henry.
It's officially time for the final race of the day and the final race of heat racing action here at the IKF Grand Nationals. Tomorrow is going to be all about the Duffy as Aiden Rudolph and Alex Stanfield get set to go green from the front row. Jacob Oliver and Landon Skinner on row number 2.
And then on your third row, that is Chambers and Frank. Joining them on the fourth row right behind is Zing and Winfrey. Row 5 is Fandry and Seville.
Row 6 with Joseph Hewitt and Todd Barron, Garrett Weaver and Tyler Stevens on row 7.
Row 8 is Haymans and Heath. Then on 9th, it is Razadazic and Ruth. And then on row 10, it is Harrell and Fitz.
You go back to the rest of the rows here. Should be about 5 more rows as we cycle our way through. Afton Willander, Paul Braden, Jay Weaver, Rafael Kraus, Chuck Jensen, Ethan Gonzalez, Parker Fitz, Jacob Oates, Christopher White, and Truly Adams again having to work his way through the field here. It's been all about Aiden Rudolph so far in the heat races and in qualifying. Has a clean sweep as it stands, but this is it. Should be Rudolph's pole position here, and we'll see if anybody can challenge here for the front row starter for the row 2 start for tomorrow's main event. We get set to go green with the TB Kart and the CRG Nordam machine. Rudolph and Stanfield, a crawling pace so far, and we'll see when Rudolph gets on the gas. It's going to be now. Into the start box we go, and we are racing here for the final time today in 2:06 senior. Rudolph with a good start. Stanfield again, getting stuck on that outside line. It's contact for Skinner gets involved. Stanfield involved in that first lap incident as well. A couple of other drivers, one more there, involved on what looks to be Jacob Oliver involved at the in that incident at the start as well. So that's going to promote Josie Chambers up to 2nd, Bryce Frank up to 4, Tyler Stevens around in turn number 2. A lot of drivers collected here early on, and man, oh man, what a race start did we just see. Stanfield all the way to the tail end of the field here, having to work his way through, but that's really helped out Seville, who really needed a result like this. Zing, who needed a result like this as well. And for Bryce Frank, who had a mechanical issue in the previous heat race, going to let Winfrey by, going to let Seville by as well. Going to slot right back in a line in front of Jerry Fandry here.
Yeah, that is a very fast group right there, those 4 drivers. A bit of chaos on that opening lap. We'll see how this plays out, kind of up in the air after that start. You lose a few key drivers, including Alex Stanfield for, we didn't lose him. He's just far back in your screen. If you look back on that train, he's right there, further back. That's that Kart Republic driver going down on the LN kart. One driver tries to get on him and can't do it. Kind of a half move. You can see Alex Stanfield in that group trying to make up positions, but now up in here you have Winfrey, Seville, and Bryce Frank. 3 drivers trying to work their way up to the front. They know, I've raced with Bryce Frank and Reagan before, and we'll see what they do, but I think they'll try and work together right now and get up to that front.
Yeah, no, for sure, and that's definitely exactly what they need to do. Whatever differences they have, definitely going to have to set them aside here at the end of this one and work together to get up there and closer to the top 3, closer to kind of Aiden Rudolph, who's really just not running away with it here, but has a comfortable gap back to Josie Chambers. We see those 2 drivers kind of work together quite nicely. Chambers, a younger driver, kind of happy to push, and for Alex Stanfield, kind of just what could have been in this heat race, who needed a good starting position for tomorrow's main event, found himself in the dirt early on in this one, and not going to help his charge up the field, and not going to help his starting spot really tomorrow if he can't make quick work of some of the drivers here on our screen. So a lot of work to do for Stanfield, but a lot of work to do for everybody else to deny Aiden Rudolph from 3 back-to-back heat race wins.
Yeah, it was very unfortunate for that little mishap, because one thing about 206 racing is that you really want to prioritize starting position amongst other things, because you can get caught in some trains that are just not fast, and when a train ahead of you pulls away and you have nobody to help you, you kind of are helpless in that situation. Our 2 leaders, Chambers and Rudolph, pulling away from the rest of the field right now. You have Shing and Winfrey right there. As I say pull away, I may be wrong, because they're starting to kind of close up a little bit because there are more drivers in that group. As you can see, never mind, you have Reagan and Bryce going down to the inside on Winfrey. Maybe they got around Winfrey, I'm not too sure. But now they're all single file and ready to work back up to the front.
Yeah, single file now, and you said it correctly. Frank and Seville were able to get ahead of the Invader Co. Nelson Racing machine of Matthew Winfrey, so they're going to lose some time there, but going to get back in line and chase down Kelvin Zing, who just can't get closer and closer to that rear bumper of Josie Chambers, who kind of pulled away from Zing firstly, and then Chambers now pushing Rudolph along, so that's going to help the 2 of them. And for Zing, kind of no man's land here, right? Doesn't have the push from behind, just didn't have the speed to really stay with Chambers early on in this race, but in position at the moment for a P3 finish if you can't really close in. Going to need help from Seville. Going to need help with Frank. And we're definitely going to have to see if Seville decides to push Zing up there with them and Frank decides to push up there with them as well. Or they're just going to leave him out there to kind of get eaten up by Winfrey and Fandry.
Yeah, well, these three drivers are all speed sports drivers, you know. I mean, they drive with each other more than anybody else in the field. And I would assume they'd work together unless they see any mishaps come from somebody in front. They would maybe want to swap positions, but as of right now, they're all single file. Reagan didn't even look down the inside, maybe because that's a corner where you don't really want to make the overtake if you're trying to focus on your lap time. But we'll see as they come into this next corner. They're all single file. They're definitely going to work together. Yes, they are.
Yeah, so from what it looks like, Seville kind of happy to push Kelvin Zing along here. And Frank as well, you know, not going to be too upset about pushing a teammate up there to kind of fight for the race win here in this one. And Chambers kind of, from such a young driver in this field, the second youngest driver in this field, the youngest being Truly Adams. But for Josie, you know, being, you know, the second youngest driver in this field has definitely gained a lot of respect over the year. And, you know, whenever you look up to move up to a senior class kind of quite early, it's, you know, it could go both ways, right? You can go up and try to race everybody and try to find respect early on by trying to, you know, you could try to get respect in the wrong way by kind of rubbing someone wrong or fighting with someone. It's been, you know, the exact opposite. Has worked with people, has pushed people, has, you know, kind of been the guy to kind of be up there. It's like, all right, I'm not fast enough. You can go ahead of me, or, you know, I'll push you up if you allow me to kind of get up there with you. So that's one of the things that's kind of earned Josie Chambers a lot of respect here this year. And, you know, a lot of drivers have been happy with it. Have been really clean with them. So we'll see how this race continues to progress. But Zing, Seville, Frank, you know, I shouldn't really call Seville a veteran in the class, but with the amount of race wins and the amount of experience that he has under his belt, 7 times winning the Texas Sprint Racing Series Regional Championship, and has had a good year so far, I believe, leading the points this year at TSRS. You know, has definitely, you know, had the experience to be considered one of the veteran drivers in this class this year, Rocco.
Yeah, Reagan, I think I've said it once in the past that he may be a rookie to senior class, but he's definitely a veteran in the 206 class. I mean, he was a monster back in 206 cadet back in the day. And, I mean, he also won a lot of races in 206 junior, and now you can see him in senior also doing a very great job being up in the front, being very competitive. And now, I mean, these 4 drivers, one thing you said about how you can gain respect through being smart on the track, people who decide to, you know, race very hard, not really use their head that much in the race can frustrate other drivers, and that's what you mean by losing that respect.
Oh, for sure.
Chambers back at CKNA over in Pitt a few months ago did a fantastic job at only 15 years old. I mean, he's racing with these seniors. Reagan's also a very young driver, but these two right here are very, very promising for such a young age.
No, yeah, most definitely for Seville and Josie Chambers as we look back onto this little straightaway that we have here. And Kelvin Zing and Reagan Seville just haven't really made an impression on the lead that Josie Chambers and Aiden Rudolph have. And you see kind of Rudolph check every single look over his shoulder almost when they get onto the straightaways. Looks back to Chambers like, we're still working together. Chambers kind of points him forward, and they're like, all right, we're still working together. So let's continue doing what we're doing because it's, you know, doing them a little bit of good here as Frank, you know, wants to go ahead of Seville there. Was able to get it done. So Frank going to be right behind his teammate and Kelvin Zing up to the 4th spot. Winfrey goes through as well, and Seville losing a little bit of time. They're dropping back to the 6th spot as now Fandry going to be the next up to look for a move or push Seville further up ahead. So for all these drivers, it's been I guess a smooth sailing race, but for the drivers like Alex Stanfield, who now finds himself in the 9th spot, going to be a lot of work tomorrow in the main event. But here as it stands, white flag will be in the air this time by for Rudolph and Chambers.
Yeah, they're pretty far ahead from everybody else. They have a huge advantage. I mean, Chambers is probably not going to fight Aiden until the last few corners unless he really wants to bring that group back in. I mean, if I were him, I would just take the 2nd place or just try to fight in the last few corners to really secure that at least a 2nd place or better. You know what I mean? But the guys behind, they're also really looking to try and I mean, you saw Bryce get around Seville earlier, and even though they're 2 Speed Sports locals, they did get the 2 sticks to go last time by, and now they have the white flag, so there's going to be even more fighting. But that's probably exactly why he went around. It's time to go. It's time to make positions, and maybe we even see Josie make a position.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not too sure with how hard Josie's going to fight it here. I mean, you know, Rudolph has kind of secured the pole position going into tomorrow. Swept already the first 2 heat races, got the pole position yesterday as well. So that average looks pretty promising for the CRG driver. And no matter which way you put it, you're either going to find yourself starting on 2nd or starting in 3rd. And for Chambers, with 2 seconds to his name, it could be a front row starting spot later on today as updates on a couple of drivers. Stanfield up to 9th. Oliver, not the, best charge up the field. He's still in 21st, but we'll see what Chambers decides to do here in the final corner. Going to decide to push. Knows it's too much risk. Not very much of a reward, but that's going to be it for your 206 seniors. Aiden Rudolph sweeps the day, sweeps the weekend so far in 206 senior. Chambers across the line in second. Kelvin Zing and Bryce Frank, a couple of AR Academy MGMs, third and fourth. Winfrey across the line, P5. Fandry able to get ahead of Seville up to 6th. Seville in 7th. Stanfield up to 8th. Truly Adams 9th. Jensen Harrell rounds up your top 10.
But in 11th, Barron 12th, Fitz 13th, Rezidejic in 14th, and I think it was Oliver and
Paul Braden. Paul Braden there.
My mistake. And then Weaver in 16th, Willander 17th, Kraus 18th, Oliver, Skinner, Heath, Ruth, Gonzalez, Oaks, Haymans, Jensen, White, Fitz, and Weaver getting off track in that last little corner before the checkered, unfortunately.
Yeah, so an action-packed day of racing nonetheless here, Rocco. 3 heat races done and dusted, and tomorrow we go straight into main event racing. Warm-up's coming your way early at 8 a.m., and then after that, the main events get set to go green, and we're going to award some Duffies to a couple of winners here. That's it on this beautiful Saturday afternoon from the entire TSRS crew and the entire Kart Chaser crew. We thank you very much for joining us here tonight, and we'll see you bright and early tomorrow morning. We are. This was Kart Chasers coverage of the Saturday afternoon for the IKF Grand Nationals. We'll see you tomorrow, bright and early. Have a good night.
To the mountain.